Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna continue the story What If Deku Had the Fire Dragon Quirk Part 2. If you enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
When Izuku landed, he turned around and let out a stream of fire breath that caused the man to stumble back into his partner, knocking them both out. Izuku had jumped over the mugger, avoiding the tiny finger bones the man was shooting at him from his fingertips. "Excellent job, Kojin," X-Les remarked as the police arrived. "You're in much better spirits than you were yesterday, and this is the second mugging we've stopped today." As they left the crime scene, Izuku grinned and said, "I'm excited for this afternoon." "Oh, you mean that Yui girl? I saw her at the festival. She had a versatile quirk, but I only had one spot available for an intern, so," he shrugged, "she'll have a good internship if she's working with native, so let's go get some food now." Sitting in one of the booths, the two entered a tiny McDonald's and placed an order for a #1 meal while conversing. "You need to be careful when using your flames," X-Les told him. "I know you can adjust the heat and whatnot, but if you get surprised or blindsided then you may end up burning someone." "I'll definitely keep an eye on it." Izuku nodded. "So, what's the strength of your eye laser?" With pride, X-Les smiled and declared, "On full power I can punch through 8 inches of reinforced steel." "How come you haven't risen in the rankings?" "I concentrate a lot on hand-to-hand combat because I can only use the laser sparingly, and many people dislike my attitude." Izuku sighed. "Can't be worse than Endeavor's." While the assistant manager hurried past two men who appeared extremely frightened, X-Les sighed and bit into his burger. "You're telling me, kid," he said, "you believe that you can simply eat and drink without worrying about repercussions?" With a frustrated sigh, Izuku watched the demon-like assistant manager tackle the men and drag them back to the register. "Shouldn't we, do something about that?" "What? He just takes being an assistant manager at a McDonald's way too seriously," X-Les said dismissively, adding, "Oh no, Mao won't do anything to them. With a quirk like that you would think he was a hero." "Oh, he was." X-Les laughed and replied, "Pro-hero devil, he only lasted about 3 months before he butted heads with another hero." "Wait. Were they the two who destroyed 3 blocks of Tokyo's downtown?" "It's funny enough that they're married now," X-Les sighed. X. Mao shouted, happily walking over as he shrank down to normal human height, losing horns and goat legs as he clasped X-Les on the shoulder. "How's it going, buddy? Long time no see." X-Les inquired, "How are you, Mao? And how is Emmy?" "She's good, and I'm not doing too bad, up for promotion in another month." He laughed, "and off suspension on my license in another 2. "Don't destroy Tokyo again," he complained. "It's not my fault." Emmy was mad. He turned to face Izuku and asked, "You get a new sidekick?" "Intern." X-Les replied, "Sadao Mao, meet Izuku Midoriya, also known as the firebending hero Kojin." "Midoriya, this is Sadao Mao." As Izuku bowed slightly, he said, "Nice to meet you, sir." "You too, kid," said Sadao. "Recognize your name from the sports festival. That fight with that Bakugo kid was intense. Kinda reminds me of when I faced off with the villain Alciel." X-Les laughed and got up to pick up his tray. "Bore the kid with your glory days later, Mao," he said. "We gotta get back on patrol." "Stay safe out there," Mao said, moving away from the two, adding, "Don't let me keep you." Izuku remarked. He was nice, as they strolled along the pavement. "He's a major pain in my ass sometimes, but he means well." X-Les smiled and said, "Come on, let's see if we can't run into some more trouble before we need to meet native." "Yes, sir." After 6 hours. Breathless and speaking quickly to one another, Izuku and X-Les hurried to the meeting spot. X-Les complained, "We're late," as they stopped close to a tiny bus stop. Izuku sighed and sat down, saying, "I know, you knew we didn't have time, so why didn't you let the police handle that store robbery?" "The cops weren't paying attention, and the guy was pulling a weapon, so I had to jump in," Izuku defended himself. "I'm proud of you, kid, but now native is gonna tear me a new one for being late. He's a stickler for that shit." X-Les looked around, or he could be late too. "That's good," he murmured, "gives us a second to cool down before they reach us." "Not a very long cool down, be ready to go when they get here." For more than 40 minutes, the two waited at the bus stop, exchanging anxious glances as the minutes went by. "Any messages from your friend?" X asked, taking out his phone. With his phone already in hand, Izuku muttered, "None. Anything from native?" "Nothing, it's not like him." X picked up his cell phone. "Come on, let's start walking towards his agency, see if we don't run into them." As they started to move, Izuku remarked. They probably ran into a mugger or something, right? X looked around and said, let's hope it's that and. Wait, do you hear that? As the air filled with the sound of explosions and crashes, Izuku said, I don't. No wait yeah, with his ears perking up. X-less pointed to a cloud of smoke and an orange glow and exclaimed, let's go. It's coming from the north. What about native? We will search for them after the Midoriya move occurs. Izuku, whose eyes were wide as he watched a huge fist slam into the ground where he had just been, was leaping to the side after years of training. Nomu. Izuku stumbled back and landed in a crouch, gasping. What the fuck is this thing? X-less started sprinkling the big monster with his quirk right away, avoiding its blows as it attempted to strike him. With a burst of fire, Izuku attracted the monster's attention and jumped over it as it charged, saying, it looks like the Nomu that attacked the USJ. However, it's not the same. Did the idiot have any relatives? X snarled, eyes widening as the thing charged at a cluster of frightened civilians. Kojin, quit. Izuku snarled, it's not taking the bait. His fire scorched its back, but it didn't alter its path. Damn it. He sped forward, using his fire to accelerate, and positioned himself in front of the civilians. Run, he yelled. He ordered them, shooting his hottest flames at the Nomu at point-blank range as the civilians ran. The Nomu shrieked in pain and jumped back, its injuries healing at a steady pace. Shit, it's got multiple quirks. He yelled at X-less as another Nomu descended from the sky and grabbed X-less from the ground, he exclaimed, we need to go. As he leapt away from the Nomu, Izuku exclaimed, X, I'm coming. With a startled roar, X-less snarled, keep attacking that fucker. I got this one, and blasted the Nomu holding him at close range, piercing its chest and forcing it to release him. As he landed directly next to Izuku, other heroes started to rush in, some of them looking worn out from fighting a third Nomu. The fuck is going on? X-less yelled at a hero with an ox motif who tried to fight the biggest Nomu right away. Nothing we do is working against them. I can't hold him, he cried in agony as the Nomu threw him at him, and the two crashed into a car as it roared. These freaks showed up out of nowhere, he called, struggling to keep the Nomu in place as Izuku attacked it with his fire, jumping onto its head and directing his flames on its exposed brain until it bucked him off. Kojin, you good? Alive? Izuku grunted as he carefully extricated himself from the debris and examined the Oxman. He's down for the count. We need paramedics, he said. They're on their way, but we need to lock this place down. Manual, get water on that fire. Right. When the Nomu grabbed a bus and threw it at one of the other heroes, Izuku sprinted back to X-less side and watched in horror. Watch out! He yelled, firing at her and tackling her out of the way. Are you alright? We asked. She stammered, fine, thank you. As Izuku's phone pinging a message, he said breathlessly, don't sweat it. He went pale at the message and, against his better judgment, hid behind a car and pulled it out. As he ran over, X-less yelled, Kojin, what the hell are you doing? We need you on the front line. Right now is not the time to be checking your phone. It's from Yui, he said, pointing to the phone, which contained your location and the word, help. We'll take care of these guys and reinforce you when we're done here, so go help Native and your friend, X-less said after he paused and then sighed. I give you permission to take any necessary action to ensure the safety of both you and other people. As he took off down the street, Izuku said, thank you. The flying Nomu attempted to follow, but X-less pushed it away with a strong blast from his eyes. Kick it into high gear, people. We must get this battle over with. While her mentor was being tortured by the hero killer, Yui lay immobilized in a back alley, terrified for her life. She had great expectations for the day they were diverted by muggers while on patrol with X-less. Yui had readily accepted Native's suggestion to cut through an alley to save time. Before either of them realized what was happening, the hero killer struck, rendering them both incapacitated. It seems the League of Villains have decided to become bothersome. Stain grumbled, I'll deal with them after I take care of this false hero. Like Yui, Native gritted his teeth and said, you son of a bitch, I'll kill you. As Yui firmly closed her eyes, he sneered and raised his blade, saying, not a very heroic thing to say. As Iida charged onto the scene, attempting to kick Stain hard and nearly sending a katana through his chest, Yui opened her eyes again at the sound of a familiar engine quirk. An additional imposter? Yui's eyes widened and Stain sneered. As she glanced at her phone, which was inches from her face and had her location and a message for assistance ready to send, she thought, this is my chance. All she had to do was press the send button. Ingenium is my name, and I'll win. Ingenium? I beat that fake a few days ago, and that's its name. My brother was a hero and a good man who didn't deserve to be treated the way you did. I'll murder you. He took out the blade and licked it, paralyzing Iida as he raised it. You have shown your true self. You will be culled along with this other fake, for the betterment of society, he said, sneering, after staining Iida through the shoulder. A real hero would, and you are as far from one as you can get. No. Stain leapt back, a huge nail piercing the wall directly behind where he had just been standing, and Yui's yell was all the warning he needed. Yui stood up unsteadily, dropping her phone as she grabbed Native and started pulling him in the direction of Iida. Go. Rule, get out of here, the Native begged. Be sure to save yourself. I refuse to. She shook her head quickly and gasped in agony as a blade sliced her shoulder. Her eyes widened as she realized she was paralyzed again. As he passed them, Stain remarked, You have the makings of a true hero girl. Not only did you engage me, but you also tried to save these fake heroes when you could have easily saved yourself. He stood over Iida again, sword in hand, saying, Sadly, your efforts are in vain. Yui yelled, No, as Native closed his eyes in surrender. Izuku roared, Get away from them, as he dashed into the alleyway, forcing Stain to dodge multiple bursts of fire. Rule, Native, you two okay? Izuku said. As Iida struggled to look at him, Yui called out, Don't let him cut you. The firefighter appeared worse for wear, with multiple cuts and scrapes visible on his face and arms. His uniform appeared especially ragged as he typed a message into his phone and sent it. Midoriya. He rushed forward, keeping his friends behind him, and assumed a defensive stance, saying, Iida? You're here too. Shit, this just got complicated, but don't worry, I'll protect all of you. Stain growled as he flew toward Izuku, his blades ready to strike. Pretty words, boy, but they won't do you any good, they said. Stain had to climb higher on the walls to escape being burned when Izuku threw a huge wave of fire at him, grunting with effort. Izuku snarled, Oh shit. After spotting a flash behind him, he did a backflip, just in time to catch the knife before it impaled Yui. As Izuku ducked his blades, Stain drove him back even more by slamming his shoulder into his chest. Izuku tried his hardest to keep up with Stain's onslaught, occasionally letting out a burst of fire to prevent Stain's from overusing his advantage. When Izuku overattacked, his left arm extended just a bit too far, giving Stain the opportunity to drag a blade across Izuku's arm, lick the blade clean of blood, and send Izuku to the ground as the paralysis took effect. This was the end of it. Stain chuckled as he approached Native, his eyes narrowing as his breath hazed in front of him. Such fire in the youth of today. Ice shifted the fallen heroes away from Stain, giving Stain just enough time to avoid Todoroki's initial attack. As he entered the alley and looked at the wounded heroes and the irate assassin, the half-teen said, You need to put more details in your messages, Midoriya, but then again, you're not one for cryptic messages, are you? The pros will be here soon. You've lost, hero killer. Picking up rocks along the way, Yui grunted as she forced herself to stand. His quirk has something to do with blood, Izuku said. He ingests it and it paralyzes, for how long I don't know. This is the second time Yui's gotten back up, said the native. Is there a difference between our blood? Yui muttered, I'm type O. Iida grunted, type A. As Stain charged once more, Izuku muttered, oh. Without thinking, he opened his mouth and let out a stream of flame that made Stain jump away and land against the wall before he had to avoid Todoroki's ice. Yet using your fire even when you're paralyzed. Yes, boy. A true hero lies inside of you, Izuku said. He repeatedly dodges as a car-sized boulder flies toward him as he bounces from wall to wall, heading directly for Todoroki. And you? He exclaims as he crashes into the street behind him. His eyes meet Yui's as he picks up another rock. Twice I've paralyzed you, and twice you come to the aid of friends and false idols. Just like him, you are a true hero, he says. Enough. The man leaps over the attack and hurls his knives, catching Todoroki on his left side and providing him with an opening to attack. Todoroki growled, stomping his foot and hurling ice directly at him. No. You shouldn't have been able to get up for another minute, Yui yells, leaping in front of Todoroki, forcing Stain to reroute his attack and face a fiery fist from a revitalized Izuku. Stain jumped back, clutching his stomach, and muttering in a raspy voice. He glares at the boy as fire creeps along his figure. Izuku puts himself in a stance and exclaims, Yui, get native out of here. He's too injured to be of much help even if he gets unparalyzed, Iida. How are you holding out, buddy? I guess this fire is good for something else. He mutters, better, now. He tries to get to his feet, his eyes widening as he darts in front of Yui, where he stops two knives that pierce his arm deeply. Yui rushes forward, snagging Native by the back of his costume and pulling him away, believing. Izuku snarls as he rushes forward, fire shooting from his limbs, and Iida catches two more knives that were intended for Todoroki. Izuku was a tornado of flame, his eyes burning with rage, as he drove Stain down the alleyway, trash catching fire as he leapt at him, fist cocked back, prepared to strike Stain with a powerful blow. But Stain ducked the blow and drove his katana blade into his stomach. Time stopped as Izuku and Stain gazed at one another, Izuku looking shocked and Stain looking convinced. Stain growled as he twisted the blade and yanked it out, causing Izuku to fall to the ground. Scarcely able to avoid Stain's renewed attacks, Iida yells, Midoriya! Midoriya, are you alright? Izuku was on his knees with his hands over his new wound, which was just below his ribs on his right side. As far as he could tell, the gash had not hit any internal organs, so he summoned his fire with gritted teeth and placed his hands on either side of the wound. He screamed as the heat seared the wound and cauterized it, looking up as Stain turned to face him, shock visible in his eyes as he watched this boy cauterize his own wound. With another agonized scream, Izuku charged again, driving his fist into the still-stunned hero killer's chin just as Iida drove his leg into the man's gut, finally eliminating him from the fight as Izuku collapsed, gasping in agony as Iida ran to his side. Midoriya. As Shoto arrived at his side as well, Izuku muttered, fucking hell, you're an idiot, Iida. Iida stopped worrying when he said, check on Stain, make sure he's down for the count, won't matter if we catch him if he wakes up to bite us in the ass. Iida stared at Izuku in shock as the boy slowly forced himself to his knees. Alright, I'll see if I can't find anything to bind him with. As Iida started looking through the trash for something to hold the hunter-killer, Todoroki said, Midoriya, are you okay? That injury looks bad. Todoroki stood, hunched slightly as he held his side, and Izuku muttered, it'll hold until the hospital, grinning wearily. Let's focus on restraining the hero killer. Iida walked back over with concerned eyes and said, we need to disarm him as well. Holding a coil of rope that was surprisingly strong. He's correct, let's begin. Yui carefully covered Native's injured shoulder with bandages from their first aid kit. As Yui completed taping off his wounds, Native gritted his teeth and muttered, if they don't return in 5 minutes, we go back in. Do you still have items to resize? Yui nodded and pointed to the tiny stack of broken glass, old nails, and rocks. She won't need them. As Yui looked up, her entire body relaxed, and she watched Iida and Todoroki lead Stain out. The man appeared to have seen better days, with soot covering any exposed skin and a heavy limp. You burned your wound shut, Yui whispered as she examined Izuku's stab wound, and Midoriya moaned as she started to gently apply burn salve to the cauterized wound. Yui's eyes widened as she saw Izuku limp out behind his classmates, the injury on his right side looking raw and aggravated as the boy practically dragged himself to Native's side and collapsed beside the pro-hero. That's the only thing I could do to stay alive, Izuku muttered as he watched Yui work. You did good back there, he said, closing his eyes as she halted her task and placed a trembling hand on his chest. Her cheeks were a deep red, and she muttered, be quiet. Any unnecessary strain will reopen the wound. He muttered, that sounds bad, as he heard several footsteps coming. As he and the other heroes got closer, X-Les exclaimed, Kojin, where are you, kid? As X-Les and another hero separated from the main group to approach, Yui called out, he's here, and held up her hand. He's been injured badly, we need an ambulance. The other hero pulled out his phone and said, I'll call them in along with the police, while X-Les knelt down next to his intern. Jesus, kid, I said protect yourself and others, not fuck yourself up, X murmured. What happened with the Nomu? Izuku muttered, grunting in agony as Yui applied pressure to the gash in his shoulder. Had to fight them somehow, right? Endeavor showed up, took out 2 of them and injured a third. He sent us here to reinforce his son, so don't worry about that. You just try and relax while we wait for the ambulance to get here, X said with a soft laugh and a gentle hand on the boy's chest. Izuku mumbled, right. He let his head drop back and closed his eyes, listening to the other heroes fuss over Yui, Todoroki, and Iida as some started to remove their handcuffs in order to properly restrain the hero killer. Before it grabbed him in its claws, Izuku opened his eyes in response to the Nomu's shrieking cry. He let out a painful scream as the Nomu soared through the air, its wound splattering blood on the stunned heroes. In an attempt to get a clear shot on the Nomu, X yelled, "Kojin." Yui picked up one of the rocks and exclaimed, "Izuku." X held his hand in front of her. He raised his hand to summon his flames and exclaimed, "I'll take care of it." Endeavor had just arrived. X yelled, "Be careful. If you make a mistake, you'll strike Kojin," as the hero killer sliced through the rope with a knife. Stain was licking the blood off the closest hero before anyone else could react. He then leapt onto the Nomu, killing it by driving a knife into its exposed brain while slowly turning to face it crazily. "Endeavor," he gritted out. Endeavor stepped forward, growling, "Hero killer." As he ripped the blade from the Nomu's head, X squinted to try to get a clear shot on Kojin. "Wait! Kojin's still in the way," he yelled. Izuku was limited to staring at the hero killer as he towered over him, surrounded by a sense of death as he spoke to the other heroes in addition to Endeavor. He snarled and stepped forward, saying, "You false hero, I'll make this right." The injured villain strode forward with a knife at his side, and the heroes present froze. "Come on," he roared, "just try and stop me, you fakes." He laughed as Endeavor stepped back, visibly upset. "There's only one man I will let kill me," he exclaimed. "All might is worthy." As the proclamation was shouted, Yui closed her eyes and trembled in terror. When the man dropped the knife, she opened them again. One hero approached the motionless man slowly and said, I think he's out cold." Still motionless, X muttered, "He must have used the last of his strength to save Kojin from that Nomu." Yui then sprang forward and slid to a stop next to Izuku, who was unconscious and breathing shallowly. The Nomu's wounds reopened. With her already blood-stained hands digging into the wound, she called out to the heroes. "Taurus, assist Manuel and Kesagiri man in containing the hero killer before he regains consciousness." X-Les shook his head. "Endeavor, before he loses any more blood, we must attempt to cauterize his wounds. Are you capable of doing so?" As he regained his composure and approached Izuku, Endeavor sneered, "Of course, little fire user does have spunk, doesn't he?" X-Les muttered as several police cars and an ambulance started to race to the scene. "Yeah, he really does." Young Izuku and Jin ran through Shizuoka's filthy alleyways, kicking over trash cans and trying to avoid the adolescent thugs who were after them. "You'll get it for crossing the Southern Wolf Syndicate," the leader growled, tearing through the trash cans with his razor-sharp claws. "Quit running, punks." When they reached a dead end, Izuku yelled, "Shit! Jin! Shift the ground." They turned to face the teenagers approaching them, two of whom had strength enhancers and one with a best quirk. "My arm's busted. I can't," Jin exclaimed. The beast sneered and flexed his claws, saying, "You two are going to pay for putting our little buddy in the infirmary." Jin stepped back a little and whispered, "Izuku, you have to use it, or we're fried." I can't," Izuku muttered. "Acquire them." Yui was eating breakfast next to his bed when Izuku woke up with a little gasp, causing her to look up. "Midoriya!" Iida exclaimed as he got out of bed, and Todoroki followed suit from across the room. "You're awake." He sat up and scowled as he glanced down at his bandaged torso. "Why yeah." Iida cautioned, "You were seriously hurt." Izuku muttered, "No shit. I took a katana to the stomach." He moaned as he fell back, grunting at the jostling. "Dad's gonna kill me," he said, glancing at Yui and observing the bandages on her arms and legs. "Are you okay?" he asked. She replied, "You and Iida were the worst injured. Todoroki and I are just waiting for the doctors to release us." Todoroki muttered, "Given how outclassed we were, I think we were lucky we all weren't killed." As she scooted closer to Izuku's bedside, Yui hummed, "Izuku especially." She offered him some yogurt, which he gratefully accepted, struggling to hold the cup and spoon with his weak limbs and giving in when Yui took them and gestured to feed him. Todoroki looked to Iida, who stood and bowed, and said, amused, "We're happy you survived Midoriya. I must apologize, Izuku. My blind need for revenge almost got you all killed." "Hey man, don't worry about it," Izuku replied with ease. "Last night would have been a clusterfuck regardless. I mean the Nomus on their own. Fuck what happened to the Nomus. My father killed two of them, and Stain got the one that tried to drag you away." Todoroki clarified, "However, nothing about the other members of the League of Villains. But they did get Stain." Yui went on, "He passed out a few seconds after saving you." Izuku nodded slowly and said, "So what's next?" "Now we wait," Iida murmured. "The doctor still needs to see you, and I am still waiting for some tests to be completed on my arms." Yui held up the yogurt and said, "Now say ah. You can eat until then." Izuku ignored Todoroki and Iida's amused glances and blushed as he kept eating. After a few hours, the door opened for the doctors, Manuel, and X-less. Youngster, X grinned and said, "You're alive and you seem to be doing better than ever." Izuku reddened as he glanced at Yui, who was seated between his legs, idly browsing through her phone. "Hey X, did you make it out okay?" "Mostly. Before we go any further, sir." When a man with a dog's head entered, the door opened again and he said, "This is Kenji Saragame, the police chief of Hosu." Iida and Todoroki were forced to sit down when the man said, "Please stay seated, rough." Izuku thought incredulously, "Woof. I am here to discuss the severity of last night with you four." He started by saying, "4 heroes in training taking out the hero killer on their own is astounding, and you should all be proud of the strength you showcased and displayed. Sadly I cannot condone your actions." "Pardon me," Shoto narrowed his eyes and asked. "The injuries Stain sustained during his fight with you four has left him bedridden in the ICU ward. It's a miracle he didn't die, and while it is true he was a dangerous foe, 2 of you had no approval to confront the villain." Izuku said angrily, his arms instinctively encircling Yui, "I don't regret a single thing. If we hadn't done what we did, then Iida, Native, and Yui would be dead right now." Yes. You were given express permission to use your quirk in the defense of Native." He turned to face X-less, who merely smiled back. "Normally, I would chastise your mentor and tell you that what you did was extremely reckless, not to mention dangerous, but, you are right, your timely arrival and your SOS message to other hero students saved lives, and for that I thank you as well as Ms. Kodai. Sadly young Iida and Todoroki had no authorization, and were this a normal circumstance, both would likely be facing expulsion and possibly criminal charges." Iida bowed his head in embarrassment, and Todoroki stiffened, looking angry. "However, considering the situation, I have decided to entrust the entire rescue to young Midoriya and Ms. Kodai because they were authorized to confront the villain and the villain's wounds would correspond with both quirks. Although neither of you will receive any recognition, it will undoubtedly keep you out of trouble." "I don't see anything wrong with that reasoning," Todoroki muttered. "It does make the most sense." Iida looked at Yui and Midoriya and said, "I owe you both my life." "I owe you mine as well, Iida." Yui replied quietly, "You took several hits for us during the fight." Iida hung her head in shame and muttered, "We were only in the position we were in because of me." "Look man, it's understandable," Izuku said. "I'd have done the same thing had it been Bakugo or Jin. Don't let this keep you from being the hero you want to be." I won't, but I still feel all of the credit should go to you too. It's a small price to pay." According to Todoroki, "I agree. Then congratulations heroes Kojin and Rule." Suragame responded, "For apprehending the hero killer. This is quite the debut for you. And though I cannot officially say it, I want to thank you too, Iida and Todoroki, for your help in his apprehension." As Manuel approached Iida and gave him a severe reprimand, the teenagers bowed to him, and X approached Izuku. "Doc said you'd be in here for a bit." He grumbled, "So you probably won't get to finish your internship, but still, I'm proud of you kid. Without you Native would be dead, you also held your own against Nomu." Izuku grinned and said, "Thank you X, Native wanted to come by, but they're still patching him up," X said, glancing at Yui. "He's about as proud of you as I am of Kojin here. If you two continue on this path, you two have a bright future ahead of you." As X started to move toward the door, Yui grinned broadly. "I'll try and see you off on Friday kid, don't tear yourself up before then." "Gotcha boss," Izuku sighed, letting Yui lean against his chest and leaning back, the strange weight still reassuring after his terrible day. Soon after, the doctors returned, using their peculiarities sparingly to further heal Izuku's stomach wound. The injury was so severe that they had to work slowly or risk it not healing properly, while discreetly discussing his injuries with Iida in a corner. "Iida, how is your injury?" Izuku inquired. "There's a chance that I'll never regain full range of motion in my hand," Iida said softly as he paused and turned to face Izuku. "The knives hit a vital nerve in my right arm." Izuku muttered, "That's rough buddy. Is there a surgery you can get for it?" "I turned it down." "Why?" the other 3 teenagers asked, gaping at Iida. "That could seriously impede your combat skills," Todoroki said. "I received these injuries because of my own hubris and want for vengeance. I am keeping them as a reminder of how far I truly need to go as a hero." Izuku nodded slowly and said, "I can respect that." He held out his own scarred hand for a fist bump, which Iida returned, and Yui hummed in agreement. Before Iida was released to his family, Todoroki sighed and they continued discussing the few things they had learned during their internships. You two truly are amazing. What are you going to do now? As he started to move toward the door, Izuku questioned his classmate. He said, grinning a little as he glanced at them, I can't wait to see how he's handling it. My father failed to capture the hero killer, and all of the credit went to you too. Izuku muttered, he worries me sometimes, as the boy walked away. Yui hummed in agreement as she reclined against him and played a game on her phone. Izuku started by involuntarily putting his arms around her waist and said, not that I'm complaining, but why are you so needy now? Yui glanced down at him for a moment before looking up into his eyes once more. You nearly died twice, and I like you, and I don't want to lose you, she whispered. You won't lose me, Izuku muttered, tightening his embrace for a brief moment, I promise. Shutting her eyes and leaning against him, Yui sighed contentedly until the nurse arrived to administer Izuku's final dose of medication. After 2 days, Yui and Izuku hobbled slowly in the direction of the train that would return them to Mustafu Prefecture. X strolling next to them. Sorry your internships were cut short. X responded, but with your injuries, and with natives still in the hospital, there's nothing we can do. It's all right. Honestly I'm looking forward to relaxing for a bit, Izuku murmured. Yui nodded yes. Can't argue with that. X laughed. Just remember to give me a call once you get your license. You're good in a fight, kid, and I'd like to see how far Kojin can get. As the train arrived at the station, Izuku bowed slightly to X and said, thank you, X. I hope to see you again. See ya, kid, X said, waving them away as they entered the somewhat packed train. As Izuku flinched in agony, Yui inquired anxiously, do you need to sit down? He smiled reassuringly and said, I'm fine. They told me I'd be sore for a few days. A young middle schooler yelled, dude. Are you Kojin? In an attempt to push his way between Yui and Izuku, but Izuku pushed him back with narrowed eyes. I am, he said slowly as he involuntarily drew Yui nearer to him. With his tentacle-like hair wildly flapping, the boy exclaimed, dude, you are awesome. My buddy said you beat the hero killer. Slowly, Izuku turned to face Yui and said, I did, with some help. No way your rule. The middle schooler exclaimed, drawing the train's attention. Hey, that is Rule, and Kojin too. Those two are the real deal. Can't believe they're only first years, way to go you two. As their new fans surrounded them, Izuku clasped Yui's hand in his. Can I get an autograph? Dude, your scars are wicked. You two are awfully close. Are you together? Is that why you confronted the hero killer? As the train came to a stop, both teenagers flushed. Izuku called out, sorry everyone, this is our stop. As they got off, with a few bystanders attempting to follow. Yui quickly touched a trash can nearby and made it larger so that it covered the entrance long enough for them to escape. As they went down the sidewalk, Izuku sighed, we might have to get disguises. Glasses and hoodies? Yui leaned closer to him and asked. As they strolled toward Iroh's recently reopened tea shop, hands still clasped together, he concurred, hoodies and glasses. Izuku recalled the Jasmine Dragon as a charming little shop with polished wood floors, a number of tables, and cozy cushioned chairs encircling them. The air was filled with the lingering scent of incense as people conversed quietly over their tea, and there was only one waitress who went from table to table bringing refills or small snacks. Izuku. Come on over. Izuku glanced over and smiled to see Present Mike and Midnight seated at a table, both dressed in civilian clothes and not their typical hero attire. Midnight, he said, bowing slightly in respect. None of that, HMPH. Do you recall that I am your honorary aunt? You understand that it's either Auntie Nomori or just Nomori? She asked sharply. Recalling the few occasions he had met her and Present Mike outside of work, he laughed and said, of course, how could I forget? The two would constantly taunt Aizawa, which led to some of his best days. Ms. Kodai, too. Present Mike groaned as Nomori gasped, what are you doing with our residential fire user? Both young adults blushed as she appeared to look intently at their clasped hands. Yui muttered, I like him, as they sat down with the two heroes, bending closer to Izuku. Nomori exclaimed, oh, I knew you two would end up together, before turning to face Hizashi and slamming her hand against the table. Pay up, she said. As Hizashi took out some yen and gave it to Nomori, Izuku and Yui started to perspire. One of these days I'll win, he complained. Nomori leaned over to the two and said, so, we heard about what happened in Hosu. Are you two okay? Izuku smiled easily and said, Aside from a few new scrapes and scratches, we're fine, though I'll be sore for a few more days. Iroh walked over with a tray full of steaming cups and called jokingly, perhaps a hot cup of tea will help. As Izuku got up and assisted the elderly man in setting down the tea, he exclaimed, Uncle, I'd like you to meet Yui Kodai. Yui, this is Uncle Iroh, he took care of me when I was younger. Iroh bowed and remarked, it is truly an honor to meet you, young miss. Yui returned the bow with a respectful, likewise. They all sat down, and Iroh turned to Izuku and asked anxiously, now, how are your injuries, nephew? From what I was told, your injuries were quite extensive. How is the reopening going? I told Nomori that I would be sore for a while, he said. Very swimmingly. Iroh sipped his tea and Yui followed suit, saying, apparently I have the market in this area. Yui hummed joyfully while gazing brightly at her cup. Iroh laughed and said, Jasmine, my personal favorite. Yui remarked, it's very tasty. Iroh looked around conspiratorially before whispering, because Izuku's tastes like hot leaf juice. I'm glad my nephew is with such a smart young woman. Perhaps I can teach you my secret technique for brewing tea. Izuku moaned, isn't that what tea is? Hot leaf juice? And Yui laughed. As everyone chuckled, Iroh exclaimed, how could a member of my own family say that, with intensity? A couple of hours later, as he and Yui left the now closed tea shop, Izuku called, bye uncle, I'll try and come by tomorrow. Hizashi and Nomori had departed for a teacher's meeting several hours prior. Iroh yelled, you two stay safe, as they left. As they strolled along the sidewalk, Yui remarked, I like your uncle. Izuku said adoringly, he's the best. Where do you live? I'll walk you home. Reaching out and taking his hand, Yui said, not too far from here. He smiled as they clasped hands, adding, today was fun. It really was. Izuku concurred, though I wasn't very happy about that dig on my tea-making skills. Does the taste of your tea resemble hot leaf juice? Izuku huffed when Yui asked naively. It may have. A bit. As they arrived at her house, Yui laughed and said, thank you for today. She turned around and stepped up onto the stoop, saying, it was fun meeting your family. Good night, Yui. Izuku laughed and kissed her forehead, saying, you say that now, but you still haven't met my dad. Good night, Yui muttered, blushing, darting in and kissing his cheek before entering. Whistling a soft melody, Izuku grinned broadly as he skipped down the stairs and out of the house. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He was almost home when he growled sharply, whoever's out there, step on out now. He turned to glare at a shadow that was slowly emerging from an alley. You've really grown up, haven't you, Akuma? That voice. Izuku muttered, tensing as a familiar face stepped out, Dabi. Hasn't seen your little brother in a while? You've really grown into that quirk of yours, the scarred man sneered, observing your small display at the sports festival. Dabi, what do you want? Izuku asked impolitely. What? Is it impossible for a friend to visit his little Kahai? With an innocent wave of his hand, he said, calm down, Akuma. You have nothing to fear from me at the moment, especially after you defeated the hero killer. He laughed aloud. Izuku said stiffly, he was trying to kill my friends. As he paced around Izuku, who remained vigilant while observing the older man, Dabi exclaimed, and you managed to stop him. But that doesn't mean his message didn't reach others. This society is corrupt and must be taken apart. He paused and gave Izuku a dejected smile, saying, her ideologies make a lot of sense, and a lot of people, me included, will be following it. You and that Kodai girl are deemed safe, but don't be surprised if the next time we meet, we're enemies. Heroes who do not meet the vision of the hero killer will be cold. Damn it, Izuku muttered as he trudged down the sidewalk with his hands in his pockets, recalling an incident from his childhood, but he didn't relax until Dabi was out of sight. Izuku opened his eyes slowly and looked in disbelief at the group of older boys who were now unconscious on the ground from minor burns. A boy with black hair and spikes stood above them, covered in severe burn scars, and he was glaring down at the boys with a chilly rage. The boy glared at Izuku and Jin and said, that'll teach you to mess with my friends. Come on guys, let's get you two fixed up. Izuku started to cry, but stopped when Dabi karate chopped off his head. Dabi, I'm sorry. Don't apologize, Dabi said to him, smiling amiably, just do what you need to do to strengthen yourself, okay? What am I going to do? Izuku sighed as he unlocked the door to his apartment. As he entered, he muttered. He froze as a well-known capture weapon tightened around him, and he slowly turned to face Aizawa in the kitchen, who was sipping from a juice box and staring at his son with glowing red eyes. What did I say about taking care of yourself again? The following day. How can I help you? The overweight man asked boredly as Izuku approached the municipal jail with his hands in his pockets and stopped in front of a thick window where an officer was waiting. Jin Watanabe. Here to visit, Izuku said plainly. I should be on the list, he said. Well, let's see, this is it. Feel free to enter, he will arrive soon. Izuku nodded and went into the visitation room, which was a long room with metal stools arranged against the wall. Izuku sat in front of one of the stools, which had a phone and window set into the wall. Jin was sitting across from him a few moments later, pressing the phone to his ear while Izuku did the same. Good seeing you again, Akuma, the boy with the bald head grinned. Izuku replied, leaning slightly against the wall, same to you Golem. How they treatin' you in there? Jin smugly remarked, great job on that by the way. It's not too bad now that everyone knows one of my boys took down the hero killer. You are aware of my behavior, Izuku remarked casually. Yeah, I saw, that Kodai girl must be something else if you jumped into a fight with the hero killer for her. Red in the face, Izuku said, we didn't start going out until after that. Oh ho ho. Got the stones to ask her out after almost dying, huh? Izuku quickly tried to shift the topic by asking, how's your case going? He leaned back a little and said, Nezu came by the other day to talk. Jin smiled knowingly, since I helped you guys there dropping all the hard ones, criminal trespass should drop pretty quick. What was it that he desired? Izuku asked. He's starting some kind of rehab project for criminal cases like me. He's talked to 19 others here, even extended an invitation to Khan and Peterson. You're going to accept the offer? Those two are heavy hitters, Izuku whistled. I know you don't like talking about your past, so your classmates probably don't know all the small-time shit we used to do. I don't want to throw a wrench into your shit. Jin acknowledged, I was going to talk with you about it first. Izuku made Jin laugh by deadpanned, bro, if you don't accept that offer, then I'll kick your ass. To be honest, I don't care if they find out about the little-time shit. Don't ruin your life for me, man. The majority of the staff is already aware of it, and I'm sure everyone has some idea of what we used to do. I got ya Akuma. Jin laughed, is there anything else you want to discuss with me? Yes, do you recall Dabi? He confronted me last night, Izuku inquired. Jin grunted, I haven't seen Dabi since our time in the madhouse. What did he want? Apparently he wanted to warn me. Izuku murmured, said there'd be a lot of people who will be following Stain's ideologies, and that just because I was deemed worthy, doesn't mean that we wouldn't be enemies. If he's following the hero killer, then he's serious, Jin muttered, this is bad, Dabi isn't one to follow someone blindly. Do you think he'd actually fight me? As in seriously? Jin nodded his head. Dabi may have had our backs, but if we're heroes and we get in his way, then he won't hesitate. The officer yelled over the intercom, time's up. Jin breathed deeply, I'll be out this bitch next month man, don't get into too much trouble Izuku got up and said, yeah, I got ya. Party when you get out. As Izuku departed, Jin said, you know it, later Akuma. Her thoughts were still clouded by Dabi's remarks. I apologize for the delay in my update, but I'm back. If you would like to have an OC appear with the rehabilitation class, please send me their information. 3 characters have already been selected, so the next 17 will be given a chance. Only after the training camp arc will they appear. In the interim, goodbye. Class 1A was in a frenzy. All of them had seen the hero killer being taken down and their friends standing aside in the news. The fact that one of their classmates played a crucial role in defeating the villain was astounding, as was the fact that their classmates had battled the hero killer. To think he was fighting the hero killer, Kaminari told Jiru, I'm glad I thought to tell my mentor about Izuku's message. Bakugo complained that he was typical Deku, always getting into trouble, attempting to ignore Shiro and Kirishima's laughter at his hairstyle. Have you lost a wager or anything? Shiro guffawed. Stop talking, you jerk, otherwise, IT will not lay. The influence of Best Jeanist must have been significant, huh? Kirishima laughed. Cease your shit hair. Bakugo growled, his hair returning to its typical position. Look, IT made itself right, Bakugo complained. Oi Deku, you still alive? As he turned to face the door, where Izuku was hobbling in. Izuku sighed and walked over to his desk, saying, obviously. How are you feeling? Sato inquired. Iida and Todoroki mentioned that you had suffered severe injuries. Not the worst injury I've ever had, Izuku replied with ease, just a bit sore, I'll be fine by tomorrow. He's making it sound like he took out a mugger, and not the hero killer Stain, Mina said with a dramatic sigh. Yes, Midoriya, you can't act so casually about this. Dude was really badass, and you took him down with that Yui girl, Kaminari interrupted. To be honest, I was scared the entire time. Izuku admitted that he believed we were dead until he managed to land the final blow. Enough with the depressing stuff. Hagakure yelled, what's going on between you and Kodai? People have been speculating over your relationship. Izuku sighed, yeah I know, they practically mobbed us Thursday when we went to Iroh's. Mina said, so you were going out with her? Yeah. Why is it so important? Izuku responded, we got together after everything happened. However, both girls were now gossiping about what this meant for other possible matches rather than listening to him. As Aizawa pushed the door open and saw his class seated and looking straight ahead, he growled, everyone should already be in their seats. Okay, so I've heard nothing but good things for all of you in regards to the work studies, but don't get complacent. Because your finals are approaching. What you do over the summer break will be directly impacted by your ability to pass. To improve your quirks, those of you who pass will attend a summer training camp. Make sure you put in a lot of effort and pass because those who don't will be attending summer school with me. Prepare for English now. Just give it some thought. We might be relaxing on a beach in a few weeks. Kaminari sighed dreamily, sitting in the lunchroom with several other 1A students, Sun, Surf and Babes. What are we going to have to do for our exams? Jiru deadpanned, yeah, keep dreaming Sparky. The written exam should prove easy if we study hard. Iida responded, but the physical is an unknown. Kirishima added, maybe Midoriya will know, you know what? Izuku brought his tray over, Yui at his side, and the whole table looked up in surprise. Dude. Here you are, Kaminari let out a startled cry. As they took a seat across from Iida and Uraraka, Izuku remarked, Yui wanted to meet all of you. Iida said, it is good to see you again, Kodai. She answered, you too, Iida. And you're Uraraka, right? Yep. You can call me Ochako if you want. Izuku turned to Kirishima and asked, so what did you want to ask me? As Yui was chatting with his pals. We wanted to know if you know what we're doing for the final exam, since Aizawa's like your dad. Izuku shrugged and said, sorry guys, old man hasn't said anything to me about it. Oh what's this? Izuku's whole body tensed as Monoma walked toward them. CLASS 1A doesn't know how the physical exam will be. How embarrassing. Surely they must have an edge over the rest of US lowly students. He then turned to Yui, and look at the traitor. What, class 1B not good enough for you? Izuku snarled and started to get up, saying, you can stop with all that. Or what? Trying to intimidate me now, just like a villain. After hitting the boy in the head with her fist, rendering him helpless, Kendo apologized on Monoma's behalf, saying, but you guys shouldn't have much to worry about, an upperclassman told me that the exam is just fighting robots. As she picked him up and slung him over her shoulder, Monoma wheezed, that was supposed to be a secret Kendo. Kendo walked away and said sharply, give it a rest Monoma. Izuku complained as he sat back down, I'm just sorry it wasn't me. I'm glad someone finally knocked him out. Yui sighs, same. So Kodai, Mina exclaimed, thrusting herself against the girl. How far have you and Midoriya gone? Toru began badgering them too, and both teenagers turned scarlet. Iida yelled at Mina and Toru, her arm moving robotically, that is inappropriate talk for a lunch table. Yui blushed as Izuku sighed and entwined his hand with hers, saying, thanks Iida, seriously, you guys are worse than my old roommate. You're 15, how could you have had a roommate? Well you see, he paused when Iida spoke up again. Hurry up and eat, we only have 15 minutes before classes resume. Sure thing Iida, Izuku said, rolling his eyes affectionately. After a week, you will be facing the teachers. As his father described the process, Izuku stood in stunned silence with his classmates, unconsciously clenching and unclenching his fists. He smiled when he was informed that Bakugo would be his partner, saying, looks like we get to work together number 2. Izuku said with an easy grin as Bakugo growled. You two will be going up against. As he emerged from behind ectoplasm, Paku said, me. Donning his costume, he turned to face the two and said, I expect to be reasonably challenged by the two of you. After glancing at Bakugo, Izuku turned back to Paku and remarked, it's going to be a fun match-up, that's for sure. Those of you whose exams are about to start, I suggest you get with your partner and discuss strategy, everyone else can wait in the viewing room until their turn comes. Izuku grabbed Bakugo's arm and led him into the viewing room as the class started to disperse, saying, "We may be majorly screwed." "Deku, what on earth are you talking about?" Bakugo let out a bark. "Are you unaware of who that person is?" As they arrived at the viewing room, Izuku asked. "He's a retired pro hero named Whiplash, and his quirk is waterbending. Any water within a specific radius is under his control." Bakugo declared confidently, "We'll blast him clear off campus and pass with flying colors." "Are you not paying attention? He can easily counter my fire because he controls water, so you can't use your explosions." Bakugo frowned and said, "We'll take care of him, he's old and no longer even a pro." "I am aware of it." Izuku sighed and sat back to observe his classmates take their tests. "I hope you're right." Aizawa had cornered Paku in the hallway in the meantime. "I assumed All Might would be confronting those two." He let out a growl. He looked at Aizawa and sighed at his suspicious look, saying, "I promise, this has nothing to do with the Caldera Syndicate. I simply want to see what these boys can do. After all, they managed to impress me at the sports festival." Paku calmly explained. Principal Nezu decided that All Might wasn't the right match for these two. Aizawa sighed, complaining, "And you're not exactly easy to impress." "Relax, your boy's in good hands," he said, placing a comforting hand on Aizawa. "As you well remember back when you were in my class." Aizawa murmured, "Just watch yourself, he's more resourceful than you probably think." "I'm sure you have your own test to start now." Entering the fictitious city, Izuku and Bakugo cautiously surveyed their surroundings before saying, "Look, I know you think we can just blast him away, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna be harder than that." "Yeah right," sneered Bakugo, "we'll blast this extra away easy." "Is that correct? Be careful," Izuku yelled as he shoved Bakugo aside and was hurled away by a high-pressure water jet. The two slowly stand up as Paku takes a stance and starts to move, breaking concrete and steel as he calls forth water from multiple underground pipes and bringing it around him in a mass of tentacles. A hot-headed boy prone to fighting, and a reformed thug, Ua has truly fallen, Paku sneered, hurling a water whip at Bakugo, sending him flying back to where Izuku had crashed. "You old geezer, what did you say?" Bakugo roared, launching himself at him with a tremendous explosion. "Wait, Bakugo." With a flick of his wrist, Paku caused a fire hydrant to explode, slamming Bakugo into a nearby building while he blew a puff of breath to freeze the water. Izuku yelled. "Come now Kojin," Paku grumbled, "show me what the great dragon of the west has taught you." Izuku erupted as he leapt forward, launching multiple streams of fire at Paku, who effortlessly soaked the assaults and produced a dense steam cloud. Paku opened his water skin and sent several stinging whips at Izuku, striking him in the chest as Izuku blasted out of the steam and barely missed him with a flaming axle kick, extinguishing his fire and turning his summoned water to steam. "Coming!" Bakugo roared, having destroyed his icy prison and re-entering the fight, his flying kick sending Paku tumbling down the street. "You still alive Deku? Continue to press him." As he flooded the street again, Izuku gave the order and hurled more flames at Paku, who managed to avoid them with ease. "Avoid giving me instructions." With a snap, Bakugo raised his hand and destroyed the street in front of him. The two of them proceeded to attack, dodging water whips and Paku's attacks with ease. Using a twist of his foot and a sweep of his leg, Midoriya was flying back, and Bakugo was being flung across the street. Their quirks are powerful, and these two are skillful, he thought as he constructed an ice wall to block Bakugo's attack, sending spikes at Midoriya as he opened his maw and turned them to steam. Were my quirk not what it was, and if I hadn't confronted quirks like theirs before, I would already be done. Grab this. Impact of howitzer. Bakugo pulled the pins on his gauntlets and screamed. In order to absorb the concussive blast and create a heavy rain in their area, Paku destroyed 2 fire hydrants and brought thousands of gallons of water forward. Then, he froze the droplets into jagged icicles and sent them directly at Bakugo, pinning him to the ground. "He's too strong for us to defeat, damn it." Izuku melted the icicles and snarled as he leapt at Bakugo, saying, "Prepare to soar." Paku's attempt to stop Bakugo in his tracks was thwarted when Izuku yelled and threw him in the direction of the escape gate. He turned and roared, fierce flames gushing from his mouth. "You believe you can use fire to overwhelm me?" Paku yelled as more pipes burst and water poured out of the ground, soaking Izuku's flame and engulfing him in water. Paku immediately froze, freezing more and more water on top of it as Izuku's flames grew stronger. He then started to shape the ice around Izuku, freezing more and more around it as the ice glowed with gold fire. Paku, panting, was left staring at the ice prison he had made when the bright light finally went out. Knowing that the boy had previously broken out of something similar, Paku muttered, "He can't be done yet." Perish. Paku ducked under Bakugo's sneak attack and leapt away. Izuku was curled up on himself inside the orb of ice, too cold to use his quirk. Izuku muttered, "No, no," as flashbacks overtook him. Izuku cries, his hands deathly pale, and he throws himself against the door as it slams shut, surrounded by cold metal. "No, no, no." Izuku whimpered as he curled into the fetal position, "Not now." He was curled in the corner, whimpering as he willed his fingers to light, but nothing came out. He felt nothing but cold as the freezer pumped colder air into the room. He couldn't feel his hands or his face, and his feet hurt to stand on. No. For a few seconds before they passed away, the area was illuminated by blue arcs of electricity that shot into the sky, exposing the demolished ice prison. Bakugo and Paku covered their eyes. "Ha, see that, you old geezer. Your shitty ice ain't shit for Deku. Let's take him out." Bakugo's smile faded as he looked at Deku and saw his friend curled up on the ground, clutching his chest in agony. Deku. Bakugo yelled at Paku and rushed to Izuku. "TTT, too cold. No. My chest," Izuku stammered, his eyes squeezed shut as he attempted to force air out of his lungs. With a growl, Bakugo slung the boy over his shoulders and ran off, saying, "Don't worry, Midoriya, I got you." Paku, still too stunned by Midoriya to have taken any action to avoid that attack, easily passed through the escape gate as he pulled himself out of the crater Bakugo had placed him in. When the main building door opened and several of their classmates were visible, Bakugo yelled, "Old lady. Move it, extras." Bakugo ran past the students, who made room for him, and made her way directly to the infirmary, where Recovery Girl was waiting. "Put him on the table. Hurry." The old teacher froze in horror at the scars covering Izuku, and Paku arrived at the infirmary just as they were removing his costume. That should help, but his nerve endings are fried. It's going to take multiple healing sessions to heal the damage, and if we're not careful his heart might not escape scarring, the Recovery Girl whispered in shock as she kissed his chest and shook her head. "He's having a heart attack." "How did this happen?" Paku questioned, startled. "It seems those techniques are more than just fancy moves," Recovery Girl said with a grin. "Usually his lightning exits through his arms, generated safely away from his internal organs. However, he must have panicked and channeled all that energy through his chest. His heart stopped for a few seconds. That's dangerous. This is all your fault." The boy was trembling with barely controlled anger as both elders gazed at Bakugo in disbelief. "I've seen you before, watching Deku like you didn't trust him. You knew this would hurt him. You had to have. You did this on purpose. Watch yourself, Sonny," warned the Recovery Girl. Paku is an old pro, and a veteran teacher. He'd never do anything to harm a student on purpose. Bakugo snarled, "Whatever." Ignoring his classmates' inquiries, he pushed past the two and departed the infirmary. The Recovery Girl sighed and said, "I don't think you would, but it has to be asked, did you do this on purpose?" "No," Paku muttered, "I wouldn't have used that move if I had known about this beforehand. We'll have to watch him very carefully. I was watching this entire time, and I have my suspicions of what made him panic." With a sigh, Paku left the infirmary and stopped when he saw Aizawa. "Keep me posted." "What took place?" the weary instructor asked. "He had a panic attack while in one of my ice prisons," Paku murmured, and the lightning he summoned went through his heart. Aizawa peered through the door with a worried expression. "This hasn't happened before, right?" Paku inquired. "When he was fighting Todoroki I saw him panic for a split second before he retaliated. It was so quick I never thought to question him." Paku averted his gaze and said, "I didn't intend for this to occur. Regardless of whether they had me or not, I would have passed them. They're good. You need to speak with Midoriya." Paku started to leave, saying, "I know." Izuku remained steadfast between the Jones family and a younger child who was whimpering in agony and bleeding from multiple cuts on his back. The husband snarled, "Get out of the way, or else." "Otherwise, what?" Izuku growled, "Will you brand me once more?" "He must be punished. All he did was break a cup, and on accident at that. You little monsters don't do anything by accident. All of you are corrupt. To receive salvation from God's right hand. You and your God are fucked. You can't beat a child to within an inch of their life," Izuku growled. "I believe it's time for a different approach for you," the man said grimly as he suddenly grabbed a handful of Izuku's hair and pulled him across the living room and down into the basement. He growled before smiling. Get rid of me, you jerk. Izuku screamed as he let loose his feeble red flames, but the man used his special, holy steel, scale-like metal to shield him from the flames. He sneered, we've dealt with unrepentant flame users before, and walked over to a big metal freezer. Enjoy the cooler, he said, opening the door and throwing Izuku inside before locking it and slamming it behind him. When the cold started to set in, Izuku screamed, let me out you asshole. I'll burn this whole fucking building to the ground with you in it. He punched the door in an attempt to summon his fire, but the feeble flames did little more than scorch the wall and did little to warm him as he fell against it, shivering. A few hours later, with his lips beginning to turn blue and his arms and legs immobile, he was hauled out. Drag him to his bed, he can sleep in tomorrow. Izuku jerked away from the other children, whispering, fuck you, since Jin had left, none of whom were his friends. Oh, is that how you see my generosity? Maybe a few more hours will teach you a lesson in respect. Izuku awoke with a start and groaned as the involuntary action caused a pain to blossom in his chest. As the recovery girl entered to see how the boy was doing, she said, oh good. You're awake, how ya feeling, sonny? Like my chest is on fire, he croaked, shaking off the last memories of bone-deep cold. What happened? You had a panic attack during your final and summoned your lightning without the form needed. Without the kata, the lightning coursed through your chest, instead of through your arms and gave you a minor heart attack, Izuku said, turning to face Iroh, who was now standing in the doorway with a somber expression. Izuku sighed and collapsed back on the bed, saying, that doesn't sound good. It isn't, the recovery girl replied, had it not originated from you, it would have completely stopped your heart. As it is, you'll be feeling discomfort in your chest for a few days, and we'll have to watch for heart palpitations. You also have the early stages of frostbite, but keeping warm should take care of that. Is that all? Izuku sighed and winced as he slowly pushed himself up to sit, pausing just long enough for Iroh to place a hand on his shoulder. Iroh said softly, don't overwork yourself, nephew, take it easy while you can. After hesitating, Izuku nodded and let himself drop back onto the bed. Sonny, would you like to discuss what transpired? Recovery girl questioned him. Izuku turned his head away from them and muttered, no, I don't. I'll come back in a bit, hopefully your strength has returned enough. I hope this isn't a bad time. Paku stepped in as recovery girl left, approaching the bed without turning to face Iroh. Probably not the best, but do come in. Iroh joked, I'd offer some tea, but recovery girl has already chastised me about bringing my tea sets here. Paku looked at Izuku and said, indeed. How are you feeling, Mr. Midoriya? He asked. He muttered, like hammered shit. I came to apologize, Paku said, bowing to the boy. Had I known you would react like that, I would have never used that move. He appeared to be looking down. Izuku responded, how could you have known? It's fine. That still doesn't make it right, if I may ask, said Paku, slowly rising to his feet. According to Izuku, you may not. After a moment of hesitation, Paku nodded and said, of course, I simply wanted to apologize, I'll take my leave now. Iroh stood and patted Izuku's leg, saying, I'll follow you. Get some rest, nephew. Tomorrow, we can discuss this further over a nice cup of ginseng tea. Bye uncle. The two older men, Iroh with his arms folded inside his sleeves and Paku with his arms by his side, walked out together. As they walked, Paku muttered, I must apologize to you as well, Iroh. I misjudged you and the boy, and in doing so my moves were less restrained. Iroh shrugged and said, you were the one who was supposed to find me, so you had no reason to trust me. It still does not excuse my words and actions. Best to let bygones be bygones, Iroh interrupted him softly, saying that letting resentment and anger run amok invites spiritual imbalance, which results in errors like this. Well said, Paku murmured, still, I feel that I owe both you and Midoriya a debt. Well, you can repay your debt to me by joining me in Tatsumoto for some tea and pie show. You engage in play, Paku inquired, startled. As they left the building, Iroh remarked, I like to think I am undefeated in the art. That will change today. The sound of several feet running down the hall made Izuku's ears perk up. What in the? He began, sitting up as the door flew open and his class poured in. Guys, what are you oof? He exclaimed. Uraraka and Mina practically tackled the boy with a flying hug, and he grunted in pain. Midoriya, and they exclaimed. The girls sprang back from Izuku as he wheezed, "Pain, so much pain." "We saw what happened in the viewing room, but Mr. Aizawa wouldn't let us see you," Iida said, placing a hand on his friend's shoulder. "You really gave us a fright, Midoriya." "That lightning was intense," Kaminari responded. "I don't know how much voltage you were throwing out, but it was way past my limit." Izuku laughed feebly. "Almost stopped my heart." "Past my limit too?" Sato questioned. "Why would you use such a dangerous move?" "It was a mistake," he added. "It probably won't happen again." "I mean," Kaminari grunted as Jiro pushed him, "you really gave us a heart attack, still man." "It's okay. I understand," Izuku said, laughing once more. "I'll be more cautious the next time, okay?" As she entered, Recovery Girl said, "All right, let's give young Midoriya here some time to rest." The Recovery Girl is accurate. "Come on back to the classroom." As they bid farewell to the injured student, Iida said, escorting everyone outside. Bakugo snarled at him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "I'll kick your ass if your shitty injury keeps us from facing off again." "You better get better, Deku." "Yeah, I get you, Kachan." "See ya," Izuku grinned. "Go ahead and lay back down, Sonny. One more healing session and a quick nap and you'll be able to leave." As Izuku left Ua, the sun was gradually sinking lower in the sky. Uraraka called out, "Hey Midoriya," while she was waiting at the gate with Bakugo and Iida. As he walked up to them, Izuku smiled wearily and said, "I thought you guys would want to go home." "We wanted to make sure you would get home," Iida responded, "and while Bakugo is more than capable, I, as class representative, must see to the health of my classmates." Uraraka chirped, "And I wanted to hang out," which caused Izuku to laugh. They were largely silent as Izuku walked down the walkway toward the train station, saying, "Well, let's get going, I don't want to be here any longer than I have to today." He kept his hands in his pockets and walked ahead of everyone else. When Iida and Uraraka tried to question Izuku about what had happened, Bakugo would look them away. When they arrived at the station, they sat in silence because nobody wanted to stray from their preferred topic and nobody had a backup plan. At least until Bakugo turned to Uraraka and asked, "So, you like food?" After clearing his throat, Uraraka said, staring at Bakugo bewildered, yeah." He looked away and growled, "Do you, well, just that, never mind." Okay." Bewildered by the boy's unusual hesitation, Izuku gazed at Bakugo for a short while before his eyes widened comically and he turned back to face Bakugo. "No fucking way," he said aloud, causing Bakugo to become rigid and pale while Uraraka and Iida gazed at Izuku. Curious, Uraraka inquired, "What is it?" Izuku cleared his throat in response to Bakugo's glare, saying, Thought I saw Moroku, but it wasn't her." He laughed sheepishly. "Mioriya, you shouldn't be cursing in any case. It is not worthy of a hero." Iida scolded him while making a robotic hand motion. "How about a delinquent who has been rehabilitated?" Izuku smiled as he asked. Uraraka remarked, "You couldn't have been that bad. I was regularly in juvie and burned a house down. But it was for a worthy cause, isn't it?" After giving it some thought, Izuku began nodding, saying, "Technically yes." "How can a house be set on fire for a worthy cause?" Iida inquired bewilderedly. As the train arrived, Izuku shrugged and said, "Abusers." "Oh no, this is who we are." As the doors opened, Uraraka exclaimed, "See you all tomorrow." Izuku waved after them and said, "See ya Uraraka, Iida," as Bakugo muttered something. As the train departed, Izuku saddled up to Bakugo and said, "So, you like Uraraka, huh?" Bakugo pushed him away and said, "I don't." "Are you certain? I ask my friends more than just, so do you like food?" Bakugo started to steam, and Izuku started to laugh. "Shut up, I don't like that round-faced loser. I just wanted to know if she liked food." Izuku laughed and leaned back against the pillar, rolling his eyes. "Sure Jan," he said. Bakugo sighed and looked up at the sky. "Hey Deku," he began, "how was the exam?" Looking away from his old friend, Izuku tensed up a little and said, "Nothing, just some stupid shit." Bakugo snarled, "It wasn't nothing. You were muttering when I got to you." Izuku sighed and muttered, "It happened with those people." "You're right, I just don't like talking about it." "I get it," Bakugo said sternly, "but if you ever need to talk about it, I'll let you yammer in my ear or something." Bakugo nodded in understanding. Even though Izuku had told him a lot throughout the semester, including the abuse he endured at the hands of the Jones family and the reason he never showed anyone the scars on his chest and back. Gee, thanks Bakugo, Uraraka's a lucky girl having you in her corner, Izuku said with a little laugh. Deku, quit. Dinner with the Bakugos had been as busy and exhausting as it sounded, and Izuku was ready for bed when he popped his neck as he ascended the stairs of his apartment building. Izuku. As he walked up to Aizawa, the young firefighter looked up and said, "Sup pops," grinning casually. "I hope you weren't waiting too long, forgot to shoot you a text." "It's fine," Aizawa assured him, smiling at him infrequently. "How are you feeling?" "Good, Aunt Mitsuki makes good udon." Nodding, Aizawa asked, "How are you? Following the events of your exam?" As he unlocked his door, Izuku dismissed him, saying, "It was nothing. Just a moment of weakness, it won't happen again." "Izuku," Aizawa replied, placing his hand on his shoulder. "I know you don't want to talk about it, and I don't want to force it, but sadly neither of us have a choice in the matter. Principal Nezu has ordered counseling, you'll be seeing Hound Dog in a week." As Izuku pointedly put it, "Yeah, I'm not doing that." "You don't have a choice. That is nonsense," Izuku yelled. "That's life," Aizawa shot back. "As I mentioned, we are both powerless in this situation. Nezu may very well ground you from training if you fail to appear." With his door open, Izuku bit his lip and muttered, "Fine. But don't expect me to be happy about it." "Izuku," began Aizawa. Izuku said, slamming his door, "Good night." Aizawa took a step forward, placed his hand on the doorknob, then sighed wearily and turned to leave, muttering, "Teenagers. What was the purpose of that?" Aizawa froze and turned to face Emi Fukato, who was wearing her hero uniform and carrying something behind her. "For fuck's sake," he moaned, glaring at her. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, thought I'd stop by and have dinner with you." She smiled. "We haven't seen each other in months after all, and Nimari said something about you wanting to see me again." She waggled her eyebrows and laughed as Aizawa figured it was a good enough excuse to bring some takeout and maybe fool around, "but it sounds like you're having some kid troubles. What? Did you find out you had a long-lost son or something?" He sighed, "It's complicated. Well, I'm off duty, and I don't have any papers to grade. I'm not discussing this with you." Still a little steaming, Emi lifted a bag of food slowly and sang, "I brought your favorite 1-ton soup, and I made sure they included egg rolls." "Fine. Yay, I knew you loved me, Zawa Jawa. You're insufferable, and you're a laugh." Izuku trudged silently down the hall, exhausted from the healing sessions he had undergone following the exam. The nightmares that plagued the sleep he had managed to get were so severe that he had to get up early and leave, taking an early train and exploring the hallways an hour and a half before classes began. "You all right?" When Yui came close enough, Izuku looked up and grinned. The girl appeared as shocked to see him there so early as he was to see her, and he said, "Better now." He then clasped their hands together. She stepped a bit closer and put their arms around each other, saying, "I heard what happened yesterday." With a slight flush, Izuku said, "I don't want to talk about it." After gently guiding him to a bench and asking him to sit down, she said, "Okay. Why are you here early?" She asked. "Talking to Hatsume about an addition to my costume." She responded, "She usually opens the shop at 4, and takes a break before class time. Why are you here?" "Couldn't sleep." He sighed, "Woke up early, couldn't get to sleep, and came in early, so now I'm just wandering in." He stopped when she abruptly released her hand and started guiding him to lie down, with his head resting in her lap. "Why Yui?" he stammered. Softly, Yui remarked, "You look exhausted." She ran a hand through his long hair, her cheeks turning a sweet pink, and said, "Try and get some sleep before class." He began to say, "1 hour won't help," but she just shushed him and gave him a forehead pat. She commanded, "Sleep." It was quite cozy here, and his eyes were quite heavy. He yawned and asked, "What if someone walks by?" With firmness, she stated, "They won't wake you." Izuku laughed and sensed that he was falling asleep. No one thought to try to wake up the sleeping hero course student, nor did they think they should reprimand them or get a teacher, but they had seen tired hero course students in similar situations over their years at UA, and many gave them shit. Yui took out her phone and looked at a few apps while absently petting Izuku's hair. In actuality, the hero course students were frequently among the most overworked students who accompanied the support students. Therefore, nobody really confronted them about it. Yui shook Izuku's shoulder as he was waking up an hour later. As she put her phone up, she said, class is about to start. Izuku sat up, stretched, and yawned, saying, all right. You were right, I needed that. As she took his hand, Yui gave him a smug smile. They walked silently down the hall to 1B, where Izuku kissed her forehead and said, have a good day, and thank you. As Izuku left, Yui blushed again and said, you're welcome. When Izuku entered the classroom, Bakugo yelled, Oi Deku. What were ya doin' sleepin' on a bench? As other students entered behind him, Izuku remarked, couldn't sleep. Came in early and ran into Yui, she made me take a nap. You idiot, how are you supposed to heal if you don't rest? I swear if you don't bounce back from this I'll blast ya. Izuku laughed and said, thanks for the encouragement number 2. You wanna go again Sparky? As she and Uraraka entered, Tsuyu croaked, happy to see everything's back to normal. She exclaimed, can't keep them down for long. As Iida rushed in, he successfully got a few people to get up from their seats and yelled, class is starting. Get to your desks, go, go, go. Sato moaned as he sat down, the one time he catches us. Kaminari sat down and said, every dog has his day right. How are you feeling, Midoriya? Gazing out the window, he complained, I'd feel better if people stopped asking me how I felt. Kaminari retreated. Sorry man, just worried. I'm sorry, just a little tired, Izuku sighed. All right, dude, Kaminari smiled, waking up again. As Aizawa entered the classroom, she declared, everyone quiet. The exams have been thoroughly looked at, surprisingly you all passed the written exam, she said. When Aizawa flashed his eyes, the class burst into cheers and immediately fell silent. However, he added, focusing his gaze on specific people, there were a number of you who failed the practical. Kirishima, Shiro, Sato, Kaminari, and Mina. All 3 of you failed the practical. I didn't, Izuku said, raising an eyebrow. Izuku asked. According to Aizawa, the principal and Whiplash both decided to pass you. They did this because they believed that you never once stopped fighting until you were placed in an impossible trap. However, you managed to escape even after your teammate intervened. However, you did lose points for hurting yourself. Izuku gave a slow nod of comprehension as Aizawa went on. To the chagrin of those on the list, he announced, now, those who failed will not be joining us at the summer camp. At least they wouldn't be if I had been truthful in what I had said. There's a last-minute twist. They let out a sigh of relief. The summer camp is for you all to improve on where you're weak. Aizawa clarified, those who fail will be the ones who will most benefit from it, however, that doesn't mean you're off the hook. You still failed, so you will be doing supplementary lessons with me while at the summer camp. We'll be going over the itinerary tomorrow. For now, get ready for English. Izuku examined the itinerary he was holding, considering what he would need to go get and what he would need to pack. Hi, Midoriya, do you not agree? What? He asked, looking up, confused as to why everyone was staring at him. What? Man, you really are out of it, Kirishima said empathetically. We were discussing going to the mall to get what we need after classes are over, and since most people are leaving, what do you think? Oh, sure, I need to get some things so I can tag along. Maybe I should invite Yui, she may need to get some things. Fantastic, we could choose option 1B. I like that kendo chick, Mina exclaimed, she strikes with force. It's a waste of time. Bakugo laughed, you can get all that crap on the weekend. Come on, Bakugo, it would be a wonderful way to get to know one another, Uraraka exclaimed. Don't you want to know the rest of us better? You only ever really talked to Kirishima and Midoriya. I'm curious about the true Bakugo. Everyone held their breath as Bakugo gazed at her for a minute. Some were bracing for his yelling, but everyone was pleasantly surprised when Bakugo simply grunted and turned away. Izuku gave him a knowing smile, but he ignored it and muttered, okay, I'll go with you. All right. As everyone sighed with relief, Uraraka cheered. Izuku reported, Yui's in, as Iida started arranging with Yaoyorozu. She said she'll meet us with those of 1B who want to go along. There is a plan. Mina joined Kaminari in cheering. Wearing a black sweater with the hood up and plain jeans, Izuku entered the mall with his classmates. To conceal his identity, he also wore sunglasses. He remarked, mainly to himself, I haven't been here in a long time. It's so huge, exclaimed Yuritaka and Hagakure. Mina exclaimed, so many shops. With a gleam in her eyes. Hey look, it's 1B. As she approached Yui, Tokage, Tetsu, a base, Kuwaro, Tsunotori, and Honanuki, Kendo exclaimed, "Hey guys. Glad we found you. This place is like a maze," said Kendo, who was trying to hide behind Yui, who was dressed similarly to Izuku. "Yui," Izuku called, embracing and kissing his girlfriend on the forehead. As Izuku clasped their hands together, she said sweetly, "Hello." Everyone else had already dispersed around Bakugo and Kirishima, Tetsu, and Uraraka as they approached, complaining, they're gonna make me sick." "Come on, they're cute," Uraraka laughed as she spoke. With a shit-eating smile, Izuku said, "Yeah Bakugo, we're cute." "Shut up Deku," Kirishima said, "enough you two. Where are we going first?" Tetsu exclaimed, "I was going to take a look at some free weights." "Bro me too, so manly." "Alright," gruffly, Bakugo said, "what about you round face?" "I need bug spray." She replied, unperturbed by Bakugo's voice, "BB but if you need to go with Kirishima and Tetsu then we can totally follow them. I'd be cool with that. You know, go with the flow." "Hey losers, we're gonna go get bug spray first," sneered Bakugo. "Fine, so long as we get moving. Why are you acting weird around Bakugo?" Yui asked curiously as she leaned over to Uraraka while Bakugo was yelling at Kirishima. What? I'm not acting weird," she exclaimed, her voice high in pitch, her face flushed. Yui wrote, "You turned red. We'll catch up," Uraraka yelled as he abruptly grabbed Yui's arm and dragged her away from Izuku. Izuku muttered, "Oh, alrighty then," as the girls vanished, then turned to follow Bakugo and the others, only to run into someone. "Wonder what that was about." "Oh shit, sorry about that," Izuku trailed off as the girl he bumped into said, "Akuma," causing him to glance at the person he had just run into. She was his age, dressed in jeans and a tank top, with a brown fur pelt covering her exposed body and a pair of moose antlers protruding from her head. Her yellow eyes were wide and feline as she gazed at him, and she was so slender and light that she forced the air from his chest as she rushed forward and gave him a hug. "Akuma," she waved him around and cheered. "Sabretooth, I need to breathe," he wheezed. "You're right." Setting him down, she squeaked, "Shit, how do you think I'll respond? It's been nearly a year since I last saw you. Not since you and your uncle were arrested by 12. He sighed, "Yeah sorry, things happened so fast." "Ayo Saber, why are you fleeing like that?" A deep voice huffed out as a short teen ran towards them, shorter than both Izuku and Saber, and dressed in a loose sweat top and jeans. His hair was shaved on the sides and long on top, tied back in a ponytail. "Oh shit, Akuma." "Big tiny." Izuku chuckled as the teenager abruptly grew taller than 7 feet, bumping his chest and holding his hands. "Dude, why do you look like a famous person or something?" As he briefly held Izuku, Big Tiny sneered, "You were a legend in the old neighborhood, and I saw your debut online." "Shit man, you know I got a representative West Shizuo." "West Shizuo stands for," he concurred as they both burst out laughing. "Are you going to introduce us, Midori bro?" Bakugo was watching them with his arms folded, and Izuku turned back to where Kirishima stood, smiling as Tetsu leaned against him. "Right," he replied, turning to his former pals, Big Tiny, Sabretooth, "This is Bakugo, Kirishima, and Tetsu, friends up at UA, guys, this is Sum Yaseshiki and Kaiba Yorobi, otherwise known as Sabretooth and Big Tiny." With his hand extended and his body shrinking back to his former size, Big Tiny roared, "Good to meet y'all. How ya doin'? What's the weather like up north?" "Excellent." With a laugh, Kirishima shook the man's hand and asked, "How do you know Midoriya?" "Akuma, you mean, I can't tell you how many fights I've been in because of Snot Nose," Saber said, grinning and giving him a playful shoulder punch. "He used to run the streets with us." "How often did you start it, too?" Izuku laughed and shot back. "What does, ran the streets, mean to you?" With suspicion, Tetsu inquired. "I mean we used to boost cars, skip school, stuff like that." Saber shrugged, "To be honest, we haven't been active lately. Big Tiny is on probation and I recently left juvie, but Akuma here has completely left the game. Turned into a hero." Izuku rolled his eyes and muttered, "Trainee," as Saber scolded him. "You used to," Tetsu started, but Kirishima pushed him and shook his head, causing him to stop. Izuku shrugged and said, "Yeah, I used to, but things change, and now I'm going straight." "Well, guess who's about to join you on that little pedestal?" She laughed. Izuku questioned incredulously, "No shit, they asked you too." Big Tiny snorted as she smirked. Hell yeah they did, must have seen my potential. That or Jin recommended you, like he did for Shinobi and Quickshot. Dude, complained Saber. Izuku moaned, shit, they got Shinobi and Quickshot too. With Tetsu and Kirishima nodding behind him, Bakugo questioned, what are you three talking about? About 3 weeks ago, I was visiting my old friend Jin when he let slip that Principal Nezu was opening a new hero class aimed to rehabilitate juvenile delinquents, and said he wanted him to be a part of it. Him and a whole bunch of other cats who've been JDC regulars, said Big Tiny, they tried to get yours truly. He grumbled, but I ain't never thought I could be some pro hero, I'll help on the block but all that big TV stuff ain't for me. Kirishima remarked, I can respect that. Tetsu sniffed, so manly. With excitement, Saber remarked, you won't guess who else they got. Who? Inquired Izuku. Kemari. Izuku froze at that, whispering, that guy's been on lockdown since before Jin split. No fucking way. Apparently Principal Bear decided it was time for him to smell fresh air again. She grinned. Who is Kemari? Tetsu cried out. Izuku muttered, he's an old friend from the block as well. He set fire to his old lady's house after she repeatedly hit him. They placed him in solitary confinement, and although they paid him a few visits, they never let him go. She smiled and said, he's getting a second chance. Hell, a lot of us are. Izuku smiled back and said, well, definitely can't wait for you guys to suit up. She joyfully bumped her fist into Izuku's. Big Tiny waved as they left, saying, we gotta get going, good seeing you Akuma. Midoriya, you have some street cred, don't you? Kirishima grinned as she spoke. Yes, what a bruiser that Big Tiny guy looked. Tetsu exclaimed. He shrugged and said, for the most part. To be honest, I'm surprised we ran into them, as I haven't seen them since before UA. He combed his hair and said, hey, can you guys continue without me? I will catch up. Kirishima gave a thumbs up as he and Tetsu began to leave. Sure thing man. Are you okay, Deku? Bakugo inquired. He smiled and said, yeah, just need a moment. Bakugo bent his head and trailed behind Kirishima. Izuku sighed and started to head for the fountain, but as he reached to raise his hood, someone put an arm around his neck. Hey, I take it you're that Kojin guy. Look man, I got stuff to do, don't start, Izuku moaned. No, considering how long it has been since we last saw one another, I simply want to speak with you. Cold fingers gripped Izuku's throat, causing him to freeze. Shigaraki sneered, yell or do anything and your throat is destroyed. I scream, you kill me and everyone already knows to stay away from you. Izuku screamed. How many, though, must I endure before the heroes arrive? With just one leg, how many will you endure? The sudden rise in temperature at Shigaraki's thigh caused his eyes to widen. He then chuckled softly and said, go ahead and roast my leg. We'll verify whether your inference is accurate. Izuku cooled his hand while growling, let's talk. I take it you enjoy Bakugo. As they made their way back to the location where they had last seen their friends, Yui muttered. Stop saying it so loudly. It's embarrassing enough, she complained. What's so embarrassing? She pondered. For the simple reason that he is Bakugo. There's no way he likes me, she moaned. Are you certain? Because of the way he behaves around you, she inquired. Hey, face to face, silent, have any of you seen Deku? As Bakugo approached them, he yelled, causing Uraraka to scream quietly in surprise. Haven't seen him, Yui stated plainly, we thought he'd be with you. He split for a bit after we ran into some of his old friends. Kirishima responded, but he's been gone a while. I'll go look for him. Yui offered, we'll meet up with you guys at the food court. That seems like a plan. Tetsu shouted as Yui walked away, looking through the crowd for her boyfriend. I wonder what he went to do. She mumbled to herself as she began to reach the fountain. Oh there he is. She trailed off as she saw the way the man sitting beside Izuku had his hand around the boy's throat, and the anger that her boyfriend was showing. Izuku. Izuku's eyes widened in mild terror as they both turned to face her. Who is that? Leave him alone. Yui started speaking, her voice a little higher. Remain back, Yui, it's all right, Izuku exclaimed. Oh, you and your pals were present. Izuku lurched away from the man as he walked away, and the man laughed and said, try and follow me and I'll slaughter everyone here. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Yui hurried to her boyfriend's side. With concern, she inquired. He gritted his teeth and glared in the direction the man had vanished. Fine, he said, we need to call the police, now. A couple of hours later, Izuku sighed as he and Aizawa ascended the apartment's stairs. The police had just arrived after Yui had discovered him, but Shigaraki had already vanished. He and his companions had been interrogated and sent home to their families, with Yui remaining until Izuku had left his interrogation. He had been introduced to her mother, who might have passed for her older sister. The encounter was stilted and a little awkward, but it had only lasted a few minutes before the mother and daughter had left, leaving Izuku with Aizawa. As they arrived at their floor, Aizawa said, I'd like for you to stay in the confines of the apartment complex until further notice. I'd feel better knowing you were within help of other pros. Izuku unlocked his door and sighed, got you. Hey Pops, about that therapy, what time do I have to go to it? It'll be this Friday, 2 in the afternoon. Aizawa replied, I want you to know that if we had a choice. I know, Izuku murmured, sorry I was kind of an ass yesterday. I don't like talking about that. I understand, and you don't have to. Hound Dog won't push you to talk about anything you don't want to. Izuku shook his head and muttered, thanks, Pops. I'll see you tomorrow, but I still have to go see him. As he was leaving for his own apartment, the exhausted teacher said, sweet dreams. He stopped just short of the door when he noticed lights on inside and moaned, don't tell me. He opened the door to find Emi contentedly preparing dinner. Hey Zawa, feel free to eat now that I've finished cooking. How'd you get into my apartment? I locked the door and Nimari gave you a spare, didn't she? And she invited me to a double date tomorrow. I can't believe they won't let me leave the compound. What do you expect? You were targeted by the leader of the League of Villains. I'm surprised they're not trying to lock you down on campus, Mitsuki said, rolling her eyes as she glanced at her adoptive nephew. At the moment, she was in his kitchen preparing dinner with Katsuki's assistants, while Izuku was sitting on the couch, idly braiding Yui's hair while watching television. Izuku murmured, you're right, but I still hate it, I couldn't even go to Jin's release party. Katsuki got a slap from his mother for his impolite question, that rockhead really coming to Ua? Yeah, Izuku responded, he and the ones we were talking to on Friday. Well, if he can take people down like he did at the USJ then he better not slack. Bakugo yelled. Yui questioned bewilderedly, how was he at the USJ? He went in with the villains, turned on them when he met up with Deku there. Bakugo murmured. At that, Yui blinked, saying, he was a villain. Was being the key term here. Izuku murmured, we knew each other back in the day, got him out of a few tight spots. He had my back. Well, invite him over then. Mitsuki grinned and said, we can have a cookout and everything. Izuku sighed and wrapped his arms around Yui, who leaned back into him with a joyful smile. It'll probably be after the training camp. Well then I'll make sure we have everything. She laughed and said, now hurry up and come eat before this food gets cold. The following morning, Izuku woke up blearily and yawned. He sat up and turned off his phone's alarm, wiping the sleep from his eyes. In a few minutes, he was dressed and making his way to the front door, stopping briefly when someone knocked. Another day, he sighed, stumbling up towards his closet. He smirked as he opened the door and saw Mineta and Kaminari standing in front of it. Tweedledee, Tweedle idiot. They started to splutter angrily. What can I do ya for dorks? He asked. Get some training in before the camp. Kaminari smiled easily and said, we came by to see if you wanted to come to the school pool. He crossed his arms and said, you guys just want to ogle the girls don't you? Mineta spluttered, what? No, what do you take us for? Izuku closed his door and locked it after saying, idiots. He sighed and said, sorry boys, as much as I'd love to cool off in the pool, I already got something scheduled today, guess you'll have to find your innocent alibi somewhere else. Damn, he was maybe the only one who'd actually listen to us. Kaminari murmured, guess we can't use the pool. Indeed, where do you believe he's heading? As they started to descend a different flight of stairs, Kaminari pondered, no idea, maybe he's going on a date with Yui. Do you want to follow him? Yes, of course. Izuku hesitated just a little bit before sighing and knocking as he stared at the door of Hound Dog's office. A growling voice said, come in. Izuku opened the door and entered. With his hands folded in front of him, the man said, Mr. Midoriya, how are you today? As the ex-offenders entered, he muttered, good. As he glanced around the office, taking note of the certifications and images of Hound Dog alongside other superheroes. Now, I know you have some reservations on talking with a therapist, the dog Quirk user said, gesturing to one of the padded chairs. Izuku sat down and scoffed, saying, "Yes, I don't need a shrink. I'm all right. Your episode during your final says otherwise." Izuku dismissed it, saying, "It was a fluke, nothing to worry about, it won't happen again." "We want to make sure it won't happen again." "It won't." "You don't know that for sure," Hound Dog sighed. "What if this happened while you were engaged in a real villain fight? Where are the lives at stake?" "I'm not here to force you to speak on anything. If you don't want to talk about certain things, then we will leave them be," he observed as Midoriya turned away from him and folded her arms. "But that doesn't mean I won't try to break the subjects, though. You get it." Then Izuku muttered, "Yes sir." "Good, now, let's talk about your childhood." Hound Dog laughed as Izuku corrected himself, "It was shit, I mean, not good." "Young man, you are free to use any language you like. This is a safe place. Now, would you like to explain why it was shit?" Izuku sighed. Going from foster home to JDC and back didn't exactly scream stable childhood. I couldn't rely on any of the adults outside of the JDC, and even then, it was really only Tatsumoto who had our back. "You felt you couldn't trust anyone," reported Hound Dog. "Did others your age feel the same way?" "For the most part." Izuku paused. I had friends that I relied on. Well, they were more than friends, they were like family. I knew we weren't exactly the best people, but we had each other's backs." "What does, 'not the best people,' mean to you?" he whispered. "Come on, man, you know my past." "I want to hear your thoughts on your past. Reports only show half the story after all." "Right. Well, we were pickpockets. We'd steal food, candy, wallets, anything we could to keep ourselves alive when we weren't forced into foster homes." He ran his hand through his locks. "As we grew up we started lifting cars. I stayed out of that for the most part, but I know Jin and Saber would do it every now and then when times were hard." "Did you keep in contact with your friends when you entered UA?" "Not really," he murmured. "We got separated after someone called the cops about us squatting in an abandoned building. You'd think they'd have better things to do than to fuck with us, but anyways, I didn't see most of them until the mall accident. I saw Jin at the USJ, but you know about that." "How did you feel when you saw Jin?" "I felt relieved," Izuku candidly stated, "and scared, worried. We hadn't seen each other in 3 years, and the first time we meet up is when he's raiding my high school. I was half convinced he'd just attack me, but then he had my back, helped us drive the invaders off." "Do you think, had things been different, you might have been with Jin attacking the USJ?" "The thought crossed my mind, but I think if we had stuck together, I would have been able to convince him that raiding UA was fucking stupid." What caused the fallout? Other than the police raid?" "The Jones family." His voice was quiet. "He got out with my help, he didn't come back." "Tell me about the Joneses, what were they like?" "They were assholes, what else is there to say?" Izuku muttered, tensing up and turning his head away from the older man. "What did they treat you like?" Hound Dog raised an eyebrow at Izuku's yell. "Like shit, can we not talk about this?" Izuku sighed and leaned back, complaining, "I'm sorry, it's just. I don't like talking about that time." "I understand, but you may need to talk about it to get to the root of the problem." "The root of the problem is that I lost control and that it won't happen again." Izuku continued with conviction, "The Joneses are in jail, they don't exist for all I care, neither does that time." He sighed and said, "I want to see you again when you return from the summer camp, even though I can agree that another episode is unlikely to occur. I want us to talk before I say for sure." At that point, Hound Dog's watch started beeping. "All right, thanks, Hound Dog," Izuku sighed. "Please, call me Inui." He walked out and down the hall, saying, "All right." He was not aware that someone was observing him. The following day, with a heavy burden of guilt, Kaminari walked slowly in the direction of the charter buses that would transport them to the summer camp. He should have known better than to go spying on one of his classmates, but he had listened to Mineta and was certain that whatever it was that he heard Izuku shouting about wasn't something they should be listening to. He therefore braced himself as he approached Izuku, who was gleefully giggling with Kirishima, while Bakugo steamed over whatever it was they were laughing at. The fire user turned around when Kaminari called, "Hey Midoriya. Can I talk to you real quick?" "Yeah sure," he said joyfully as he and his friend strolled a short distance away. What's up? I wanted to apologize, Kaminari admitted. Well, me and Mineta, after you left, we kinda followed you. Izuku's smile vanished as he asked, what? With a hint of danger in his voice. We thought you were going to go meet Yui, Kaminari said quickly in a whisper. We didn't think you were going to go see Hound Dog. Seriously freaked me out hearing you yell. Izuku said, raising his voice a little. You heard? Yes, no. We only heard yelling. No details, I promise. Izuku clutched the front of Kaminari's shirt as he was abruptly pushed up against the bus. With his hands steaming a little, Izuku snarled, why the fuck are you following me in the first place? I don't give a fuck if you thought I was going to see Yui or not. As Izuku retracted his fist, Kaminari stumbled to say, I'm sorry, with real fear. Izuku was suddenly being grabbed by Bakugo and Kirishima, who were dragging him away from Kaminari. Bakugo roared, Deku, calm down idiot. Kirishima continued, yeah man chill. As their fellow classmates rushed over, Izuku yelled, get off me. And shoved them away. Midoriya, why are you threatening Kaminari? That is uncouth and not befitting a UA student. Iida yelled. Kaminari hurriedly said, and no. It's fine. I kinda deserve it. Jiro crossed her arms and glared at Kaminari, asking sharply, what do you mean you deserve it? Midoriya nearly threw a fireball in your face. After concluding that it was best to come clean, Kaminari said, me and Mineta followed him yesterday. In secret, we saw something we weren't supposed to, private business of his. I really am sorry Midoriya. He repeated the statement, half begging with the irate boy. As everyone turned to stare at him, Mineta walked up and asked, what's going on? Okay, he muttered, approaching Midoriya. So, how was your talk with Hound Dog? Izuku instantly erupted, his hands steaming again, but Kaminari was too quick for him, leaping on Mineta and stomping on the boy. When Uraraka grabbed his arm and pulled, Kaminari yelled, you can't just be that insensitive dude. He could get us in serious trouble for eavesdropping and I wouldn't blame him if he did. And stepped back. Kaminari don't. What you two did was wrong, but you can't use violence, eep. Uraraka squealed and jumped away as Mineta brushed his hand against her butt, looking slightly out of it. Bakugo roared, you shitty pervert, and started to trample Mineta. Everyone froze as Aizawa approached, demanding to know, what's going on here? When no one responded, he asked sharply, well. Izuku shrugged and said, Mineta touched Uraraka's butt and Bakugo corrected him. The boy looked exhausted, and everyone was staring at him in disbelief. All signs of anger had vanished. You just made your training time that much worse. Aizawa snarled at Mineta, you'll be sitting up front with me. Mineta began, but stopped when Aizawa's scarf started to float. Aizawa, suspiciously subdued, watched them all as they started to load the bus and ordered, everyone on the bus. Kaminari began, Izuku man, hey let me, but stopped when Izuku paused on the steps and held up a hand. Without turning to face Kaminari, he muttered, just give me a bit to cool down, because I'm about 5 seconds away from roasting someone. As Jiro pushed him, Kaminari swallowed and nodded, watching the other teenager leave. She said, way to mess up dunce. Yeah, I know. After an hour, Bakugo glanced around him, feeling unusually restless at the stifling silence that had descended upon the bus. All of his friends were sitting in awkward silence. Izuku was staring out the window, and nobody knew how to respond to the boy about what Kaminari and Mineta had said. Sitting in the back of the bus, Kaminari was also glumly staring out the window, with Jiro occasionally glancing at him with concern. Uraraka sighed with exhaustion, and Bakugo tensed up. The gravity user was looking out the window with a dejected expression on her face. Bakugo glared down in his lap as he started to reach out to her but then stopped and pulled away. I'm getting really annoyed about this. Stupid shitty Deku trying to kill shitty Pikachu, he thought angrily, what the hell am I supposed to do? With a moan, he took out a piece of paper and quickly wrote down, can't make things any more awkward. This muttered statement caught Uraraka's attention. Curiosity prompted Uraraka to inquire, what was that Bakugo? He handed her the now folded slip of paper and snapped, read it or don't. Whatever. Uraraka muttered, okay, as she unfolded the paper and said, vintages are blue, roses are red, and I think you're cute, and I hope you think I am, too. As all the girls gathered around her, Uraraka trailed off, steam billowing from her ears. That is so romantic, my goodness. As Momo read the note, Mina and Toru both gushed. As Jiro pushed Bakugo, the heiress muttered, his handwriting is really atrocious. There's nothing less corny you could do, she questioned, causing Bakugo to growl. He halted his internal monologue as the paper was returned to his hands, forcing him to look at Uraraka, who was still blushing intensely as she gestured to the paper. Stupid shitty Deku, making everything so awkward, stupid me for thinking now would be as good a time as any to try, so fucking stupid. Lifting the paper, Bakugo read aloud, hey fuckface, want to suck face. His hand shot out and grabbed Uraraka, causing her whole face to light up a bright red as their classmates started to wolf whistle and encourage the newly formed couple. He trailed off, slowly crumpling the paper up while he stared straight ahead. Yes, Bakugo, manly. Izuku laughed as Kirishima yelled. Dude, was that spontaneous? You couldn't do better than a cliché. Izuku asked, giving his friend a shove. Quit talking, nerd, I was afraid she would turn me away. Uraraka leaned into Bakugo, gently squeezing his hand and making him smile softly as he roared and stiffened up. They are extremely valuable, 'twas beauty that killed the beast. You can try Bakuchiko, all of you shut up. After the tension subsided, the remainder of the drive proceeded smoothly, with laughter and jokes everywhere, until, at last, 4 hours later, they stopped at a small rest area on the mountainside, with just a few meters of additional dirt allowing them to stretch their legs. Izuku peered out over the guard rail, his eyes narrowed and his ears perked up as Mineta danced from foot to foot, asking urgently, where's the bathroom? Izuku questioned Bakugo, can you hear it? As the explosion user approached and raised his hand to insert a hearing aid. Bakugo said harshly, you know my hearing's for shit. What is it? He asked. He trailed off, I'm not sure, something big's moving out there but, as a second car arrived, bringing with it 2 people he knew. Locked on with a sparkling gaze. Stingingly cute and cat-like. The wild pussy cats. Everyone was shocked by Izuku's fanboyish reaction from his normally cool exterior. Holy shit, they got the wild pussy cats. I met them at a civic center event back when I was 9. They've been a top-tier hero team for, he exclaimed before an enormous paw grabbed onto his face, its claws pricking his flesh. Don't you finish that sentence, boy. Pixie Bob growled, I'm 18 at heart. Kirishima and Kaminari whispered to one another, she's in denial, as Izuku pushed her away while still appearing a little stunned by his apology. As Aizawa sighed, Sato questioned, so, what are they doing here? They are here to help you all train your quirk. This entire valley is owned and operated by their team, which means you'll be able to use your quirks as much as you want. Mandalay replied, advancing, which you'll be needing if you want to get through the forest of monsters. Get through the forest of monsters. Let's return to the bus. Izuku said, bad idea. He dove over the rail just before the cliffside nearly exploded, sending everyone else plummeting into the forest below. Bakugo landed next to Izuku as he landed painfully on his back, gasping on the ground as the air was forced out of his lungs. When Izuku finally took a deep breath, he growled, you idiot. As Bakugo helped him up, he wheezed, better than getting caught in a rockslide. A rumble in the ground caused them to turn toward the dense trees, saying, we got incoming. A huge rock monster threw Mineta flying back as Kirishima yelled and used his quirk. Finally, Izuku snarled, smoking his fists, a little anger management therapy. Later that night, with minor burns on his hands and forearms and tattered, burnt ruins on the legs of his pants, Izuku stumbled into the clearing with his classmates. Bakugo tried his best to hide the pain in his arm, and Todoroki was also suffering from minor burns and frostbite. Hagakure leaned on Mina and sighed, you said, it would take us 3 hours, as they got closer. Mandalay laughed and remarked, oh, well, it would have taken us 3 hours. Even so, you arrived much sooner than we anticipated. Pixie Bob exclaimed, you were all fantastic. You 3 in particular. As the woman started gushing over them, Izuku stiffened and tried to ignore her. He turned to face a small child behind Mandalay and asked, so, who's the kid? He inquired. Oh, Kota, that's my nephew. He will be staying with us for a while. Say hello. Kota followed suit, and Izuku stepped forward as well. Nice to meet you, I'm Izuku Midoriya. He held out his hand, his eyes narrowing as the child attempted to punch him in the scrotum. His reflexes prevented the devastating blow, and he added some heat to his hand, which caused Kota to wriggle a little. Usually you shake hands, not punch people in the dick, Izuku said dryly as Kota yanked Izuku out of his grasp, blowing on his hand while glaring at the fire user. Stupid wannabe heroes are not the kind of people I want to spend time with. He turned and stomped off, growling. Izuku drew lead as Iida approached, saying, "What a lovely child. Midoriya, you ought not to have used your quirk in that manner. Imagine if you had caused him harm," he chastised. Izuku said sharply, "Then he'd learn not to punch people in the balls." Mandalay sighed. "He's right, Kota could have treated you all better, but that doesn't matter right now because I know you're all hungry." With the exception of Midoriya, who was taking a cold shower because he couldn't handle the hot springs after using his flames all day, Kaminari sighed as he sank into the hot springs with the other boys. "Ah, now this is what the doctor ordered." Kaminari asked, "What do you think we'll be looking forward to tomorrow?" Iida said, robotically moving his arm, "We should relax as long as we can because if today is any indication, we will be hard-pressed and pushed to our limit." With a perverted smile on his face, Mineta gazed up at the big wall separating the boys and girls and said, "And you know how we can do that?" Sighing, Kaminari said, "Dude, no. You have no right to even bring it up." As everyone else shook their heads at the purple-headed boy, Iida yelled, "You are cowards. I'm not going to wait. My best years are now." As he reached up to remove one of his balls, Mineta yelled, but a rough hand grabbed his neck instead. Bakugo snarled into Mineta's ear, "You already have 3 people angry with you. Are you sure you want to try harder?" Mineta stammered, "And no, out. Good, you even look at that wall again and I'll blast ya." With a sigh, Kota watched them from the top of the wall. He saw Bakugo stop Mineta from climbing the wall, and he said, "Guess I'm done here." He then descended and left the springs through the boys' locker room, pausing when he saw Izuku emerge from the shower wearing a towel tied around his waist. The younger boy's eyes widened as they saw the scars and brands covering Izuku's body. When he saw Kota, Izuku froze. He then proceeded past the boy to his assigned locker, took out a shirt, and put it on. "Isn't it past your bedtime, runt?" he whispered. What took place?" Kota inquired softly. Izuku said harshly, "None of your business, that's what happened. But those don't look good. Shall we not inform Mandalay?" Kota recoiled as Izuku yelled, "It's none of your fucking business, kid, so drop it." Izuku sighed and said, "It's not something I like talking about, kid, so leave it." After a moment of hesitation, Kota nodded and left the locker room while Izuku changed. He was curious. As Shoto approached him, Izuku grimaced and looked up, saying, "As was I when I saw them." Izuku whispered, "At least you were smart enough not to push it." Shoto started changing while leaning back against the lockers. Shoto looked at his friend and said, "True," but he added, "I can't make someone face their past the way you can." As his students completed the training that the Pussycats had given them, Aizawa watched them. "Don't stop now, Ashido," he said, glancing at the pink-skinned girl who was whimpering and holding her acid-burned hands. "I know it hurts, but you have to power through." "Yes, sir," she exclaimed, starting to squirt the wall with more acid. He called to the class representative, who gave a tortured scream as he accelerated the pace. "Iida, you're slowing down. Pick up the pace," he said. Everyone stopped when a loud boom reverberated through the clearing. It was not Bakugo's high-yield explosives, but the boy with the spiky hair was also staring around in bewilderment. There was another boom, and they all turned to face a huge crumbling rock pyre that was covered in soot and had holes the size of golf balls and minivans. Izuku was standing in front of the pyre, lying flat on his back, breathing heavily, and clutching his burnt hands to his chest. "Midoriya," Aizawa called anxiously as he hurried toward his fictitious son, who had to push himself to stand when he got there. "Are you all right?" He went through his forms again and jabbed his right arm out, intent on creating lightning, but the attempt literally exploded in his face, sending him tumbling back as he hissed in pain. "I think I've reached my limit," he huffed out. Aizawa glanced around before nodding and calling out, 15-minute break. Which caused many people to fall to the ground. Iida, who was practically guzzling down juice as Izuku rolled his shoulders, gasped, "You good, Midoriya?" As he hobbled over to his friend. He wiped his face with a nearby towel and muttered, "My form only works if I'm at peace with my body and mind. And trying to force it when I'm physically exhausted makes it fail more often than not." Iida nodded and said, "We have spent the majority of the day at this. How many more can you do before it fails?" "About 8, he murmured, "then I usually fail once or twice, before being able to get another 8, towards the end all I got was failures." It's still better progress than what you were able to do at the start of the year. Iida was pleased. At the entrance exam you were only able to use your attack once before falling unconscious. He made himself get up and looked around, saying, yeah, but it's still not enough. Everyone else was still able to go for longer. I need to up the ante. With a shoulder clasp, Iida cried, and that's what we're here to do. I'm positive that you'll be able to get stronger. Gee, thanks Iida, you got any more of those juice pouches? I could really go for one. He held out a bottle of water and declared, I'll do you one better. Better for you in the long run. Right, Izuku said with a laugh while downing water as Aizawa moved forward. All right, break's over, you all have a few more hours until we're done. Don't waste it. Back to the grind, Izuku said as he gave Iida the water again. Iida yelled, indeed, good luck Midoriya, as he immediately took off. When electricity started to crackle at the tips of Izuku's fingers, he smirked and said, let's try this again. After taking a deep breath, Izuku, covered in black soot, staggered slowly out of the forest. Working with the other students to prepare a livable meal, Yui called, Izuku. Are you barely returning from training? She asked. Had to make up for earlier. Izuku huffed out as he settled heavily on one of the picnic tables. What's Bakugo making? Monoma yelled angrily. Why are you so sure it's that 1A brat who's cooking? Izuku deadpanned, because he's very particular about his food, before pointing to the area where Bakugo and Ochako were working hard alongside Sato and Tsuyu. I can also see them cooking while you're delegated to firewood gathering, Izuku said. Having lost his wind, Monoma appeared to deflate as Izuku made himself get up and said, let's go see if we can help Yui. Leave my kitchen pyro, Bakugo growled as Izuku approached. Izuku said sheepishly, come on, just came to see if I could help. Go start some more fires so we can cook more, you idiot. You are the only asshole I know that can burn water. Sheesh fine, asshole, Izuku sighed as Yui went to assist Uraraka in chopping some vegetables. Glorified stove, coming through. Izuku drew lead as he assisted Todoroki in lighting multiple fire pits. Before long, the food was prepared and everyone was going to eat. Izuku mumbled, good as always, as he ate a mouthful of spicy curry with Yui, while Bakugo devoured his own food next to Uraraka. Remember that shitty Deku, I'm always the best at everything. Bakugo growled. Izuku asked aloud, grinning mischievously, who was it that beat you in the entrance exam and the sports festival? You got lucky. Bakugo's tirade was met with laughter from the table, who were talking cheerfully and carelessly. Mandalay sighed and turned back to go inside, shouting, Kota. Kota, where are you? She muttered, I wish I knew where that kid gets to. Izuku glanced over his shoulder and gave Yui a gentle prod, causing her to turn to see Kota disappearing into the forest. Kota scowled at the forest and kicked a rock off the cliffside, complaining, stupid heroes, stupid pussycats. Lot of stupid people around, huh? Izuku was carrying a plate full of curry, which he was offering to Kota quietly as he looked out over the forest. Nice place, he said thoughtfully, good view, remote, not many people know about it, it's a great hiding spot. Kota jumped and spun around, surprised to see Izuku and Yui approaching him. Kota angrily demanded, what are you doing here? While blatantly ignoring Yui, who merely shrugged and put the plate down on the floor before approaching Izuku and standing next to him. He smiled softly as he put his arm around her and said, leave now. Not yet, kid, Izuku yawned, because it's been a stressful few days, I've been wanting to just relax and pretend that we're not here with my girlfriend. However, this is where I hide secretly. Kota yelled, you must go right away. Izuku drew lead as he and Yui sat on the cliff with their feet hanging off, don't think so. After snarling, Kota smirked and said, why would you want to be a hero in the first place? Nothing but pumped-up glory hounds, wanting nothing but fame. He asked sarcastically. Izuku turned back to Kota and remarked, that's not why I want to become a hero. Well, what makes you a hero? Kota inquired, his rage giving way to interest. So no one else has to go through what I have. Remembering all the scars he had seen on the older boy, Kota froze at that. He took a slow step back and snapped, yeah well, you're still stupid. He then picked up the curry plate and stomped down the hillside. Izuku sighed and turned to face the forest. Kids, he said. Why did you tell him that? Yui inquired curiously. Izuku took a moment to think about his remarks. Yesterday the little shit saw something he shouldn't have, he said, some scars from my childhood that I don't usually let anyone see. He asked about them and I told him to go to bed. Didn't want to talk about it, you know, but now I'm thinking I may need to. Instead of pressing for more information, Yui wrapped her arms around him, smiling when he seemed to relax into her, resting his on top of hers as he wrapped his own arm around her, the two of them content to just spend time together. Yui stared at him despite their relationship. She didn't know much about her boyfriend, and what she did know was tinged with pain and anguish for him. Aizawa called off the training for the day the following day, and Izuku, whose arms were stinging and cramping from trying to forcefully produce lightning, collapsed in a pool of his own sweat. "Come on, idiot," Bakugo growled as he approached him, appearing to be in pain from his own grueling training. He assisted Izuku in standing up, and the two started to return to the lodge. "You good?" As they started down the trail with the rest of their classmates, Izuku sighed and said, "It's okay, except that my arms feel like they're going to fall off." "Quit your bitchin'," Bakugo grumbled, "unless you want me to snatch that #1 spot while you're moaning." Izuku sneered, making people around him laugh as the boy started to complain and cry. "You're about as close to that #1 spot as Mineta is to touching Yaomomo's boobs." As they arrived at the picnic area and collapsed against a nearby tree, Bakugo snarled, "Just you wait, shitty Deku. I'm going to be #1 while you're sitting at home, overweight and lazy," Bakugo said. "I'll be uncle," Izuku mumbled, leaning his head back. "If that's the case, I'm totally cool with this. Do you think I'll be able to make his tea by then?" Bakugo sighed and said, "You better, or else why am I keeping you around?" "Because I'm funny and my ass is to die for. Come on, let's go help with cooking," Bakugo said, snorting and laughing as Izuku gave a few feeble giggles before he dragged himself to his feet. Yeah, whatever." Both classes returned to the beast's forest after a hearty meal. The sun had already set a few hours earlier, and the forest was eerily quiet. "Are you prepared, children?" As everyone assembled, Pixie Bob exclaimed, "Because we're going to be holding a test of courage." "Courage test?" As Uraraka stayed near Bakugo, she asked out loud. "Yes." Izuku narrowed his eyes and looked off to the tree line, barely realizing that Aizawa had taken the students away for extra classes. He listened, half listening as Pixie Bob explained the test of courage, and paired them all up. "What's the matter?" Iida approached his friend and inquired. He sniffed the air, bristling instantly. "I don't know. I feel like something's wrong. I smell fire." "What?" Hearing the fire user, Mandalay inquired. As smoke and blue embers started to ascend into the sky, Izuku exclaimed, "Something's burning out there. OSHT. We need to get everyone back." Tiger said, "Pixie Bob, see if you can't smother that fire." "On it." Crack, Mandalay yelled, "Pixie Bob." As the woman was violently flung to the ground, her head bleeding from the surprise attack. Magna sneered as she left the woods with Spinner by her side, saying, "Well, if it isn't the wild pussycats." When the lizard man touched his katana, he exclaimed, "The false heroes shall know death today. Everyone, return to the camp, now." Izuku paused as the others took off, staring between the fire and the cliff that overlooked the forest. "Mandalay, I know where Kota is," he exclaimed, causing the hero to give him a startled glance. She yelled, "Go," and Izuku shot into the air at once. As he soared through the air, he thought to himself, "Please be okay." Kota watched in horror and astonishment as Muscular lumbered slowly in his direction. The man sneered as he threw the mask to the ground, saying, "That's a cool hat, kid, wanna switch?" "Hate this fucking mask. They told me to suck it up, but that hat. Why you're a villain." Kota replied, You're the one who killed the water hose heroes." "Oh yeah, I did do that," he said with a mean laugh. "What losers." With hot tears streaming down his cheeks, Kota yelled, You killed them. They were my parents and you killed them." "Those idiots were your parents." "Well kid, it wasn't personal. You see, I liked killing people, and your parents got in the way so I killed them." He raised his fake eye. "I don't even care that they did this to me, kinda respected them for it, but you get in my way, you die. Hey, how about I finish what I started, kid? After all, it's not every day I get to say that I killed an entire family." As Muscular lunged for him, Kota closed his eyes tightly. He heard the man scream in agony and opened them again. The man was completely consumed by fire, and as he glared at the newcomer, he staggered back in shock. "Kota, run to the lodge. I'll cover you," Izuku yelled at the child, who was still standing in front of him in a defensive position, his fists clenched and his body trembling from the sheer volume of anger that filled him. Go. Hey, you're that Midoriya kid. Shigaraki wanted you alive, you and that Bakugo brat, wants you unharmed. Muscular growled as his cloak ripped apart, exposing hideous muscle fibers covering his skin. The burned areas gradually tore apart until only pure, healthy muscle remained. Izuku howled, which means I don't have to worry about you going all out. As he hurled multiple fireballs directly at Muscular, who managed to avoid them with ease. He laughed and sprang forward, slamming his fist into the ground where Izuku had been standing. The fire user had used his flames to launch himself into the air and had come down with a heated axle kick that made Muscular duck. If you think that'll save you, then you're a bigger idiot than that kid's parents. He said. Go Kota. Izuku growled at the boy, who was still paralyzed with terror, as he watched the teenager he had mocked and attempted to harm battle against the people who had killed his parents. Muscular laughed as he attempted to strike Izuku but was unable to do so. The martial artist effortlessly dodged his blows and practically doused him in golden flames. Even your fire is weak, Muscular said. Training really took it out of me today. I can't get my fire hot enough, and if I push it, I'll pass out. SHT, Izuku thought as he leapt back again, landing a few feet in front of the still frozen Kota. His foot slipped on the cliff's rock face, causing him to dodge once more and gasp slightly. Muscular yelled, end of the line, hot head, as he repeatedly launched his fists into the fire user, sending Izuku plummeting into the mountainside. Shame Shigaraki want you and that Bakugo brat relatively unharmed, but that doesn't mean I can't rough you up. I've failed, Izuku said in agony as he felt a few of his ribs give way under Muscular's onslaught. He dropped to his knees and thought absently, glaring at Muscular as the man retracted his fist. The man sneered, weakling, about to land the last blow, but he stopped in disbelief when a stream of icy water struck his back. As Kota kept dousing the man with water, he yelled, leave him alone. The man started to laugh at the boy's pathetic attempt at an attack. Muscular turned to Kota and sneered, you really don't know how to quit, just like your parents. You did nothing but get me a little wet. He did enough. Izuku, soaked from Kota's surprise attack, jumped back to his feet as Muscular quickly turned back to face him. He screamed in pain as the fire swept over him, burning muscle away with its intensity. The injured boy moved fluidly through several stances as he began firing torrents of fire at Muscular, forcing the man back towards the cliff and burning him. You won't hurt him, he roared as his arms swiftly went through a familiar sequence, tearing Muscular's chest and sending him tumbling down the mountainside as thunder roared through the forest. Izuku collapsed to his knees once more, gasping for air as his hand shakily reached up to hold his ribs. Kota, are you okay? He exclaimed, forcing himself to stand up again while glancing at the boy. He halted as a calloused hand ruffled his hair and knocked his hat off his head. Why you saved me, even though he almost killed you, he sniffed, even after all those mean things I said to you. He looked up to see Izuku squatting in front of him, grinning amiably. Don't worry about it, kid, he said quietly, this is what heroes do. Now, I need your help. I usually can handle heat better, but the last few days of training have worn me down. Could you hit me with your water cannon? Oh, sure. Izuku stood back up and sighed, come on, I'll get you back to the lodge, but then I need to get back out there. He emitted a slightly strangled sigh as the cold water ran over him, his muscles relaxing as his body cooled. That'll do it. But you have a wound. As Izuku lifted the boy and assisted him in lying down on his back, Kota yelled, you ought to remain at the lodge and get better. Izuku started running down the trail after saying, I stay at the lodge then I put everyone in danger. They're looking for me and Bakugo, and besides, I'm about the only one who can put that fire out quickly. After that, they were silent, with Izuku's slow breathing being the only sound they made as he ducked between the trees. Izuku, oh thank Agni. Izuku sighed as Aizawa emerged from the foliage, staring at his adopted son in disbelief. The boy's shirt was gone, and his chest was blue and black from the blows he had received from Muscular. A villain attacked Kota. I took him down, Muscular, but I'm not sure what shape he's in because he fell off the cliff face while we were fighting. We must inform Mandalay of the information I possess. Inform everyone that Bakugo and I are being sought after by these villains. While handing Kota off, Aizawa said, slow down, son, as calmly as he could, concerned about the boy's injuries. Let's get you back to the lodge. These assholes are looking for me, Pops, Izuku said, stepping back and shaking his head. And if I know who's behind those flames, then I know we don't want him anywhere near the lodge, because I can put out those flames and at least find some of the other students, but going back to the lodge will only put those who are already safe in danger, he said, glancing at the blue fire that was illuminating the night. Aizawa paused and nodded. Okay, but give Mandalay a message from me, tell her to let the other students know that Erasure Head has given them permission to fight back. You can count on me, Dad, Izuku said, grinning slightly bloodily at his surrogate father, before heading into the forest. Aizawa muttered, be careful, son, and then turned to run back towards the lodge. As he ran, Kota whispered, is he gonna be okay? Aizawa firmly stated, he's tough, I have faith that he'll get through this. I made fun of him, tried to hurt him. I didn't get to say sorry. You'll see him again, Aizawa said, and don't forget to say, sorry, when you do. Izuku continued to run, even as he burst into the clearing where he had last seen Mandalay and Tiger. He yelled a war cry and leapt through the foliage, sending Spinner sprawling across the ground. Mandalay. As he went, he yelled, Kota is safe. Mandalay exhaled a sigh of relief and said, go back to the lodge. I'm not able to. As he got closer to the edge of the clearing, Izuku called, the villains are aiming for me. Bakugo is too. Until we can all get back together, I can't go back. And let the rest of the students know that Eraserhead allows them to defend themselves by using their peculiarities. Hold on a minute, Mandalay attempted, but Izuku was already back in the trees, humping his legs as quickly as they could until he was in the center of the blue flame, and he stopped. He took deep breaths, concentrating on his power, and the flames around him grew larger and larger with each breath until he took a final, deep breath and let it out slowly, pushing down from his shoulders to bring the flames down until they petered out, leaving him with only the light of the full moon above. Well, Izuku turned around slowly as Dabi walked out of the forest, smirking at the young fire user as he stopped a few meters away. Gotta say, I'm surprised you were able to stop my fire, Izuku said, his eyes narrowed as the familiar drawl sent a chill down his spine. With his arms at his sides, Izuku snarled, I'm full of surprises. He started to pace around Dabi, the older man imitating his steps. Dabi laughed and said, I'm sure you are, adding, you were always resourceful, even when you were following my every command, you couldn't just stick with my plans. No, you had to improvise, adapt, bring the situation around to benefit you. He stopped pacing as Izuku stopped, and he said, that's right, I found my own master, who taught me the ways of the firebenders of the Caldera Syndicate, and by the rights given to us by Agni themselves. He rolled his shoulders and laughed at Izuku's shocked expression. Dabi's cry made Izuku's blood freeze. He was aware of what an Agni-kai was, having learned a lot about the firebenders' ways from Iroh, but he had never imagined that anyone would challenge him to one. He had the option to back down, refuse, or just launch an outright attack, hoping that one of his friends would be close enough to witness the fire. But, what terms do you use? Izuku crossed his arms and asked grimly. Fire only, no lightning since I can't summon it, and I don't think I'm too off the mark in saying that what you shot off up there on the cliff is probably all you can manage tonight. Dabi grinned and stepped forward, shrugging off his coat and removing his shirt to reveal well-defined muscles and deep burned scars. His smirk turned into a grin at Izuku's frown, saying, no killing blows, for either of us, winner takes custody of the loser. Gritting his teeth, Izuku nodded and took off his own shirt, saying, I agree. With his eyes burning with rage and his voice light, Dabi said, you've gotten some new scars since last I saw you. Izuku remained silent and lowered himself gradually into a defensive position, saying, ready when you are. As the clouds gradually rolled away to reveal the moon, there was silence in the clearing and neither fighter moved. Well, look at how far you've come. Dabi praised Izuku as the moon lit up the clearing and he bounded forward, his fist coming forward and sending a wave of hot flames at him. Izuku easily batted them away and leapt into the air, coming down with a fiery axle kick that Dabi easily avoided. The two firebenders then unleashed a torrent of flames from their fists at point-blank range, using the cover to disengage. As he launched another fireball at Dabi, Izuku growled, I thought you wanted to fight. Dodging the moonfish's teeth, Bakugo roared as he detonated another powerful explosion against it, landing next to Todoroki. Out of my way, loser. He growled as he detonated yet another blast. Bakugo, we must flee. Just a second before Longteeth pierced through his ice wall, Todoroki called as he twisted his foot. Then take off. Until this asshole gets really crispy, I won't be leaving. Bakugo yelled, avoiding a few more blows while he did so. You are being pursued by the villains. We must return you to the lodge. You fool, that simply means these losers follow us back. As Bakugo slid behind Todoroki's ice wall, he growled, we must eliminate him first or put everyone in danger. I can't fight properly with Saburaba here. Todoroki murmured, with how this guy is I won't be able to protect him should he shift focus. Boom. As the sound of falling trees filled the air, Bakugo and Todoroki stiffened, staring into the forest. Be ready. Moonfish turned toward the sound, smiling, and Bakugo snapped as an uncontrollably angry dark shadow burst out of the forest, chasing a bleeding Shoji. Bakugo. Todoroki. Let us have some light. Shoji yelled. Todoroki started to raise his hand to summon his flames, but he stopped when Bakugo raised his own. As Moonfish charged at Dark Shadow, he commanded, wait. The raging Quirk easily crushed them. Now. Tokiyami tried to steady his breathing, but Dark Shadow was back under control after the two used a stun grenade and a hot flash of fire. As Shoji checked on his friend, Bakugo remarked angrily, we were a bad match once again, bird brain. My thanks, Bakugo, Todoroki. Tokiyami murmured, I shudder to think what would have happened had you two not been here. Bakugo looked to where Moonfish was and growled, HMPH, whatever. He laughed cruelly and said, this asshole's not getting up anytime soon. So we can return to the lodge, Todoroki started. Bakugo stood back up and said toughly, no. Deku's still out here somewhere, and I'm not gonna leave his ass out here undefended. The other three boys exchanged anxious glances after hearing Mandalay's most recent message, in which she explained that Bakugo was a target and that they were free to use their peculiarities, but she also mentioned Midoriya. Anyone who finds him should try to get him back to the lodge right away as he is hurt and trying to put out the fire. Bakugo went on to say, I can see his flames in the distance, drawing attention from the others. He's fighting, he needs our help. I'll help him, you losers can return to the lodge. Todoroki stepped forward and said, we can't let you go alone, but Saburaba's injured. Shoji pointed to his bleeding tentacle and said, as am I. I can take him back to the lodge, with Tokiyami as well. Tokiyami said solemnly, I agree, I would only be a detriment to you in your quest. You two stay safe, Todoroki said as he and Bakugo fled into the forest. If we're lucky, we'll get to them before Midoriya defeats his opponent. As they exploded back out onto the trail, Bakugo stammered, we can only hope. His eyes narrowed at the flashes of blue and yellow flames that lit up the horizon. Their path had taken them directly to Uraraka and Tsuyu, who were now battling a blonde bitch. Bakugo turned red when the bitch stabbed Uraraka in the leg. Perish. The girl easily escaped both his attack and Todoroki's ice as he roared and threw a powerful explosion at her. Are you okay, Uraraka? He glared at their enemy while standing protectively over her and asking. She's skilled with that knife in her hands, she muttered as she swiftly tore off her jacket sleeve and tied it around the puncture wound. Stay down, we'll handle stabby bitch. Is this your boyfriend, I wonder? Toga burst out laughing, saying, he's kind of cute. Get out. As Bakugo easily ducked around him and tumbled back into the forest, he roared and charged at Toga, growling in annoyance. There are now too many of you. How dull, she complained as she vanished into the forest. Come back here, fucking psycho, so I can murder you. Bakugo growled, Uraraka barely holding him back. How are you, Sue? Bakugo turned and examined Uraraka while snarling at the puncture wound, and Todoroki inquired worriedly. Sue sighed and turned to face the sky as more fire flared into the night, saying, she cut my tongue, but other than that I'm fine. Midoriya is fighting so hard, isn't he? Todoroki resolutely stated, we're on our way to help him. Uraraka said, there's strength in numbers, so let's come too. Do you think that's a good idea? You're hurt? Todoroki inquired. We can't wait any longer, Bakugo said sternly, squeezing Uraraka's hand reassuringly as he turned back around. If she says she's fine, then she's fine. We must reach Deku. As they approached the clearing, the four teenagers fled into the forest, the heat from Izuku's fight enveloping them. Deku. As they rushed into the clearing, Bakugo yelled. The trees surrounding them had been reduced to blackened husks and the grass had been scorched away. Izuku was a blur of movement, his body rushing through each kata more quickly than Bakugo could follow as he fired wave after wave of fire at Dabi, who batted them away as he applied pressure. Remain back, Izuku yelled as he pulled Dabi's legs out from under him. He then leapt back as Dabi quickly got back up and attempted to strike Izuku's head with a strong fireball. Bakugo froze, saying, "Holy crap. We're here to help," he growled. An Agni Kai Bakugo cannot be interrupted. Izuku yelled as he parted his lips and let loose a stream of fire that lit up the clearing. Bakugo clenched his fist. Uraraka and Tsuyu gasped at the boy's scars and brands, but Todoroki remained unfazed. Twice. What are you looking for? Ahead. Be careful. Steam filled the air as another Dabi charged into the battle, twice running in after him. Todoroki yelled as he called forth his ice, barely able to withstand more blue flames aimed at the still stunned Uraraka. Perish. Bakugo growled and lunged towards the clone Dabi, but he jumped away when Toga attempted to stab him in the side. Very near. I want to watch you bleed, she complained. The explosion teen was trying his hardest to avoid the crazy girl's attacks as she cackled as she attacked Bakugo once more. With a flaming fist, Izuku punched Dabi, beginning, "If you harm them, I swear. They ought to have avoided us." Recalling the Nomu, Dabi snarled and kicked Izuku in the chest, sending him tumbling through one of the burned trees. As Izuku charged back out with a savage roar, Dabi braced himself. Twice in the clone Dabi were being dealt with by Tsuyu, Uraraka, and Todoroki. Uraraka and Tsuyu were doing everything in their power to try and capture Twice, while Todoroki's ice and fire battled Dabi's firebending. The half-teen was struggling because the clone was just as quick and strong as the real Dabi, and his typical strategy of overwhelming power was nothing compared to Dabi's precise fighting style. When Dabi opened his mouth and roared, the flames easily melted the ice away before he ducked as Toga was launched towards him, the blonde girl crying in surprise as she slammed into Twice. Todoroki growled as he leapt away from the clone, hand slamming into the ground and sending icy spikes straight for the imposter, only for them to melt away into nothingness. It's like trying to fight Midoriya. Let's finish this fucker. Bakugo roared as he stalked to Todoroki's side, his arms and chest covered in shallow cuts and deeper gashes. Now I'm mad. Bakugo, watch out. A sledgehammer crashed into Bakugo, sending him sprawling with a sickening crunch before he could even turn around. Uraraka yelled, "Katsuki," as she rushed to his side. Todoroki swiftly ducked a Nomu follow-up attack, with one arm changed into a drill and the other into an enormous sledgehammer. Without hesitation, Todoroki engulfed the monster in flames, but as the drill exploded out of the fire and went through his shoulder, he gasped. As she leapt from tree to tree, Tsuyu exclaimed, "Todoroki." Dabi and Toga were unconscious, but the clone Dabi remained. Todoroki gritted his teeth and grabbed the thing's arm, encasing it and breaking off the appendage before leaping back. As soon as his foot touched the ground, icy spikes appeared, impaling the Nomu while Tsuyu kicked the Dabi clone hard, turning it to brown mud. "I'm fine. Keep fighting," Todoroki said. "Katsuki, please," Uraraka cried, holding her boyfriend's head in her arms. "Please don't die." As he slowly opened his eyes, Bakugo groaned. "Quit crying. Damn it," he growled, "I hate to see you cry." Todoroki stumbled to their side, gritting his teeth and cauterizing his wound while muttering, "Glad you're all right." He muttered, "That depends on your definition of fine," as he slowly got to his feet, his right arm dangling at his side in a useless position. "Fucker shattered my arm," he said. As two portals opened and Spinner and Magna emerged, prepared for another battle, Tsuyu remarked, "We have other problems." The Nomu had broken through the spikes, its wounds slowly healing. With his hands raw from burns and his vision beginning to blur, Izuku gritted his teeth as he and Dabi walked. "I'm at my limit," he thought, glancing back at his friends, his eyes widening at the situation they were in and the additional enemies advancing to confront them. Taking advantage of his brief distraction, Dabi swept his legs out from under him and gave him a direct hit to the chest. As the blue flames swept over him, Izuku suppressed a scream that was more powerful and intense than anything he had ever used. When Izuku struggled to stand, breathing heavily, Dabi leapt back with his hands ready. "So this is the famous Kojin," Dabi sneered, "you couldn't even keep up." "Shut up," Izuku growled as he lunged forward, slamming his fist. Dabi effortlessly grabbed his arm and flipped him over his shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. Izuku tried to pin the man in that position with his legs, but Dabi's strong cross forced him to release his grip. Bakugo was barely able to stand anymore and was depending on Todoroki's ice to keep him safe. Even Todoroki was starting to slow down as he bled from multiple stab wounds, and only Uraraka and Tsuyu were in any sort of good health. Dabi laughed as he loomed over Izuku, watching the injured student as his friends tried in vain to fight the other villains, but they were being pushed back. Dabi sneered, "You've lost, Akuma." You're right," Izuku said, struggling to escape, "but that doesn't mean my friends have." With a roar of effort, a huge wall of flames separated the hero students from the villains. Izuku used his last remaining strength to use his flames to blast off from the ground, vaulting over the villains and landing in front of Bakugo and Todoroki. "Go!" Izuku yelled, his arms trembling from the pain he was fighting. "Go warn Iowa. I can't hold this for long. Go!" Bakugo tried to charge forward, but Uraraka took away his gravity and pulled him back as Suyu assisted Todoroki in limping away. "Are you fucking crazy?" Bakugo snapped. "No, we can't leave him." "Deku." "No," Bakugo said. As they grew farther apart, Izuku muttered, "I'm sorry, Kachan." At last, Izuku extinguished the flames and fell forward in a faint, but Dabi caught him before he could hit the ground. As Twice and Toga gradually started to recover, Dabi said to his allies, "We completed one objective," and as he glanced down at his former friend, an unreadable emotion flickered through his otherwise lifeless eyes. "We're leaving." When he eventually appeared, Compress questioned, "What about the Bakugo boy?" "He doesn't matter," Dabi grumbled. "Besides, Akuma here gave the last of his strength to allow his friends to run. I say we let his sacrifice carry this one time." A number of emergency vehicles were parked in the clearing in front of the lodge, their lights shining like a massive beacon. While some students were loaded onto gurneys with oxygen masks fastened over their mouths and noses, others were huddled close to the doors, whispering to each other. As Yui assisted Awase in transporting an unconscious Momo to the paramedic vehicle, a number of officers and heroes were preparing to enter the forest in search of any remaining survivors. "Assist. We need assistance." A few heroes were already rushing over, with Yui trailing behind, when Yui looked up and saw Suyu practically dragging a half-conscious Todoroki out of the forest. She trembled as she assisted them in placing Todoroki on a nearby gurney, saying, "We were fighting the villains," adding, "He was stabbed multiple times, and I did my best to wrap the injuries but—" "You did great," one of the heroes said, putting a comforting hand on Suyu's shoulder, making tears fall from the girl's eyes. "We got it from here." Trying not to lose her temper, she said, "Uraraka is bringing Bakugo, and he's injured too." Uraraka emerged as she was saying this, holding a still conscious Bakugo who was covered in blood and looking down at the ground with a dejected expression. As the boy looked up, his eyes were dead, and it wasn't from the pain he was undoubtedly experiencing. "Bakugo," Yui called, running up to him, "have you seen Izuku?" "We haven't been able to find him," she trailed off. "Bakugo, where's Izuku?" she asked. Before paramedics pushed past Yui, who gradually collapsed to her knees, he whispered, They took him." Uraraka was at her side in a flash, embracing the silent girl as she sobbed. Izuku's injuries had reduced to a dull throbbing when he woke up in a dark room with his hands handcuffed in front of him. "Glad to see you're awake." Izuku raised his head and sneered at the warp villain, who was seated in the room's corner. The villain said sweetly, "Yes, but most people call me Kurogiri." He got up and approached Izuku, saying, "Shigaraki wanted to talk to you as soon as you were awake." All of the league members were present, many of them watching him warily as Kurogiri helped him stand up and led him to a plain wooden chair. Izuku remained silent and kept his eyes down as he was led out of the room and into a welcoming-looking bar. Shigaraki stepped forward and said, "I'm so glad you could join us, Akuma." However, he stopped when Izuku's mouth released a feeble tongue of flame that missed his face by a few centimeters. "I'll burn the flesh off your fucking bones if you use that name once more." Izuku growled and started to get up, but Spinner and Magna pushed him back into the chair. Shigaraki sneered, "Not very heroic of you. It's no wonder hero society is collapsing. You have heroes who care only about their fame and popularity and don't help others around them. Tell me, Midoriya, how many times you were in danger or in need of assistance and the so-called heroes did nothing to help you? How often has going without food caused you to have stomach pains before bed? Are you attempting to sleep in doorways and cardboard boxes to protect yourself from rain? Being sent to the JDC for attempting to protect yourself from the actual criminals?" Izuku relaxed as Shigaraki talked, glancing down at his wrist cuffs. After following his gaze, Shigaraki remarked, "Those suppression cuffs will prevent you from using your fire as you desire, but if you join me, I could take them off and you can use your quirk as you were intended to. After all, you're a ne'er-do-well and a former delinquent, So many people still have doubts about you, even the supposed heroes who should be supporting you are just waiting for you to fail. Reject being Kojin the hero and take on the role of Akuma the villain with me, Izuku Midoriya. You can take your offer and shove it up your ass, Izuku growled, rolling his neck and popping it with a faint moan. Then, he spat at Shigaraki, nailing him in the eye and sending the villain reeling back in shock. I'm going to be a hero, no matter what some jumped-up asshole with a hand fetish says, he said. Well, aren't you stubborn? He said, wiping the spit from his face. Perhaps we should let you think on this offer, and I know the perfect method, one that Mr. Compress heard from a certain foster father he had met in the municipal jail. He turned and started to walk, saying, Spinner, twice, bring him. The entire room tensed, anticipating the tantrum that usually accompanied Shigaraki when he was denied what he wanted. Give me up, I'll fucking torch all of you. Izuku growled as the two villains pulled him to his feet, making him struggle with each step as they dragged him into the kitchen. You're dead as hell. As they got closer to an industrial freezer, Shigaraki chuckled and said, That's right, use that anger. As Shigaraki opened the door and the chilly air swept over them, Izuku's eyes grew wide and he started to fight harder. Maybe it'll keep you warm. Twice and Spinner threw Izuku into the freezer, and he grunted as the door slammed shut a second later. Izuku roared, No, as he stood up and rushed to the door, slamming his shoulder against it. Let me out, let me go. We're supposed to get him on our side, Dabi muttered as Shigaraki passed him, not torture him. He watched with mixed emotions on the other side of the door, his hands clenched into fists as he heard his old friend scream and smash into the door. I'm sure he'll be more agreeable after a few days in the cold. Re-entering the freezer, Izuku sank slowly to the floor, shivering violently as he curled in on himself, memories of his time with his foster parents replaying in his mind. He was unable to determine how long he lay there, frozen in the all-too-familiar cold and terror, but Uncle Iroh's voice reverberated in his mind as he lay defeated. Why don't you go into the freezer, Izuku? We need more meat for the special today, Iroh asked, approaching him and putting a reassuring hand on his shoulder. After all, stew wouldn't be the same without beef. Izuku looked away from the freezer and shivered as he stared at the big metal box. I can't, he muttered. Iroh's expression softened. I understand, Izuku, if you are uncomfortable going into the freezer, then that is okay, but you must remember, you cannot allow fear to control your life, it shows those who hurt you that they won. Instead, you must move on, and let go of the traumas of the past, let it flow away, like leaves on the river. As he walked away from a dejected Iroh with his hands in his pockets, Izuku sneered, Yeah, I'll remember that, one day. The only thing Izuku could do with the suppression cuffs on was to slowly push himself up into a sitting position and release a puff of fire from his mouth. This didn't warm him up completely, but it did restore the feeling in his hands. He forced himself to slow his breathing and release another puff of fire. He looked up slowly, his eyes blazing red with anger and tears, and muttered, I can't escape, but I'll be damned if I let these fuckers break me. To put this simply, we have failed. When Principal Nezu made his announcement, all of the UA teachers hung their heads in shame, none of them opposed him because they all knew he was correct. We could not guarantee the safety of our students, and because of this our students were once again put into harm's way, with several having to be treated for serious bodily injury. Nezu murmured, the blame is on UA as a whole and sets a premise on what must be done so something like this never happens again. I think we should address the elephant in the room, said Snipes, before it was just guessing, but now it's clear, we have a spy in our midst. But who? Leaning forward, Midnight inquired. Not many people knew where the training camp was going to be. Smintos said in an unsure voice, it could have been one of the students. Once they got there, it wouldn't have been too difficult for them to share their location. A third-year teacher whispered, and it's not like we don't have a prime suspect in Class 1A. Present Mike said, You're talking about Midoriya, turning to face Aizawa, who was looking more worn out and gaunt than ever before and staring glumly at the table. How many times are you people going to try and use the kid's past as a reason to get him expelled? He knew one of the villains at the USJ, and reportedly told Aizawa that he knew one of the villains behind this attack. There's no way this can be a coincidence. Midoriya has done nothing but show that he's not a villain, All Might said, rising to his feet. He's one of the top students in his class, and has even shown the world at large that he has what it takes to be a hero. Another teacher started, We know that, in an attempt to appease All Might. So why do you keep examining him closely? Why treat him like a villain when he has demonstrated the opposite? All Might demanded. He's being watched by a number of prominent heroes virtually all the time, Midnight continued. For heaven's sake, Aizawa trains him. The Dragon of the West does the same. Another teacher yelled. Is it convenient for anyone else that the boy is being trained by a retired supervillain? Your uncle isn't a villain. He owns a tea shop. Mike yelled. He's already done his time, too. If anything, you seem like a mole who is attempting to influence us to turn against the abducted student. Teachers began arguing at the table in an attempt to dominate the commotion and talk over one another. Then there was a loud crunch. Everyone stopped talking and turned to face Aizawa. He was now standing, his fist still embedded in the table from when he had punched it. He slowly withdrew it, his eyes bloody from the wood shards, and he was breathing heavily. His bloodshot eyes were scanning all of the teachers who were a little alarmed. How dare you, he whispered, his voice trembling with barely contained rage. Our student gets kidnapped by villains, and you suggest he's part of them. You ought to feel embarrassed. He was on the fast track to be a villain before you. He's my son and deserves to be treated for his current actions, not his past. Aizawa slammed his other fist into the table, denting the wood but not breaking through. After saying that, he stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. The point is that we cannot start accusing each other. The only thing we can do is make sure our students will be taken care of, Nezu said with a sigh and a rub of his eyes. I would like to go over all of the new safety measures that I have been thinking about for a while with everyone in attendance. None of the teachers again mentioned Izuku as a traitor as they went to work. At the bustling Tokoba Municipal Hospital, doctors were busy helping patients one by one. On the second floor, in a tiny waiting area, sat the 3 uninjured students of Class 1B who had just finished visiting their unconscious classmates and Tetsu, who would be released the following day. Monoma sneered at his classmates, typical that our class was the most targeted, while 1A gets out with minimal injury. You saw the injured for Class 1A, their wounds were a lot more serious than gas inhalation, Kendo said sharply, placing a reassuring hand on Yui, who had started to sniffle. The normally quiet girl was subdued, with dark rings around her bloodshot eyes and tear stains down her cheeks. Monoma turned away with a sneer. Hey guys. Yaoyorozu, Hagakure, and Jiro were among the few members of Class 1A that were absent when the 3 looked up. You guys good? Kirishima stepped forward and asked. We're hanging in there, Kendo sighed. How are things going for your people? Hagakure and Kyoka are still under, Mina said with a quiet tone. Yaoyorozu will be released later tonight. Bakugo and Todoroki are signing out now. Any word on? Kendo paused, staring aidlessly at Yui as she started to huddle in on herself. As the others turned away, Kirishima crossed his arms and said, Nothing. Listen, there's something I discovered when we left Yaoyorozu's room. He started explaining to them how Momo had made a locator for the police to locate the tracker she had placed on that Nomu creature. I'm going to ask Momo if she'd be willing to create another one so we can go and get Midoriya ourselves. What? When Yui finally raised her head to look at Kirishima, everyone turned to look at her. What did you just say? She asked in a raspy voice. We can go get Midoriya ourselves, I said. Come on, we can't just leave him out there, Kirishima uttered firmly, struggling to keep his voice below a whisper. Zero remarked, but we don't have permission to use our quirks. What good would that accomplish? I'm saying screw permission, this is Midoriya guys, we can't. You can and you will. Everyone turned to look at Bakugo as he hobbled toward them with Uraraka's help. Shoto was walking next to them, his head lowered and his hands in his pockets. You mean that I can and will? You can't tell me you're satisfied with leaving Izuku out there, snarled Kirishima as she stalked in Bakugo's direction. Bakugo, whose voice was barely a soft growl, said, Of course I'm not happy you idiot. I was there when we fucking failed to save him, and I hate to admit it but we can't fucking match with that blue fire bastard. But, Kirishima began, but Midoriya, if you were caught and punished, or worse, killed, Izuku wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Softly interrupting Kirishima, Yui said, especially after Hosu. The reminder caused Iida to go pale, and Todoroki's shoulders to tremble a little. Deku would fuck you up just for suggesting it, Bakugo said, forcing Kirishima to concentrate on the explosion user, who was wrapped in gauze and had a scar carved into the right side of his face, barely catching the corner of his weary, red-rimmed eyes. When the fighting started I was stuck in a classroom back at camp while all of you risked your lives, Kirishima started with a subdued "S." I felt useless. If I can't help my friends, then what kind of man am I? I can't just sit on the sidelines and wait while our friend is in the grip of these villains. But if we ignore the law, then we're just like the villains. Suyu was clear, not to mention Midoriya sacrificed himself to give us a chance to escape. We can't let that be in vain by putting ourselves in danger again. I'm sorry, Kirishima, Shoto said at last, without raising his head as he struggled to control his emotions. I know what you're feeling, believe me, I do, but we do more harm than good in this situation. I don't like it, Kirishima muttered, lowering his head as his shoulders slumped. You don't have to, Bakugo said sternly, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. None of us do. Noting the amount of heavy muscle they were pulling out for this operation, Tsukachi strode into the briefing room. All Might was waiting for him at the front with several Hero Association analysts, while several top 10 heroes and notable top 50s were seated behind the seasoned SWAT officers. Setting his papers aside, he said, "Let's get to it," pulling out a small remote control and pressing a button to turn on a projector. Our objectives have been chosen through months of police work and honest luck. Our first target is a bar in the older part of downtown Camino. We've received numerous reports of League members coming and going from this area, so we believe this is where they'll be holding their hostage, Izuku Midoriya. There will be another button push, photos of the bar taken from different perspectives, and a picture of Izuku, along with his JDC mugshot. They were unable to obtain a better image, everyone complained to Tsukachi. He responded in a whisper, it was the only one they had other than from when he was 4. He then returned to the briefing, saying, the other site is one we acquired by use of a tracking device. Class 1A's vice president was able to get on one of the Nomu creatures, leading us to building in the warehouse district. The images changed to a map of the warehouse district, with one warehouse marked out among all the others. We believe this is where the majority of the creatures called Nomu will be. Our attack will be a two-pronged assault on these locations. Capture is the highest priority after the safety of Izuku Midoriya. That kid saved a lot of people in Hosu, Edgeshot stated. I think we should return the favor now. I'm glad we can all agree. Tsukachi turned to face the door and was taken aback to see Paku and Tatsumoto entering the room wearing their vintage hero outfits. Many people who had worked with Tatsumoto prior to his retirement found his green and black GI to be a welcoming sight. With a tone of surprise, Tsukachi remarked, Whiplash, Zephyr, I was unaware you were assigned to this case. Zephyr smiled amiably and said, we assigned ourselves at the request of a mutual friend of ours. Tsukachi's eyes widened when he saw the infamous Dragon of the West, Iroh Soren, enter the room wearing red-shaded robes and armor resembling that of a samurai. Iroh stepped forward and said, I renewed my provisional hero's license with the help of an old friend from China, who is on his way even now. The fat old tea shop owner had vanished, replaced by a stout man with dragonfire gleaming in his eyes, and my parole officer was very helpful after my friend Tatsumoto spoke on my behalf. Endeavor snarled as he stood, and with these two old hacks for co-conspirating this. We should be throwing you back into Tartarus, old man. Paku sneered, I'd like to see you try matchstick. All Might stepped forward and ordered, enough both of you. I myself will vouch for these three. Agreed. Edgeshot replied, Paku was my mentor, if he made this call, then it must be the right one. With everyone nodding except for Endeavor, who merely sneered, Tsukachi asked, if we're all in agreement. Okay, glad you three will be joining us. The pleasure is ours. Iroh replied, these villains will know the fear that the Dragon of the West can inspire. The only thing preventing frostbite was Izuku's even breathing, which caressed the embers of his quirk beneath the suppression cuffs. Despite the fact that his body was trembling with shivers, his fingers were pale and achy, and frost was stuck to his hair. For the better part of 2 days, and well into the third, he had been kept in the freezer. Only twice in that period had they pulled him out, and both times Shigaraki's offer was to be extended. A shaky, fuck you, was all Izuku gave them both times. As the minutes passed, the cold bit deeper and deeper into his limbs, making it more difficult to maintain even breathing. He wasn't sure how much longer he could endure this. He pondered dimly whether they were aware of his whereabouts, whether they were currently en route to release him, or whether they had dismissed him as hopeless. He jolted as he heard the door latch unlock and said, Pops wouldn't let them, adding with an achy laugh, neither would Bakugo. Hope that dumb fuck doesn't try to come for me himself. As he was dragged back out to the wooden chair after being pulled out of the freezer once more, a plan started to form in his mind. You're looking paler than usual, Midoriya, Shigaraki chuckled as the man, who was shivering violently, was dropped in the chair. His hands were practically frozen in claws, and his eyes were tired and weary. I'll be honest, I'm surprised you've lasted this long. Normal humans can't handle temperatures like these for long, a couple hours at most. You must really have a powerful quirk if it's still burning even through the suppression cuffs. But it can't last for long, can it? Shigaraki said. You're already at your limit, aren't you? Shigaraki asked, mockingly, as Izuku winced. Tell you what, my offer is still on the table, join us and we can get you some food, let you rest and recover. Izuku croaked, barely lifting his wrists to indicate the suppression cuffs. You'll take these off? Shigaraki laughed and said, I'll take them off right now if you join us. Dabi stiffened, but Shigaraki was blind to it because he didn't know Izuku as well as he did. Beneath that pitiful exterior, he saw Izuku standing there, poised, and prepared to attack. Shigaraki leaned forward to remove the handcuffs, but he remained silent. Izuku kept a ring of fire around himself, his hands ready to strike the moment any of them moved, and the meek attitude he had adopted vanished in an instant as red-hot fire blasted out of his hands, forcing everyone to take cover except for Dabi, who brushed his hand through it without blinking. Izuku was now on his feet, color slowly returning to his limbs. Oh, how clever of you, Shigaraki grumbled, but you're all alone here, and weak. I doubt that fire is your strongest. It was hot, but nowhere near the stuff Dabi was talking about. Not to mention you're outnumbered. What will you do? Fight all of us on your own? Dabi has already beaten you on his own. Izuku paused. He could have easily run for the door, but that would have left him vulnerable to attack. He could only stand there for so long before one of the other leaguers became restless. There was a knock on the door before he could make up his mind. Pizza delivery. Boom. As All Might rushed into the room, the wall to Izuku's left exploded in a shower of splinters. We're here, he yelled as Kamui Woods extended his hand. He yelled, pre-emptive binding, lacquered chain prison, while securing each league member. Dabi snarled, his fire starting to creep up his hand, before Gran Torino charged in and knocked him unconscious. Big mistake, matchstick. Gran Torino mumbled, stay down, son, as he touched down and the front door flew open, allowing Edgeshot to enter with a full SWAT team. Shigaraki began, Kurogiri, but Edgeshot quickly took over, flattening down to the smallest of points and stabbing into Kurogiri, who sighed in agony as he passed out. Can't have you all disappearing. Edgeshot sighed, don't worry, I didn't kill him, just moved his insides around a bit. Young Midoriya. Are you okay? All Might asked worriedly, striding towards the boy who was looking around in disbelief. Midoriya. As he hugged the boy, All Might said, don't worry young Midoriya, you're safe. Izuku turned to face him, and there was a terrified glow in his eyes, as if the boy couldn't believe what he was seeing. Izuku cried quietly as he made himself calm down, relieved that he had made it this far. Never, 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 never. This was not how it was supposed to go, Shiraki growled. All Might stood up to his full height and declared, it's over, Tamura Shigaraki. No, 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 it's not finished yet. As he fought against his restraints, Shigaraki spat. It is, come now, quietly, and, I despise you, Shigaraki screamed as the mouths of the League of Villains suddenly started to spew out black liquid. What is this? Gran Torino shouted as one by one the villains disappeared. Edge. Kurogiri, stop. He is still not in. As he leapt away, Edge cried out, this isn't him. Shigaraki muttered in awe, Master, as the two vanished. All Might. Izuku shouted as he too began to disappear, the young boy reaching out towards the number one hero in panic. All Might help. Young Midoriya. All Might cried out as he jumped towards the boy, his hands closing around thin air as Izuku disappeared. No. As he was dropped onto ashy dirt, Izuku gasped and pushed himself to his feet, staring around him in horror at the vanquished heroes. His gaze swept over their unconscious, prone bodies before shifting to Shigaraki, who was bowed before a man wearing a dark mask who was floating above the carnage, the ruins of a destroyed building smoking languidly behind him. Lady. Best Jeanist, he whispered. Izuku Midoriya, the man said as he floated towards him, you've made quite a name for yourself in the last 6 months, worthy of being called a true hero, but that ends today. Young Shigaraki, claim your prize. You failed again, Tamura Shigaraki, the man rumbled out, but that's all right. Fail and try again as many times as it takes. The man's head rose, seemingly staring at Izuku as the firebender took a hesitant step back, his aching arms rising in a sloppy defensive stance. As All for One turned and caught All Might's first blow, wind pressure buffeted his suit and everything around it, causing the League to scramble to maintain their footing. As he strained against his opponent's fist, All Might spat, I'll have you return my student, All for One. Come kill me once more. All Might. With a sneer, All for One punched All Might, sending him flying. All Power. Before Mr. Compress was by his side, orange flames were enveloping the area. Izuku roared and jumped back, dodging Shigaraki's attack as he roared. He then dodged Toga's knife, snarling as Shigaraki and Spinner charged in. Mr. Compress was sent flying back by a roundhouse kick. Young Midoriya. All Might yelled, charging back in with Shigaraki in his sights. When All for One appeared in front of All Might and blasted him away with an air bullet, he said, "Don't worry, Tamura Shigaraki," with a mocking lilt. "Because I am here." With a low growl, Izuku jumped back again, attempting to maintain his distance as Spinner thrust his sword forward, just inches from impaling the young firebender. "Damn it," he said. That was stopped by a whip of water that encircled the lizard man's neck and flung him into the air. The League of Villains. Paku slid down a pile of debris to Izuku's side, his entire body moving fluidly as he brought the water back from several whips around him. A bunch of no-name thugs. Izuku was shocked to see the water rush forward, forcing many of the Leaguers to retreat. As he glided in on his glider and landed on top of the pile of debris, Tatsumoto remarked, "I think it's time to remind them why no villain group has ever lasted more than a few months. The tides have changed, the cavalry has arrived." Iroh declared, "You will surrender yourself to the Dragon of the West." Uncle blasted himself through the air to come to rest in front of Izuku, billowing fire out his nostrils as he adopted a defensive stance. Izuku felt hope well in him. "Death them!" Shigaraki shouted, making the other Leaguers charge forward, twice. "What? On it!" He yelled twice as he extended his hand, and Dabi emerged from the ground, launching a blue flame at Iroh. Iroh opened it with his hands and retaliated with a series of flame jabs. Izuku leapt over him and confronted Dabi directly, his flames forcing the copy to back off as Paku charged forward, water whips keeping Shigaraki and Toga back. Meanwhile, Tatsumoto was flying through the air, avoiding marbles that Mr. Compress had thrown that would explode into rubble as he cancelled his quirk. Magna was attempting to assist twice and clone Dabi in their battle with the two firebenders, who were now working together. Izuku was protecting Iroh from flames as the former villain slipped past Magna's magnet and blasted her with flames, rendering her unconscious before using flames to leap over Izuku and land a hard axle kick on the clone's shoulder, causing it to splatter into the mud it was formed from. "Izuku!" Iroh shouted as All for One and All Might traded blows in the sky. "Get out of here. As long as we can, we'll keep them away." "But what about," Izuku started, but stopped when a blast erupted and a laughing old man, who was much stronger than any old man should be, launched enormous boulders at All for One. Shiver in terror at the Mad King Bumi's strength. "Ha ha 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 ha." "Bumi," Iroh said quietly, smiling, as he threw fire at Magna, causing her to duck behind some debris for protection. "Go, Izuku. We'll be fine." After a final moment of hesitation, Izuku said, "Don't die," and took off north. "Avoid him!" Shigaraki yelled and turned to chase after Izuku, but he was frozen in place after being struck by a wall of water. With his water whip wrapped around twice, Paku said sharply, "Your fight is with me, young man," sending him flying into a confused Spinner. Another loss, All for One thought as he spun around and punched All Might, then reached out and wrapped his fingers around Bumi, throwing him straight up in the air, saying, "No matter." He turned his fingers towards Kurogiri, the tips extending and stabbing into the unconscious man. Forced quirk activation. All for One proclaimed, making a portal appear as he turned on the 3 pros, air cannon. As All for One used Magna's forced quirk activation once more, sending the elderly men flying in Toga's direction, 3 rapid air bullets struck them, sending them reeling back. "No. Master." As he started to tumble into the portal, Shigaraki yelled. "Keep going, Shigaraki." All for One called, saying, "Restart as often as you need to. I have faith in you." The portal then shut, leaving All for One by himself with Iroh and his fellow citizens. With Tatsumoto landing next to him, Paku mumbled, "All for One," as he slowly stood back up and assisted Iroh in standing up. "I never believed my grandfather when he spoke of him." Tatsumoto grimly remarked, "A myth taken true form." "Come now," All for One called out to them, "don't heroes leap into peril headfirst?" As Iroh started to walk toward All for One, Paku remarked, "He took on All Might without breaking a sweat, we can't match that power." As Tatsumoto took to the air and Paku followed, Iroh said, "Maybe not, but we can hold him off until All Might returns," putting his foot firmly on the debris and raising his hands. "Together." All for One said, the administrator, trying to steer the fallen to the path of righteousness. He rushed Tatsumoto, and a single punch sent him streaking across the sky, crashing through a building, and coming to a stop on the street, immobile. All for One easily avoided their initial attack, dissipating Iroh's fire and dodging the surge of waves that Paku sent at him. All for One also easily kept up with Tatsumoto as the man flew through the air, hitting him with high-speed winds that All for One would counter with air bullet. Tatsumoto. With his eyes narrowing, Paku yelled, "You son of a bitch!" He roared as the water surrounding him abruptly vanished, then resurfaced as water droplets floating in midair before freezing into sharp spikes that Paku sent hurtling in All for One's direction with a breath. As he skillfully ducked under the water, All for One chuckled and called out, "The teacher, training the new generations." He leveled his hand and said, "Rivet stab." As All for One's fingers dug into Paku's chest, he screamed in agony. As All for One lifted the man off the ground, prepared to take away his quirk and abandon him for dead, he taunted, "You have a worthy quirk, Whiplash." Iroh roared, "No." The flames from his mouth burned All for One's hand, causing him to release Paku as he pulled his fingers away in agony. Iroh yelled, "Paku," as he rushed to his friend's side. The elderly man was bleeding out and barely breathing on the ground when Iroh arrived, so he lifted his hand and clasped it in his. Paku let out a gasp before he passed out. "Run." The pretender. Iroh turned to face All for One and looked up, his eyes blazing with anger. The pretender. "I remember you. The so-called dragon who could not stomach his brother's bloodlust. Tell me, O mighty dragon, how it feels to fail at killing your own brother." All for One sneered, opening his arms wide. Iroh's eyes went wide with shock, and he whispered, "Ozai is alive?" Before All for One materialized in front of him, slamming his fist into his stomach and sending him flying back into the debris, broken and bloodied. How the mighty dragon falls. All for One chuckled as Iroh struggled to stand up slowly only to be slapped away once more. This time, rebar impaled his shoulder, causing Iroh to scream. "Goodbye, mighty dragon." Texas smash. As Bumi hurried to his friends, moving dirt and debris to get them out of the fight, All Might's powerful blow sent All for One flying. As the man ran with his friends, All Might yelled, "Get them somewhere safe, Bumi, I'll handle this." With dead eyes and a sole focus on placing his feet in front of him, Izuku stumbled slowly into the hospital, supported by Kamui Woods. Izuku. As Yui ran towards him from the entrance, Izuku looked up, his eyes gaining a tiny spark of life as he turned around and stared at her. Izuku took a step forward, but his legs failed him as Yui caught him, causing them both to fall to their knees. Trying to pull away to examine him, she whispered, "You're back," but Izuku's embrace was so strong that he held her while his shoulders started to shake. "Izuku," she muttered as the boy let out a choked sob. "It's okay, Izuku, I'm here," she said as he sobbed, letting out all the fear, anger, and frustration of the previous 5 days in the middle of the hospital lobby. They spent the night holding each other instead of witnessing All Might's final moments as the greatest hero, watching him raise his fist in triumph, or declaring it was their time. It was finally over, they told themselves. The following day Paku hobbled into a tiny hospital room and peered at the 3 people inside. "Paku," Tatsumoto said, attempting to smile at the man, but it didn't seem to go as planned because he was sitting in a wheelchair and covered in gauze. "Thought you were still unconscious." Paku grimaced as he sat down in a nearby chair and nodded to Bumi. "It was touch and go for a second," he said, looking at the final occupant of the room with his shoulders lowered in despair. "How is he?" he asked. "But you'll need to do more than 5 puncture wounds through my vital organs to get rid of me." "He was basically a bag of shattered bones when I got to him yesterday," Bumi said, looking up and then back down to Iroh. "Most of his internal organs were damaged in some way, plus the impalement on a piece of rebar. Doctors say he slipped into a coma after all those surgeries, but personally I think he was lucky to survive." "We were outmatched," Tatsumoto grumbled. "Had it been Nomu I believe we would have been effective, but All for One." Bumi asked Paku in a low voice, "Did you hear what he said to Iroh?" Paku shook his head and remarked, "Making Iroh run was the last thing I remember." "Ozai is still alive." "The Fire Lord." "No, impossible, he was killed by Iroh during the fall of the Caldera Syndicate." Both men tensed instantly. Bumi stood, popping his neck, and muttered, "Obviously not. I looked into it after you all were safe. Ozai's body was never recovered. The Fire Lord is still alive, and with All for One gone, I doubt they'll be keeping quiet for long." Paku noted, "Iroh's defeated him before, in his youth, he's been complacent for years now." Bumi grumbled, "The old codger was out of form last night, and I doubt Ozai's been lying low because he gave up on villainy. No, this won't be a battle of brothers. He glanced at Iroh, and that's what worries me. Izuku asked softly, what did the doctors say? As he looked down at his sleeping uncle, his heart heaving with grief and guilt until he had to turn away. From the doorframe, Aizawa informed him, he's in a coma, but they're hopeful that he'll wake up. He shouldn't be in a coma, Izuku grumbled, hell he shouldn't have even been there. Aizawa sighed, pushed off the frame, and approached his son, putting a reassuring arm around him. He's a stubborn man, and he wanted to help. I would have been there with him if Nezu hadn't forced me to go to that stupid press conference. Stupid heroes, Izuku laughed without humor. With a sorrowful smile, Aizawa patted his shoulder and said, come on, let's get you home. He then went to the door. Will you please take me to Ua instead? Aizawa paused and turned back to face Izuku, who had his hands in his pockets, shoulders bent, and eyes downcast. Is there a specific reason why? Aizawa inquired. Without turning to face his father, Izuku muttered, to speak to Hound Dog. With a slow nod, Aizawa said, let's go. As Sume pushed him, Jin rolled his shoulders and mumbled, goddamn, it's too early in the morning for this. He rubbed his sleep-stained eyes. The time must be early. You heard what that Bakugo kid said, we're doing this for Izuku, she warned him. Be a little more cheerful, then. This boy, who was wearing a purple jacket, black t-shirt, black jeans, and purple sneakers, scoffed and crossed his arms. Chipper, she says, he said, his wolf ears on top of his head flicking in annoyance. I already said I didn't want to go, and then I get dragged out of bed for this stupid shit. Sume sassed, utterly unfazed by the growl Kayaba gave her the shadows steadily approaching him. Cool it, Jimbo, I told you that you didn't have to come along. Jimmy Kayaba, his quirk, Dark Wolf, WHO has Timber Wolf characteristics and can control shadows. My name is Jimmy Kayaba, he rasped, you're only allowed to call me Kayaba. Who says I'll pay attention to you? Jin commanded, enough both of you, in a tone that made no room for debate. Sorry Jin, muttered Sume. Whatever, Jimmy sneered, turning his head away as they rode in silence for a short while longer. Jin clarified, she did tell you didn't have to come. This made Kayaba irritated and made Sume laugh. Jin was fortunate that the train arrived at their station, allowing him to exit quickly. Sume burst out laughing, and Kayaba slithered along. Hate these stupid, his grousing trailing off into unheard mutters. As they strolled down the street, Jin said, just relax, Kayaba. You really don't have to kick it with us. You can go back to the dorms if you want. Then I'll get an earful from Sensei, Kayaba stated. He's already told us we need to bond, or whatever. Sume gave him a friendly prod, saying, it doesn't mean you have to force yourself to join us. Why don't you just stay a little while and then go back? He blushed a little and turned away, but Kayaba muttered, yeah, I can do that. Great. Sume applauded. Jin stated drearily, I'm glad we were able to resolve that. Hey, Rockhead. Jin grabbed the offending leg and slammed the body it was attached to into the ground after the exclamation, which was followed by an attempted drop kick that she easily blocked. As he sat up slowly, the body wheezed, you're no fun anymore, and jumped up, grinning, shaking dirt out of his black hair. The three Tomo in his red eyes started spinning as he brushed off his plain black shirt and jeans, saying, couldn't even give me more than a one and done. Madara Khan. Quirk. Sharingan. He can uses those special eyes to copy and predict movements, but long-term use causes them to bleed and sting. Jin slammed fists with the shorter boy and said, just be glad you didn't try that on Kayaba again. Where's Peterson? He shrugged, who knows? Most likely at Izuku's place with Yui. They said they were going to put up the decorations before we got there. Hisato is getting antsy. A lot of hit students milling about at that apartment, he said, as the boy fell into step beside them, arms behind his head as they moved. Did he forget that he is now also an HIT? Kayaba inquired. With a casual shrug, he said, I think we're good there. Guys have probably been a little twitchy since he got out of the slammer. Amos is chilling with him. Achilles is already dozing off on the couch, though, I swear that guy only eats, sleeps, and fights. Sume laughed and said, you would too if your quirk burned that much energy. He noted, Tortugas takes a lot of energy too. Jin reminded him, and Tortuga is usually asleep when he's not at school. Yeah, but the guy's the size of a minivan, I'd sleep too if I was that freakishly huge. Leave the insults for the villains, Khan. Hey, Peterson. Sume applauded when a white-haired girl, shorter than Khan, approached them. She had a pixie-cut hairstyle, a pair of capris, and a plain green muscle shirt that flaunted her scars and slender muscles. As Khan practically teleported to her side, Peterson said, "Hey Saber." "Ella. My main man, my dog, my life's love, what's going on?" Taking one of her hands and essentially making her perform a difficult handshake, Khan said. He jumped back quickly when a knife stabbed his stomach, saying, "Yeesh, so prickly." Madara grinned shit-eatingly. Twirling the knife in her hand and putting it away, Ella snarled, saying, "Touch me again without my permission and I gut you." "You're implying that I can touch you with your consent?" "Oh, lighten up, Peterson," said Khan, laughing as he easily sidestepped the thrown knife, plucking it from the air and throwing it back at Ella, who caught it by the blade and scowled at him. "We have left the JDC. Once more, free men and women. Pro-heroes representing West Shizu," he said, jumping over Jin and landing on a nearby trash can while posing absurdly. As she pushed Khan away from the trash can and into a bush, Sume concurred, saying, "West Shizu represent. Doesn't mean you have to be annoying." When Sume gave him a friendly shove, Kayaba complained and smiled a little. "Finally we agree on something." After jumping back out of the bush and hooking his legs on a light post, Khan complained, "You guys just suck." He hung from the post with his right hand holding it higher. "Okay, if my personal brand of humor isn't accepted, then let's talk about something else. Specifically 1A and Akuma." Jin informed him, "He doesn't go by that anymore." "Yes, but when I see him, I don't see God." Khan jumped down and walked beside Kayaba, saying, "If anything, I see a dragon." As she added points to her hand, Sume concurred, saying, "Possessive, controlled anger, hoarded hero merch like a gremlin, spews fire and sage advice when the mood hits him. Yeah, seems like a dragon." Ella thought softly, "The dragon of Ua, it does fit." "Yeah, and I personally think dragons are better than gods, holier than thou pricks." Khan was grumbling. Kayaba sneered, "You talk like you've met a god before." "I've met Misei Karuno in lingerie before." Jin grunts, "That's fair." "I can see that." Ella whispered back. "Gods, that woman." Sume let out a sigh. "Am I not noticing anything?" Kayaba inquired bewilderedly. Squinting forward, Khan said, "Before your time, my angsty shadow wolf friend. Hey, Tortuga is there." He was, in fact, a huge alligator snapping turtle curled up next to the apartment complex, arms, legs, and head all pulled into his shell. The spiky ridges on its back were frightening to everyone except the blonde boy who was sleeping in between the rows. "Tortuga. Achilles." Khan shouted through cupped hands, eliciting a mocking "Rah!" The rest of them cheered. Pale blue eyes narrowed at them as the boy sat up and leapt from his perch. Muscular arms and legs emerged from the shell with a groan, and he slowly stood next to Achilles while a bleary head protruded, its sharp beak opening as it yawned. "Is it necessary for you to be so noisy?" Tortuga grumbled, wiping the sleep from his beady black eyes, his other hand making sure the jeans he was wearing were still in one piece from his impromptu nap. "I was having such a wonderful dream." Achilles complained, wearing a different outfit than the others, an ocean blue chiton with a leather belt tied around it and a pair of leather sandals, and pushed his long hair back before crossing his arms, his muscles rippling. "I too was enjoying my slumber until this vexation made himself known." "Why did you actually read the dictionary that was given to you as a birthday present?" Sume snickered as Khan asked. Achilles growled and said, "Watch yourself, knave." Jin, who was about the same height as the boy, told him to calm down, saying, "We're supposed to be friends, aren't we?" Achilles met Jin's gaze and declared, "I have no time for playing with you fools. I am here to get my license and move on." Achilles looked up at the boy who was a head taller than him when Tortuga's big hand landed on his shoulder. "What was said by Hound Dog?" Tortuga growled. "The path to victory is gained not by taking the journey alone, but by relying on allies to reach the peak," he sighed. Tortuga looked at Jin and gave her the best beak smile he could manage, saying, "Sorry about that stone, he's just irritated his nap got cut short." "Exactly, so stop fighting with everyone because you're pissed you got caught. Stop treating me like a child." When Giannis yelled at him, the giant paw struck him hard, driving him into the ground. "Avoid behaving like one." With steam rising from his feet, Tortuga spoke harshly. Sorahiko Quirk, Turtle Rush, has the appearance of an alligator snapping turtle and has explosive bursts of speed and strength due to the jets in his feet. As Giannis pushed himself out of his crater, he glared at Tortuga and muttered, "You're lucky my sword can't pierce your hide." "It's no problem, Tortuga," Jin said easily. Giannis Cirillo. His quirk invincible. His reflexes match his quick temper and his skin is hard as iron. Before they could argue, Khan cut them off, saying, not that this back and forth isn't fun, but we got a party to get to, so you can have your lover spat later. I always appreciate your wit, Khan, Tortuga chuckled. He's right, everyone else who's coming is here, he said, laughing as the short boy leapt up and landed on his shoulder, comfortably sitting on the edge of the shell as the big man started to make his way back to the apartment. Let's take part in the celebration. Is everyone in our class present? Jin inquired. Giannis said, only Amos and Kemery came, as they made their way. The rest quit like the cowards they are. Though his wording is harsh, he's right. Ella responded, they all quit after Camino. I kinda don't blame them. Sume replied quietly, I mean, All Might's gone, he's the only reason we came out of the dark times. With a menacing smile, Kayaba remarked, and with him gone the shadows will spread once more. The thought of it makes me tingly. Take about 60% off there, bud. Khan replied, looking at Kayaba, but yeah, I don't blame them either. Hell, you also got to figure some of them used to run with Yakuza and the likes. With the big guy gone, there's a high chance that those old crime syndicates are gonna start doing more than petty shit. It is indeed a dark time we are approaching. Giannis murmured, the better to show that we belong amongst the stars. Can someone translate? I don't speak Shakespeare. Kayaba perked up a little when a new voice said, it means more opportunities for us to shine. As a boy leapt from the second story of the apartments, he smirked and said, Anenra. A puff of smoke briefly billowed around him before it dissipated, revealing a self-assured young man with brown hair in an undercut, a white shite shirt tucked into jeans that showed off his fit figure, and gray eyes that sparkled with barely contained excitement. How are things going, Kayaba? Do you miss me? He clasped hands with the other boy and asked. His quirky member, Hasido Kemery, is capable of producing extremely hot smoke and flames from his body. Please stop having heart attacks. Everyone looked up again to see a deeply tanned boy with a puffy white afro and two shiny ebony ram's horns curling out from his temples when a timid, soft voice called from the second floor. Amos, soon cheered, making the boy flinch before scurrying down the nearby stairs. Hello. He said, standing awkwardly beside Kemery, happy to see you. God damn it. Ramos can speak. Jin gave Khan a hard slap on the back of the head for his outburst. Can talk all time. Amos muttered, rubbing his blue shirt, not good talk in this language till now. The boy bit his tongue sagely as Ella glared at him, saying, don't be an asshole, Khan. Gojas, KV Alclimatigas Ramos. Posse's IOM. Tempo. Ella smiled kindly at Amos, causing him to brighten. I'm glad you're settling in, Ramos. It's been a while. He said with much more assurance, Gojas vidi vin encau rapide, la Japana estos malfacila. It's good to see you too, quick. Japanese is difficult. He pouted when Ella laughed and said, then we'll keep talking in Japanese until you're more comfortable. When Kemery threw an arm around him, he flinched and muttered, no fair. What can I say, fair's fair. He laughed and replied, I'm just glad we can semi-understand you now, even though you don't talk much. We can actually get your order right at MG Ronald's, Khan murmured. Jin ruffled Amos's afro and clasped hands with Kemery, saying, it's good to see both of you, but he whimpered, but I thought you two were inside? Kemery smiled strangely and said, we were, but I was gonna head out. I'm still not used to being around so many people. Amos nodded and remarked, and I know no people, no thanks, social. Muttering, Sorihiko said, that's a mood. Izuku's on his way, Kemery said, that Iida guy wanted this to be a surprise, but I figure Akuma would appreciate a heads up. Kayaba mockingly remarked, giving the kidnapped survivor a surprise party a week after he's saved, fucking brilliant. Kemery took a few steps away from Amos and handed out a pack of cigarettes to those who smoked. Kayaba and Ella declined, as did Giannis and Amos, who took a few more steps away. Ina took a cigarillo instead, allowing Kemery to light the tip with a red-hot ember, saying, so I don't think they'll complain if y'all show up in force. Most everyone's against the surprise part of it. Khan looked around and said, please, let's hurry up and have this little smoke session. If we get caught, we're going to be in some shit. Jin mockingly said, you're the one who smokes slowly, having already consumed half of his. Or you could quit, said Ella, you know, so you don't get kicked out for smoking? As the remnants of his cigarette turned to ash in his hands, Kemery blew smoke into the air and said, lighten up, Peterson. Live in the now, plus, it's not like Death Arms doesn't smoke, he added. Kayaba said, yeah, but he's of age, and it's a dirty habit. Sume put hers out on her horn and flicked the butt into the bush, pointing out that, you can't quit cold turkey. Giannis grunted, you can, you just failed to try. As he stomped out, Sorihiko blew a big cloud out of his nostrils and reflected, I never wanted to try in the first place. Maybe you should start. When Izuku approached from Aizawa's car, everyone looked over and perked up at the familiar voice. Akuma! Everyone exclaimed, with the exception of Giannis and Amos. As everyone gathered around, Jin exclaimed, how you doin' lil' brother, and gave Izuku a firm embrace. He gave Kayaba a courteous nod, which he returned, and a firm handshake to Giannis, who merely bowed his head after his introduction. Tortuga, when do you get back into town? He asked, laughing and patting his Jin's back as he clasped hands with each person individually. A few days ago, he growled, slamming his fists together, the old coot wanted me to be a part of this and I couldn't say no. Izuku smiled casually and said, well, it's good to have you back, and Kemari, they finally let your ass out of solitary, man? Can't keep me locked up, boasted Kemari, holding his hand and embracing him, got Amos too. Izuku asked the anxious boy, how you doin' bud? As he moved away from Kemari, maintaining a safe distance. With a forced smile, Amos remarked, good, I'm tired, very not relaxed. Yeah, we were just going to stick around to see you again, Kemari admitted. She was not used to being around people anymore. Kemari laughed when Izuku said, I understand, but we need to really kick it some time now that you're out. He smiled warmly at the ram, making him vibrate with joy. Miss you too, and glad we can talk now, Amos, he added. Khan jumped off Sorihiko's shell and onto the stairs, saying, we'll get plenty of chances later, Akuma. Right now we got some new schoolmates to meet. Sume questioned, why is he so happy about that? He's an extreme extrovert. Ella complained as they started to ascend the stairs, bidding farewell to Amos and Kemari and avoiding Aizawa with courteous salutations. She pushed Izuku's arm and muttered, glad to see you in one piece, Akuma. Izuku smiled wearily and said, same. It's good to see the old crew. Sume said, it's definitely been too long, before putting him in a headlock and slapping him. Get off Saber, come on, get him Saber, end his existence. Shut up, Khan. All of you cease your constant bickering. Why don't you make us? Indeed. As he observed everything from behind, Aizawa rolled his eyes and muttered, glad I'm not Paku. While rap music played softly in the background, Izuku sat in his recliner with Yui nestled between his legs, her back resting against his chest as she spoke with Sume, Mina, and Kendo. His friends from Class 1A and his old friends from the street were mingling and enjoying themselves. At his kitchen table, Jin and Kirishima were arm wrestling while Kan, Tetsu, Sorihiko, Tsuyu, Giannis, Kaminari, Shiro, Bakugo, and Uraraka watched and encouraged them. Ella was chatting with Setsuna, Ojiro, Jiru, and Yaoyorozu, while Toru and Aoyama were sitting with them. Pony and Shiozaki were sitting with Kayaba and Tokiyami, and they were all talking about their peculiarities. Kuroiro and Subaraba were waiting close by, while Aizawa was sitting next to Miss Joke, having a quiet conversation with Present Mike and Midnight. It was more than he could have hoped for when he introduced his old friends to his new ones, but Iida was the only one who wasn't mixing, as he had to answer a call in the adjacent room. Are you alright? I'm okay, Izuku said softly, putting his arms around her waist and making her hum as he kissed the top of her head. Yui was pouting sweetly at him when he turned to face her. The two of you are so cute, Sume squealed. I never imagined that Akuma would date. Why? Mina inquired inquisitively. Midoriya is quite visually pleasing. Kan, leaping from his spot on the counter, remarked, yeah, but Akuma was all business no play back in the day. Some of the girls on the block wanted him all to themselves, and I never thought I'd see the fire demon so cold. Izuku closed his eyes, put his chin on Yui's shoulder, and sighed, that was a long time ago, Shinobi. As Uncle always says, to rush through life is to ignore the very reason for living, Izuku said. Sume inquired anxiously, how is Uncle? Paku hasn't told us anything. Izuku questioned bewilderedly, Paku? Why would he tell you anything? Didn't you hear? Kan replied with a grin. He's the teacher for Class 1R. Dude's a hardass, but I can't diss how dedicated he is. He's talking about us going for our provisional licenses at the same time you guys are. Kinda early if you ask me, but whatever. Provisional licenses, that's quite a ways away, Kendo admitted, another year at least. Sume muttered, perhaps he believes that's how long we'll take to catch up. Come on, you guys have only been catching up for half of that time, And you're only one semester away, haven't you? Izuku inquired. Well yeah, then I bet you guys aren't far off. Izuku responded, to answer your question, Uncle's still under, but we're hopeful. That's good, I don't know what we would do without Uncle in our corner, she exhaled. The man deserves a lot of praise based on what I know about him. As the boy with the stiff back entered the room again, Izuku said, Iida, you good man? Thank you for your concern, Midoriya. I'm doing great, I'm sure you understand, Iida declared, his arm moving in a robotic manner. It was a business call. Khan questioned bewilderedly, what first-year high schooler has business calls? At this point I don't ask anymore. Izuku murmured, Yosato. When the cookie's done. 5 minutes. Shoots. Ella wandered over with Kayaba and Giannis, who appeared distinctly bored, and asked, how have you been holding up Akuma? He looked at Giannis and shrugged, saying, same bad time, same bad channel, you know how it is quick. He held out his hand and said, don't think we've been introduced yet, Izuku Midoriya. After examining his hand, the boy firmly grasped it and said, Giannis Cirillo, well met, Akuma. Likewise. Khan and Sume became alert when Mina asked, so, why do you guys call him Akuma? Grinning, Khan said, no way, you don't know? Iida leaned in to ask, what are we supposed to know? Kendo asked. With a nervous laugh, Sume said, it's not a conversation for a party. Izuku gave her a subtle shake of his head. Khan opened his mouth to say, I mean you're right, and I'm not gonna argue, but come on, it's a good story. But Ella interrupted him by hitting his head with her fist. With a glance at Khan, Ella stated bluntly, it's really Akuma's story to tell. Oh come on, I want to know, Mina whimpered, cast a hopeful glance at Giannis. I only know of his reputation through his comrades. Giannis sighed, and what a mighty reputation it is. Izuku gave them a strained smile and shifted uneasily, saying, at least not right now. It's not a time I like to talk about. How's your crush on Kirishima Mina? Yui asked, looking at Mina as she involuntarily ran her hand over Izuku's. The pink alien blushed a deep purple as she asked. A rockhead? I mean he's easy on the yes, and kinda cute in that dumb puppy sorta way, Khan said, glancing over to where Kirishima was now arm wrestling Sorihiko, his arm appearing to be made of rock as he strained against the enormous turtle. Please don't make fun of our classmates, Iida cried out. Ella agreed, prodding Khan with a thumb, could definitely do worse, adding, you could like this idiot. Quick to speak from experience? Sume inquired naively. Fuck off Saber. More monikers. Mina groaned as Iida exclaimed. Such language. Doing whatever she could to get the attention off of her, why? Well, we call Peterson Quick because it's short for Quickshot. Khan said, settling into Sume's lap as the girl wrapped her arm around his shoulders while he was playing aimlessly with her horn. Don't even think Snipes can keep up with her at this point. Saber is short for Sabretooth, because this mad lad's Quirk allows her to shapeshift into a Sabretooth moose lion, but that's too long so we shortened it to Sabretooth. A lion Sabretooth moose? Kendo inquired uncertainly. Yep, Sume replied with a grin. My dad had a quirk that let him transform into a Sabretooth lion. My mom had a moose quirk. Combine those two and you get me, who can transform into a Sabretooth moose lion. That is amazing, Mina exclaimed. Giannis concurred, saying, a very good quirk indeed. With a casual shrug, Khan remarked, Saber is the best, it's one of her strong suits. Ella looked up and sighed, can't argue with that, as Kayaba approached. And he said, I'm leaving. You're not staying, oh dark purveyor? Khan inquired. Kayaba nodded to Izuku once more and said, no, then she left. Parties are not my strong suit, Giannis said, dipping his head to each of them, but I shall accompany him. Don't forget to check in with Sorihiko before you leave, Sume said. He complained and turned to leave, saying, I know. What is his story, then? Kendo inquired as he watched Giannis speak to Sorihiko in a low voice before leaving the apartment. He's some hotshot from Greece. Khan responded dismissively, came over here to fight in the underground quirked MMA matches, then spent the night being a vigilante. Got busted by the fuzz and given the same offer we all got. Be a hero and get your record cleared or stay in the JDC. A vigilante, was he? Mina inquired in wonder. The invincible warrior, Achilles. Sume responded, I'm surprised his ego allowed him to come. Smelling the air, Ella remarked, cookies are done. He's not the most social of us, that's for sure. Ding. How did you? Kendo and Mina asked, staring at Ella in disbelief. Khan exclaimed dramatically, She's got the best nose of us all. He then appeared next to Ida, throwing an arm around the taller boy's shoulder and saying, "Am I amore? My heart beats for that person." Turning away from them to conceal the slight flush that was beginning to appear on her cheeks, Ella yelled, "Shut your trap, Con. Now hurry up and come on, before all the cookies are taken." A couple of hours later, as the last of his guests conversed quietly at the table, Izuku rolled his shoulders to relieve the residual pain. The majority of his guests had already departed after Aizawa gave them a 15-minute warning before departing for his patrol with Present Mike and Ms. Joke. Thus, Midoriya and I were running as hard as our small legs would allow. Jin told Bakugo, Uraraka, Yui, and a laughing Sume and Sorihiko in a dramatic manner that they were being pursued by 3 dogs and a vengeful store owner whose hair was on fire because of our little Akuma. "What have you all done?" Uraraka inquired, utterly mesmerized by the tale. Jin smugly remarked, "Well, I'm not one to brag, but my handling on my quirk was leagues better than Akuma had. I stomped on the ground, and we broke out onto a nearby roof. He says to flee. We were launched 15 feet higher than the nearest roof and nearly missed it completely because he panicked," Izuku sneered, causing Bakugo and Uraraka to turn to face him. The people at the table chuckled as Jin sheepishly scratched the back of his head and said, "I don't like dogs, okay." He defended himself, saying, "Anyway, we were saved by my clever plan." Izuku sassed, glancing up at the clock, "I thought it was my aim. You guys only got so long until you missed the train." Izuku quickly dried his hands before clasping his right hand in Bakugo's. "Glad to have you back, Deku," Bakugo said softly, pulling his hand back and giving him a friendly punch to the shoulder. "Be ready for me to kick your ass come class time," Bakugo said, shaking his head. Yeah. Izuku put his arm around Uraraka's shoulders and said, "Wouldn't have it any other way, Bakugo. And thanks. See ya, Deku." As they shut the door, she called, "Deku." Jin thought as they crossed paths to bid farewell, Yui taking over the dishes at Izuku's other side, better than Kojin. Sorihiko laughed when Izuku said sardonically, "Don't go ragging on my name, Stone Fist. At least mine's original." Sume chuckled and said, "Oh yeah, naming yourself after a god, Su original. Face it, Akuma, you just suck at naming yourself." Ruffling the other boy's hair and avoiding the playful mouthful of fire he spat at him, Sorihiko rumbled, "Definitely don't think of a god when I see you. Maybe a little horned lizard." "Small?" Izuku, offended, inquired. "Now, Zuzu, you're the shortest of us." As he slowly retreated toward the door, Jin chuckled and bumped knuckles with him. "Even Khan's got a centimeter on you," Jin said. "And up until now everyone was really nice about not pointing it out," Izuku grumbled. "When possible, we must take our pound of flesh, later, Akuma. See ya, Akuma. ZZU, don't be a stranger." As they shut the door, Izuku rolled his eyes and turned back to the sink, raising an eyebrow at Yui's carefree dishwashing. "All dry?" He stepped to her side and picked up one of the plates, the ceramic drying in a matter of seconds after steaming on contact. Yui hummed, in agreement, and the two soon found themselves in a relaxed silence. Izuku turned to face his girlfriend, who had her hands clasped behind her back and was staring into the dark living room. "Thanks," he said quietly as he put away the last plate. She whispered, "Don't mention it." She gasped softly as calloused fingers cupped her chin, directing her gaze to Izuku, who a moment later planted a tender kiss on her lips. He pondered, "I don't deserve you," as she gradually drew herself out of her stunned silence. "Who? We've discussed this," she said, giving him a gentle prod and forcing him to raise his hands in surrender. Izuku sighed and combed his hair, murmuring, I know, can't help it sometimes." He returned the hug after Yui hummed once more and wrapped her arms around his waist, holding him there for a short while. "Are you aware of the reason they call me Akuma?" With a curious hum, Yui glanced up a little and said, "You don't have to tell me." Izuku mumbled, "When I was younger, I was a scared cat." He said, "My dad was an ass who killed my mom, and I accidentally killed him when my quirk came into being. After that I was scared of my quirk too." Izuku sighed slightly before continuing. "Before I met Dabi, I was unable to even conjure a tiny spark for 2 years." "The villain with the fire?" she asked quietly. "Yeah, he wasn't always a villain," Izuku said sorrowfully. "He was once our leader, the guy we went to when things went to shit. He was like an older brother to me. He taught me how to use my fire, to use my anger and aggression to make my fire actually burn. After he taught me I became ruthless in fights. The other gangs near us called me the fire demon of Shizuoka. Dabi called me an Akuma, and the others ran with it. Shook his head and let it drop. Up until now I never really had a problem with the nickname. I knew I didn't want it as my hero name. Why are you now having trouble with it? She comfortingly tightened her embrace and prodded gently. Izuku appeared to ponder his words prior to speaking once more. When I was held hostage, Shigaraki tried to recruit me, said we were birds of a feather, said I was a delinquent playing hero. I told him to shove his offer up his ass, but when I was in that freezer, when I was trying to keep it together until the heroes got there, I couldn't help but think that Shigaraki was right. He wasn't. He was a villain in the making, Izuku countered. I got into fights for no other reason than I could. It made me feel powerful. I injured so many people for such stupid reasons. He was aware that he was beginning to shake and that tears were welling up in his eyes, but he denied it. The Jones were right. I am a monster. You're not. You're a good person, Izuku. You're a hero, and I love you, Yui said sharply, her hands rising and cupping his cheeks, making him look at her. A monster wouldn't care what he did when he was younger. A monster would have joined Shigaraki for wanton destruction. She smiled sadly as she watched tears slowly trickle down his cheeks and onto her hands. Izuku tensed, then gradually relaxed, whispering, I love you too, before planting another kiss on her. When was the last time you slept? Yui asked, smiling as she slowly withdrew from the kiss. As Yui led him to the couch and made him sit down, he mumbled, yawning, couple of days ago. I don't think I can sleep, not yet, not easily. Yui sat down beside him and curled up against his side, grinning when his arm inadvertently slipped around her shoulders. Well, then let's sit down and watch TV, she said. Izuku turned on the television and played absently with a strand of her hair, asking absently, don't you have to go home? Mom thinks I'm staying at Kendo's tonight, she said, kissing his cheek. Just unwind, we're just watching TV and nothing else. Right. Izuku yawned and grinned slightly while Yui played with his free hand and gently stroked his scars. Aizawa was displeased to discover Yui and Izuku dozing on the couch, snuggling close to one another, when he returned from his patrol. This is the first time he's slept since we got him back, isn't it? Ms. Joke reprimanded, quietly dragging him out of the apartment and toward his. You can lecture him when they're actually awake. Yes, sighed Aizawa. Exactly, let them sleep, then, in addition, you ought to give me some breakfast. Will you leave if I make breakfast? Aizawa asked, covering his blush with his scarf. You and I both know that I won't, Shota. Bakugo Katsuki was ready to shower, change into comfortable clothes, and possibly find his girlfriend for a movie night after a long and exhausting training day. But as soon as he stepped into the dorms, those plans vanished from his mind. Do you two wear my garments? Bakugo growled when he discovered Ochako Uraraka and Izuku Midoriya relaxing on the couch. Uraraka was sporting his skull t-shirt, while Izuku was sporting his favorite All Might t-shirt. Don't think about that idiot, you should be angry, it looks good on her. Why in hell are you dressed like me? Ours are in the laundry, Izuku waved dismissively. Yes. We assumed that you wouldn't be upset, Uraraka chirped. Well, you were mistaken, now remove them, he gave the order. Uraraka shifted sheepishly and muttered shyly, well, you see, I'm not wearing a bra. He pointed to Izuku, who had been trying and failing not to laugh at the situation, and said, take it off. Bakugo blushed and turned away, saying, I guess you can wear it until your clothes are ready, but you. Izuku sighed, trying to maintain a shy expression, but Kachan, I'm not wearing a bra either. Take it off, Deku. Make me bitch. Seeing 20 teenagers in a dorm room with little supervision had surprisingly worked out fairly well, with everyone pulling their share and complaining about the way the chores were divided. Uraraka laughed as she watched the two wrestle. This kind of thing was the new normal at Alliance Heights. Izuku led the effort to break as many rules as possible to help balance the universe, while Iida continued to be a tough ass, enforcing what rules he could. There, Izuku laughed as he put on his shirt. I hope you two are happy with each other, he said, jumping over the couch and grabbing his own clean shirt. He then pulled Bakugo's shirt off and threw it in his face, causing the boy to trip over the back of the couch. Uraraka tried her best to turn away and hide the fact that she had been staring, but not before she noticed his scars once more. She wished she could ask him what had happened, but she wasn't sure he would tell her. Izuku said, hey, so how are you guys doing with the whole super move, as he collapsed back onto the bed. Before Bakugo could respond, Uraraka pulled him down next to her and said, I'm just working on my nausea right now. I'm gonna try and work something out tomorrow. Bakugo gave him a nudge in the ribs and muttered, cutting it kind of close, aren't you? Izuku helpfully noted, We have 2 days until the provisional license exam, and really only tomorrow to practice. It's not like my quirk gives me a lot of options, she grumbled, not like Mr. Explodey here. Oi! As Bakugo spluttered indignantly, Uraraka went on, pointing to Izuku, and you have a built-in signature move with your quirk. Izuku blurted, hee, right, while glancing down at his hand. I can't summon lightning anymore. I was under the impression you were doing better controlling your quirk? Asked Hound Dog, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Izuku grumbled, leaning forward. Lightning isn't a typical aspect of my quirk, said he. Uncle taught me when he believed my mind and body was centered. As only a balanced soul can generate lightning. Ever since I got back from the league I haven't been able to. It either doesn't work or explodes in my face. A mental block. Hound Dog replied. The experience awoke previous trauma you had opted to ignore, instead of face and come to terms with it. When they threw me back into that damned freezer, Izuku said, trying to remain composed, I faced it, I came to terms with it, I've moved on. Have you slept this week? Izuku's shoulders slumped as he stammered to a halt. Izuku, the hero said gently, it's a process, it won't happen overnight. Silently, he said, I know that. Midoriya? Izuku looked up, momentarily bewildered by his friend's anxious looks. Uraraka gently nudged, are you alright? Izuku smiled at them casually and said, yeah, fine. You looked sad. Uraraka gently poked her head. With firmness, he repeated, it's nothing, he said in a light-hearted manner, just tired, we've been running ourselves ragged all week. Not as much as rehab. Bakugo continued, the way they talk, Whiplash has them running night training at the USJ. They're covering 6 months of training in one. Paku is a hard ass, but he's a hard ass that gives good results. I'll be surprised if any of them fail the licensing exam. But that's not why I'm here. Aizawa turned to face Izuku, and Izuku became more alert as he entered. Iroh's awake. They parked outside the hospital, and Izuku practically ran the whole way. As soon as he was within reach, he bounded through the door and exclaimed, Uncle, are you okay? When he discovered Iroh laughing with a nurse. He said jokingly, Izuku, it warms my heart to see you visit this old man. You're not that old, Iroh, the nurse said with a laugh. As she kissed his uncle's temple, Izuku looked at her incredulously and said, I have to go, still on the clock, bye Iroh. As he waved her away, Iroh called, have a good shift Ming, such a nice young lady. Izuku deadpanned, well, I can see you're doing fine. But are you okay? It was a harrowing time for you. Iroh laughed and then looked at him worriedly. Better now that I am awake and healed. Izuku sarcastically remarked, come on, you know me uncle, nothing keeps me down for long. Izuku winced as Iroh hummed sympathetically, so you are down then? Why don't we talk about it over a nice cup of tea? Iroh asked. I really would like that uncle. Very troubling, very troubling. After telling his uncle about his problems, Izuku shifted uneasily and avoided eye contact, leaving their hot teacups on the serving tray. Izuku, look at me, please. Iroh was staring at Izuku with a soft smile that assured him that everything would be alright. This block is of no fault of your own. The two halves of your life are beginning to coincide. Emotional turmoil is bound to happen. Izuku's eyes shot up, but they quickly went back down when he saw that. It interrupts my training, said Izuku. We go to take the provisional license exams on Friday, a day away, without my lightning. Just as you would have done well on the entrance exam and at the sports festival without your lightning, Iroh interrupted, saying, without your lightning you will still succeed. Nephew, it can be more detrimental than beneficial to impose change while things are still chaotic. I know uncle, I know. Iroh cracked a sad face. This block gives you new opportunity, he said. It allows you free rein to reflect upon yourself, and come to peace with your past, true peace. Not everyone has the chance to do so. Uncle, did you ever get the chance? Izuku inquired curiously. Iroh sighed and said, I did. It did not end well, and it seems like fate is giving me another chance. Uncle, what do you mean? Izuku inquired. Tell me how your friends are adjusting to life in Ua. Nothing for you to worry about, Iroh said dismissively, waving his hand. I would rather not talk about it yet. He felt lighter by the time Izuku left. Simply conversing with Iroh had relieved a lot of the burden he was carrying. Izuku embraced his former guardian and said, I'll stop by on Saturday. You'll be back at the shop, right? Yes, and don't forget to invite all of your friends. All right, goodbye, uncle, Izuku called as he jogged down the hall while Ming walked back into the room, closing the door behind her as her peppy smile changed into a professional mask. You didn't tell him? With stoicism, she asked. What do you have for me, Jun? Iroh stated firmly, he doesn't need to know anything yet, not until there is proof. Nothing good. The newly christened Jun replied, All for One wasn't lying, there were a lot more fire quirks popping up in the underground, and they're not playing around. He can't be alive, Iroh muttered, looking down at his bed with his brows furrowed. It's starting to look like it. Things are shaping up like last time, local gangs and villain groups are going missing. Some are showing up torched, the caldera sigil usually on the alley wall. Izuku cheerfully flagged down Aizawa as they headed towards a plain black car. Thank you, Jun, Iroh said, slowly getting to his feet and walking to the window to look out in time. I'll contact you if I need further assistance. While Iroh tried his best not to set the room on fire, the woman simply left without saying anything. Hello, Midoriya. Izuku stopped walking toward the bus and turned to face Sume, Kemari, and Amos. Hey, are you guys ready to leave? Izuku inquired. Sume sarcastically remarked, No, ours is in the afternoon. We just wanted to wish you luck. Yeah, and provide you some incentive, Kemari replied with a grin. Khan got a call from an old friend of ours, saying we all got an open invitation to a club he's opening, some teen joint. How on earth does Khan know someone who can unlock a club for us? Izuku asked incredulously. Technically it's someone who knows you, just getting into contact through Khan, and he's being an ass about it so I don't know who. With a weary sigh, Izuku said, That's not worrying at all. But it would be nice to have some time off after all the shit we went through, but we gotta pass or else it's gonna be a depressing ass night in the club. He smiled as his friends all laughed, with the exception of Amos, who showed some confusion but still giggled. Iida yelled from the bus, Midoriya, let's go, and Izuku waved dismissively. He complained, yeah, I'm coming, instead. Good luck on the test guys, he said, glancing at them and shaking hands with each of them. Good luck Akuma. Good luck, Kuma. Reluctantly, Amos smiled and said, luck. Running into the bus, Izuku said, see y'all after. Midoriya, you were nearly late. Iida scolded him while chopping at him with a robotic arm. Izuku pulled out his phone and texted Khan to ask for more information about the club, saying, I was arranging our victory party. Relax Iida. A party? Mina inquired, her eyes bright with curiosity. Izuku grinned casually and said, not gonna ruin anything, don't worry too much, just make sure you pass. Mina retorted, like that even up for debate. Kaminari exclaimed, yeah, we've been training like crazy, there's no way we'll fail. As Izuku sat down and texted Aizawa, the bus broke up into excited conversation. Can we get permission to enter the town, yo pops? We all passed? And where are all of you heading? Shizuoka Square is home to a small student club. As the bus started to move, Izuku looked up and grinned a little at the commotion. Kirishima called from the front of the bus, Hey Midoriya, you ready? Please, they're gonna give me the license before we even enter the stadium, he was boasting. Bakugo yelled angrily, like hell they'll give you your license before I get a Deku. You'll be lucky to get a smiley sticker number 2. I'll stick my foot up your ass. Izuku leaned back and looked at his phone while the bus left. Curfew is 11, so I'll have Iroh and Whiplash watch the group while you're all out and about. Many thanks, Pops. Izuku smiled and held his phone up. What are you grinning at? Mineta responded, some steamy pictures from Kodai. Mineta squirmed uneasily as Izuku heated up his shoulder and said, I will punt you into the ocean you creepy little midget. Izuku released Mineta, who whimpered, You understood sir. Are you going to use lightning for this, Midoriya? Kirishima inquired. Izuku lied readily when he said, Doubt I'll need it. Dude, I would never stop using my lightning if I had the same control over it, but I've got some new upgrades that'll definitely shock the competition, Kaminari said, beaming broadly. Half of the bus deadpanned, Oof, bad pun. From the front of the bus, Aizawa called out, Quiet, we're here. In front of the enormous testing facility, they all obediently walked off the bus and onto the sidewalk. You know, intimidating? Quietly, Ojiro inquired. Bakugo grunted, HMPH. I've seen scarier. Quiet, Aizawa continued. Remember, most everyone here is at least a second year, you're all gonna have to bring your A-game, and go beyond. Plus Ultra. Along with a tall teenager in a shiketsu uniform, the class cheered. Gazing at him, Jiru said, dude. The boy bowed so low that he slammed his head into the floor and said, Oh excuse me, I'm so very sorry, I just love Ua so much. Kirishima exclaimed, Yeah, so do we. and the rest of the class started to perspire. Inasa. Let's go. With a little trail of blood in his wake, the now named Inasa exclaimed, "It was nice meeting all of you," and fled. That was weird. Hagakure uttered those words quietly. Who was that guy? Inquired Uraraka. Inasa Yorashi, thought I recognized him. Aizawa continued, he tried for a recommendation. Sato whispered, and he didn't get it? That's gotta suck. Actually he placed first in the exam. He continued, but decided to go to Shiketsu at the last moment. I'd watch out for him. Hey Aizawa. Izuku jolted as Aizawa sighed pitifully, oh no. Izuku smiled and said, Emi, as Ms. Joke approached them with a joyful wave. She turned to Aizawa and snickered, marry me, Izu. You're here too, huh? Guess, Zawa wasn't kidding when he said 1A was getting their shot. No, huh? You're a laugh, Suyu remarked, looks like you three know each other. Izuku added, Emi's dating Aizawa. With a growl, Aizawa declared, we are not dating. Totally are. Emi exclaimed, our agencies used to be close to one another when we were rookies, a match made in heaven. I loathe you. Then she turned around and said, hey guys, come meet the UA crowd. Such a riot. Izuku turned to see a small group of students approaching. One of them exclaimed, you guys really go to UA? And hurried forward to shake Kirishima's hand, but Izuku stopped them. He looked into the boy's icy eyes and said, yeah, class 1A, with ease. Izuku Midoriya, sure you know who I am, and you are? He asked. He narrowed his eyes and added pressure, saying, Yo Shindo, Tetsubutsu Academy. Gotta say, it is such an honor to meet you. Izuku brightly exclaimed, I wish I could say the same, heating up the handshake with a, cause we're about to dominate the competition. With a strained smile, Yoshindo said, oh that would be fun to watch. His hand was vibrating violently, trying to get Izuku to release his hold, but Izuku's grip only grew hotter and tighter. Izuku released his hand and said, then keep your eyes open yo. As she escorted her children away, Emi exclaimed, guess that's our cue. Shindo's smile remained, but it was now overshadowed by the glare he was giving Izuku. Good luck kids. See you later Aizawa. Izuku, Emi said. When Izuku sensed that everyone was staring at him, he called absently, later mom, and froze. Fuick. Grabbing him and Aizawa in an embrace, Emi exclaimed, oh my god. I'm part of the family. At Izuku, Aizawa snarled, this is your fault. You're the one who gave her a key to the apartment. Hello, Izuku. Yeah, Kirishima. Izuku asked, looking up from where he was completing his preparations. He inquired. Why did you treat that Shindo guy so harshly? He was just trying to be friendly, the redhead said, adjusting his shoulder pieces. From the other side of the locker room, Bakugo sneered, yeah right, what he said didn't match the look in his eyes. Bakugo's right, Todoroki responded, he wasn't looking to make friends, but to lull us into a false sense of security. Why bye? We all want to be heroes, don't we? Sato inquired. Ojiro said, the hero business is a cutthroat world, as he put on his gloves. We see enough of it with 1B, and they're from UA, these guys aren't. As he stood up and stretched a little, Izuku continued, if there's a battle portion of this test then we'll probably be swamped at the beginning. He looked around at all of his friends and said, prison rules, you jump the biggest, baddest, meanest, toughest guy in the yard, establish yourself. And what better way to establish yourselves than to crush a UA hero class? They wouldn't, Mineta whimpered in fear on the opening line. They would, Bakugo countered, glancing at Kaminari as the blonde started to tremble. To be the best, you gotta be ready to take on any challengers, he said with a slightly sadistic grin as he cocked his gauntlets, and I'm ready to put some extras in their place. Bakugo. Avoid making extra calls to the other testers, Iida reprimanded. Izuku ignored Iida and uttered, great plan. His eyes were burning with an odd light. Are you thinking the same thing as me? Bakugo sneered, hey, I'm pretty sure I'm thinking what you're thinking. You guys, what are you thinking? Shoto inquired bewilderedly. Tokiyami walked over to stand by them and remarked, revelry in the dark. Who else is in, besides Tomoyami? Izuku inquired. What are you in for? Kaminari whimpered. Now let's go, Bakugo yelled, just follow our lead and you'll be fine, Pikachu. Before they were given the specifics of the first part of the test, Izuku told the boys, laughing, everyone, follow our lead, as he led them out of the locker room and promptly reconnected with the girls. With his mind racing, he thought, this is going to be easy. Gotta tag 3 people out with balls. He flinched as the room's walls collapsed, and he commanded everyone to go to the city. He started running, Bakugo by his side. As the class trailed behind them, Uraraka exclaimed, "Why are we running?" As they arrived at the first building, Izuku said, "Like we told everyone in the locker room, we're the new kid in the pod. They're gonna try and put us in our place right off the bat." He then dove through a window with everyone following, saying, "So we get smart about this, because every single team that's got a chip on their shoulder and a stick up their ass is gonna come at us." He continued running, making random turns through the building before leading his class to the next, repeating the process twice before they stopped at the top of one building. "Shoji, let me if anyone's still on our tail, you too Juru. Why would someone be pursuing us?" As Shoji put out her eyes and ears, Juru stabbed her jacks into the ground and asked. With a glance around the city, Izuku remarked, "To properly ambush and attack us of course." "Well, shouldn't we prepare to defend if they are going to attack?" Momo inquired. Izuku looked at everyone and said, "In a way, yeah. Avoid the main streets because anyone with enough firepower will take advantage of that to shoot fish in a barrel. They want to ambush us and take us out before we can even throw a ball at them. However, we won't allow them to." Izuku grinned as he said, "Bakugo and I will entice them in with our flamboyance, and they will fall for it. We'll take them to these 2 buildings where you guys will be waiting, and once we're far enough into the alleyway, you guys will strike." "A good plan," Iida responded, "though you will need more frontrunners than you and Bakugo." "Are you implying that we lack sight?" Bakugo snarled. "Not at all. Only that more dogs will be lured in by more rabbits." When the alarm went off, indicating the start of the test, he said, "Get ready guys." He and Bakugo leapt off the building's edge, followed by Iida and Shiro. Kind of a weird analogy but we'll run with it. "Let's set up some traps." When Momo called, "Mineta, apply your peculiarity to the walls. I'll construct an exit fence. When they arrive, I can further trap them by floating some trash cans." Uraraka ran after Momo and cheered. According to Tokiyami, Dark Shadow and I will be waiting on the first floor, and we will pull as many people as possible into the buildings. "Where we'll be waiting," Mina and Hagakure exclaimed. The air was filled with an explosion, and then a gout of flames shot up high above the roofs. According to Shoji, Bakugo and Midoriya have engaged, and they are being pursued by at least 5 different classes. "Iida's got 2 more on his tail," Juru stated. "Shiro's helping him keep out of range." Shoto made an ice slide and skated down, saying, "I'll go help. I'm really excited. Come on, Kaminari. Once we get these guys in the trap, you can fry them." Kaminari ran after Kirishima as he cheered. Ojiro told Sato, Shoji, Tsuyu, Aoyama, and Juru, "With luck, everything will go off without a hitch. The rest of us will jump down when the trap's sprung." With the rehab class later, while he and his friends waited patiently, Jin watched as the rest of their competitors took off into the arena. Most of them were still in awe of their new hero uniforms, and Sume was strutting and preening in her black high-collared tank top, with gray accents that ran down her stomach and from her shoulder. The black pants and steel-toed boots looked great with it, and the silver handguards gleamed in the sunlight as she threw a few jabs. Kemari, whose costume was mostly gray with Kevlar body armor on the chest and forearms, was sitting on top of Sorihiko behind her, fiddling with his goggles and gray half-mask with a black triangle in the middle. Sorihiko was wearing only blue jeans and specially made boots to enable him to use his air jets, while Giannis stood in Greek hoplite armor, its bronze surface gleaming in the daylight, a sword strapped to his side, a spear in one hand, and a shield in the other. In contrast to Peterson, who was dressed like a mercenary in combat pants and boots, with a plate carrier strapped with ammo pouches and a large Bowie knife, 2 handguns holstered on her thighs, and a sniper rifle in her hands, and Khan, who was wearing a black yoroi with a gray flak jacket over it, multiple knives and throwing stars sheathed within it, and a katana on his back, he was undoubtedly the most ostentatious person there. Amos and Kayaba had the most basic costumes aside from Sorihiko's. Amos wore a light brown leather vest over black pants with white lightning-shaped accents down the side of the pants. He was waiting in the shadows, watching everything with glowing yellow eyes, and he was not wearing shoes, revealing his cloven hooves for the first time in a long time. Everyone is aware of the plan. As the countdown started, Jin put his goggles over his eyes and asked. Sume exclaimed, "Overwhelming victory." She then extended her arm to give a peace sign. As Peterson inserted a rubber bullet into the chamber, Khan remarked, "Take them out before they even know what's happening." As the shadows started to twist and change, Kayaba droning, Take to the shadows, his smile turning a little sadistic. Show them what we can do. Beat our enemy into submission and show them who deserves the #1 spot, Giannis replied. Laughing nervously, Amos said, stick with Jin. Everyone laughed when Kemery helpfully added, stick with Jin so he doesn't get swamped like on Tatooine Street back in '04. And I'll make a hole. Sorihiko declared with assurance, we're UA's rehab class, one and all, ex-offenders. It's time to demonstrate to these blue bloods what a group of JDC burnouts are capable of. While Giannis began beating his shield with his spear, hooping and hollering alongside Jin and Sorihiko, Amos hopped from one foot to the other in anxious anticipation, and Kemery jumped off of Sorihiko and onto a nearby rock at the beginning of the canyon zone and howled. Sume and, surprisingly, Kayaba also howled. Then, as the timer sounded and a loud alarm went off, Shinso emerged from behind Sorihiko, wearing a costume that was nearly identical to Aizawa's except for a lighter shade of gray and a metal collar around the lower portion of his face. Let's get started, he said. Hello. Shizuoka. Good morning. The armored tortoise bounced around, slamming his fist and even his shell into people. Jin jumped forward and slammed his fists into the ground, sending a ripple of shockwave through the canyon, shattering cliffsides and sending hero students running for cover. Sorihiko then trampled them, Khan yelled. As she changed, Sume roared and grew until she was as big as a garbage truck. Her antlers grew with her as her canines became sabers, and the claws that protruded from her silver gauntlets only increased the terror as she smashed through people, sending many flying with a single head toss, while others were dragged into the darkness and screaming as they went. Kayaba emerged from the shadows, his sharp claws, glinting canines, and glowing yellow eyes frightening the people he had captured. Come play with me. With Khan at her side, deflecting balls left and right, Peterson leapt from cliff to cliff and gave the order, you break left, I'll go right. Khan pouted, why must I always play the rabbit? Just do it you jackass. Love you too, sugar bear. Khan yelled as he plunged into the canyon, slicing past Kemery as he raced through the competition, his only signs of presence being smoke and ember as he struck them with hot blasts. Amos swallowed as 5 other hero students gradually pushed him into a corner. They all laughed. This one doesn't look so tough, one sneered. He looks like he's about to cry. Amos was shivering when the whole area was suddenly filled with electricity, and when it subsided, he was the only person still standing. He squeaked, sorry. Then, with hooved feet that were ideal for the terrain, he bounded off, sending lightning bolts at anyone who stood in his way. A hero student was searching deeper into the canyon for something to attack. Hey buddy, you see those Uabrats? He stopped when his eyes became distracted and Shinso emerged from behind a rock spire. Not yet, but when I do, he said. The bull-headed teenager fled in the opposite direction after Shinso gave him the order, go distract your classmates. Shinso then grabbed his scarf and sent out a tendril, which instantly brought a girl who looked like a chameleon out from behind a rock. She complained, oh come on man, nothing personal, Shinso stated, but I want to be a hero. Every move he made gave his classmates the advantage while their opponents floundered, and Jin laughed as he threw boulders around. He saw Peterson take out 3 students with a single shot from her vantage point atop the rock spire, while Khan threw his kunai to pin them to the ground. Giannis was in the middle of a group of 15, blocking, dodging, parrying, and attacking without a single attack hitting him, leaving his opponents in ruins in his wake. Amos had reconnected with Kemery, and the two were enjoying themselves while blinding the enemy with a smokescreen and letting Amos dart between them while hitting buzzers with his ball. When the test proctor announced the first person passing, Kayaba slowly came out of the shadows, leaving behind 2 colorful heroes who appeared to be shell-shocked. That was too easy, he said as Sorihiko landed, cracking the ground beneath him. A few seconds later, the proctor announced another passing, saying, that's 2 of us. Sorihiko then walked up to stand by Jin, who was already pressing a ball into the sensors of 2 unconscious teens. As the rest of the class began to re-enter, Sorihiko crossed his arms and grunted, I was expecting more of a challenge honestly. Each sensor in the class lit up blue, signifying that they had passed. What a wash, come on, we only had 5 minutes of playtime, moaned Khan. Sume said, be happy we passed so quickly, as she gradually shrank to her normal height and grinned broadly at everyone. But yeah, these guys were pushovers. As Giannis walked up to Sorihiko, he asked, did you lie to me? I was told these were second years, but it felt more like I was fighting middle schoolers. You don't have to be so harsh you know, Kemery said deadpanned, kinda hard to match up to the guy with an invincibility quirk. With a smile, Amos said, we passed. Jin stopped him and gave him a sidelong glance as he raised his goggles. When he asked, "Hey Amos, what's in your pockets?" the boy bowed his head and began taking out multiple wallets. Everyone laughed when he muttered, "Got nervous." As they all started to head for the exit, Shinso drew lead, "Leave those here, don't want you getting in trouble." Shinso sighed as Peterson asked, "And where were you mind wipe?" He complained, "That's not gonna be my hero name." Khan questioned, "Why's mind wipe so down?" Sume wisely remarked, "Mind wipe doesn't appreciate the democratic system." Jin helpfully noted, "We did vote on it. I hate you all. I also love you, best friend." "That first round was a piece of cake," Khan exclaimed, giving the boy a hug as they made their way into the waiting area. "Don't get cocky," Sorihiko cautioned, "we still have a whole other portion of the test. And since we are the shit, we'll ace that as well." Kemari cheered, eliciting cheers from Sume, Khan, Jin and Giannis. Kayaba was already settled against the wall, smiling at his friend's excitement. West Shizuo represented by West Shizuo.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.